Family cultivation. My mobile phone traveled through time. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 601, Return to Xuanji. There are always people who are better than you. Recalling the scene just now, Xuanji sighed in his heart that the power of the chaos immortal body almost exceeded people's imagination. During the battle, he urged all kinds of killing moves, all kinds of magical powers, and the moves were endless, and his moves were ruthless and domineering. But when the chaos Taoist took action, he easily broke everything. When the battle lasted for 100 moves, he was defeated by the chaos Taoist. This was just a competition. Only winning or losing was determined, but life and death were not determined, and both sides had reservations. If it was a life and death battle, he might have been killed in more than 30 moves. So this is the chaos immortal body. I still have a lot to go. Not only that, my 33 heavens treasure still has flaws and shortcomings. Xuanji continued to comprehend and understand his own shortcomings, and found many problems. It turned out that he still had so many flaws and unknowns. But Xuanji activated the 33 heavenly treasures, and suddenly 33 treasures appeared one after another, emitting precious light. The precious light was flashing, the dazzling light was flashing, the fairy sound was flashing, the runes were flashing and changing, and countless mysterious syllables were rising and falling, interpreting the supreme creation. Swish. Xuanji took out some materials and began to put them into the 33 heavenly treasures. The magic weapon was making a slight sound and the structure was changing. The flame burned on it, making a hissing sound. At the same time, one after another seals and spells entered it and began to melt in it. Not only that, the formation contained in the magic weapon was also changing. The structure was more reasonable, more detailed, and more smooth. In the changes of the magic weapon, a series of chaotic auras rose up, and there were new changes. Xuanji's body was also changing. The pure Yang Taoist body began to transform bit by bit, and changed into the chaotic fairy body. At the same time, the understanding of the chaotic fairy body in the mobile phone began to operate in it, and began to comprehend the changes 1%, 10%, 20%, 30%. When he had deduced 30% of the way, Xuanji was unable to continue deducing, because of insufficient understanding. It seemed that something was missing. It's still a little short. Xuanji sighed and dispersed the chaotic energy on his body. His aura changed again, and became a pure Yang Dao body again. The chaotic energy dissipated from the 33 heavens treasure. The chaos immortal body, the path of evolving all things with chaos, the path of breaking all laws with one method. But this is not my path. My path is the pure Yang Dao, the Dao of creation. Xuanji pondered, and the mobile phone in his sea of consciousness was running, with rays of light flashing on it, recording the secrets of the chaos immortal body. If it comes to the comprehension of the chaos immortal body, he is the first, and no one dares to say he is second. Even the chaos Taoist may not know much about his own physique. It is precisely because of the deep understanding that one can evolve a 30% chaos immortal body. If one continues to comprehend, one can even deduce a 99% chaos immortal body. However, there is no possibility of comprehending a 100% chaos immortal body. The closer one gets to the later stage, the more difficult it is to comprehend. The more impossible it is. He collected his thoughts and continued to refine the magic weapon. With the help of the magic weapon, he refined his body. His body was improving. His pure Yang Dao body was changing. A trace of dirt was excreted, and his blood was changing. As if a trace of gold was produced, there was vitality surging in the blood. As if a drop of blood was the supreme precious medicine. Huolala. The blood was flowing. His internal organs were changing, and his life potential was improving. After 3 years, Xuanji ended his retreat. When he walked out of the cave, Xuanji summoned him. A moment later, Qinglian appeared. You have become stronger, Qinglian said with a complicated expression. Not long ago, she logged into the list, but found that the ranking was changing. Taoist of Creation defeated the immortal Taoist and became the third on the hidden dragon list. This third is very valuable. This is not limited to the human race, not limited to Yuan-Tao, but among all races, the 9 states of the Purple Mansion realm, the 4 seas, and all the underground races and ancient secret races. It ranks 3rd. This achievement is a bit scary. With such a ranking, it is possible to become an immortal. Lu Xuanji sighed and said, what's the use of being strong? If you don't enter the realm of refining emptiness, potential is still potential, and can't be transformed into strength. King Lian said, Xuanji, I have investigated some situations. The difficulty of competing for the quota of the Void Order is increasing. In order to compete for the token, there are constant bloodshed and fighting. Many Void Orders are used by those big families and big forces to fish and play tricks on us low-level cultivators. Lu Xuanji said, how could I not know, but now that things have come to this, I have to fight. King Lian said, forget it, let's go. Lu Xuanji said, I brought a lot of treasures, a lot of top-grade spirit stones, and some fairy crystals. More than half of the Lu family's belongings are here. If I can't reach the realm of refining emptiness, I will never return to the Lu family. King Lian wanted to say something, but was silent. Activating the escape light, Lu Xuanji and King Lian left quietly without alarming anyone. 3 days later, they left the state of Chu. Half a month later, they left the East Wasteland. They set foot on the old road again, and headed for Zhongzhou. After walking for 3 months, they finally arrived in Zhongzhou. After arriving in Zhongzhou, Lu Xuanji investigated and inquired. But his expression became more and more worried, because a powerful cultivator of the Void Refining Realm had appeared. In the past, these powerful cultivators of the Void Refining Realm were all in a deep sleep, hiding and not coming out, only because of environmental restrictions and the suppression of laws. They could not appear in the world. But now the spiritual energy has further recovered, and it has recovered to the point where the cultivators of the Void Refining Realm can already appear in the world. After asking again, he finally identified a black market, Happy Auction House. Happy Auction House is an auction house set up by the Happy Sect. The Happy Sect is a major sect of the demonic path, a branch of the Hehuan demon vein, and has a huge influence in Zhongzhou, with many masters in charge. The Happy Sect likes to do business, especially likes to do some things that are not allowed to see the light, dark and violent, and some dangerous businesses. These businesses are certainly dangerous, but they are also highly profitable industries. High profit industries are often very violent. The Happy Sect is famous for selling female cultivators and capturing furnaces and tripods. They like to abduct female cultivators from small sects and disciples of large sects who are alone, capture and train them, and then sell them for a high price. Because of this, they have offended many powerful forces, but because they have a big man behind them, they have been free until now. Lu Xuanji asked for information and determined the location. Fate simulation. Breath change. Lu Xuanji activated the 33 days treasure, the seal changed, and immediately the aura on his body changed, turning into a powerful refining master. It's just that the aura is similar. Once the moment of action, it will be exposed immediately. Pretending to be a powerful refining master and going to the auction will save a lot of trouble. 1 day later, with the help of a large number of top-grade spirit stones and some elixirs, he soon received a high standard reception. Senior, this is your token. In the extravagant and luxuriously dressed palace, a hot and beautiful elder of the god of transformation said delicately. Thank you. Lu Xuanji said calmly, took the token, and put it into the storage bag. Looking at the attentive female cultivator in front of him, Lu Xuanji asked, do you have any other good things here? You don't have to ask for ordinary goods. I mean some 7th grade spiritual treasures, even 8th grade spiritual treasures, some rare pill recipes, and ancient pill scriptures, etc. If it is an immortal pill or an immortal medicine, it would be even better. The female elder's face changed slightly. Senior is really generous. There are 7th grade spiritual treasures here, and 8th grade spiritual treasures can also be found. There are also some rare pill recipes. Some immortal pills, immortal medicines, etc. are extremely rare and only appear in top auctions. Not only that, we have countless treasures in Huangxi sect. As long as you have enough immortal crystals, there is nothing you can't buy, such as ancient secrets, immortals legacy, ancient alien species, ancient sacred beasts, etc., and some rare information, or assassinating someone, or hiring some strong people, or some top furnaces, etc., are all here. There are also some big guys who have spent a huge amount of money here to hire 7 or 8 powerful cultivators to destroy a certain sect that they are not on good terms with and completely wipe them out. There are also top grade furnaces here. Xuanji was slightly surprised. That's right. The graceful female cultivator said, since you are here for the first time, you may not understand many things. We have many female elders here who are proficient in the secret art of dual cultivation and provide such services. As long as you can afford the immortal crystals, even if you are a female cultivator of the god transformation, half-step refining void, growth, or even refining void, they will help. Moreover, some female cultivators are of noble status and extraordinary origins, such as the senior elders of some sects, or the daughters of top immortal cultivation families, and some princesses of ancient dynasties. As long as you have a need, we can introduce you and make connections. Xuanji, as expected, money is not omnipotent, but without money, nothing can be done. When I arrived in the immortal cultivation world, it was still the same. The world seemed to have changed, but the world did not seem to have changed much. Immortal crystals are made by extracting the immortal energy from the void and refining it into crystals. Only when you reach the realm of refining emptiness can you feel the immortal world and extract immortal crystals with the help of the gate to the immortal world. Immortal crystals are extremely difficult to refine. In your pocket, you have a lot of top grade spiritual stones, which can be used to trade for some ordinary items, but if you want to exchange for some top grade elixirs, top grade spiritual treasures, etc., you need immortal crystals. Xuan said casually, I want a female cultivator to be my furnace cauldron, and she must be a virgin. Can you introduce me to 1 or 2? Money is not a problem. Sure. The female elder said, it just takes a while. What kind of identity does the senior need this furnace cauldron for? Is she a core elder of the goddess palace, a princess of the dragon clan, or a saint of the demonic path? I can arrange 1 or 2. As for the price, just for a night of pleasure, it only takes 100 immortal crystals. If you want a long-term furnace cauldron, you can only capture some casual cultivators without a backstage, and the price is 3000 immortal crystals. I see, I know. Xuanji nodded, complaining in his heart that the price was too expensive. 1 immortal crystal requires a cultivator of the refining void to purify the immortal energy for a year before it can be refined. 3000 immortal crystals require a cultivator of the refining void to refine it for 3000 years without sleep. The lifespan of a cultivator of the refining void is only 10,000 years. For this little beauty, too much time is given up, and many moments are not worth it. However, he had a deeper understanding of the power of Xuanji in his heart. This big force could be passed down for countless years and still survive. The business was getting bigger and bigger. The water inside was really deep. I don't know if there are backers, and there are many people with black gloves, grey gloves, etc. Many Dao-proving monks are embarrassed and care about face. Things that are not easy to do are just right for Xuanji to do. Anyway, some people's reputation is still bad. He really has no shortage of immortal crystals. The year's fruit tree is an 8th grade spiritual tree and a semi-immortal tree. It can absorb the immortal energy from the immortal world. At the same time, with the help of the 33 heavens treasure, the immortal energy can be purified and tempered. By now, there are more than 1000 immortal crystals in his pocket. Many cultivators of the void refining sect may not have such a lot of wealth. In addition to satisfying their own purchases, they can also do other things. This fellow Taoist, please come this way, the female elder said, and began to introduce some of the conditions of the auction house, as well as the major forces in Zhongzhou, the situation in Yuanzhou, and the other 8 continents. Here, the order is well organized. Even people at the level of god transformation and refining void must follow the rules of voluntary buying and selling. They cannot bully the market, kill people and steal treasures, otherwise they will immediately attract the strong men of the happy sect to suppress them. In a certain shop, Xuanji saw several god transformation demon cultivators, negotiating and bargaining with the other party's principal in a proper manner, which shows that the order here is really very good. In the past, there were indeed some lawless guys who made trouble here, but after a top strong man was suppressed and sealed, no one dared to challenge the rules set by the sect anymore. The female elder said lightly, and her words were full of unspeakable pride. Finally, they arrived at a cave world. There was a huge city in it that was as magnificent as one could imagine, and it was stacked layer by layer. I don't know how many shops were opened and how many strong men were trading. Senior, this is the most high standard auction venue. The female elder said reluctantly. Unfortunately, my status is not high enough. I can only send you here, and someone will serve you next. At this time, another beautiful lady with a high pressure temperament came over. Her cultivation was actually a powerful refining master. She saluted Xuanji and said softly, "My fellow Taoist, I'm Fairyland Yu. I will be responsible for the next work." Xuanji smiled and said, "Sorry to bother you. There are some things that need your guidance." Fairyland Yu smiled and said, "My fellow Taoist, when you come here, you will enjoy some top-notch benefits that will make you unforgettable." Xuanji smiled and said, "I hope so." Chapter 602 Goodbye Bronze Coffin. Thank you for your trouble. This is a reward for you. Xuanji threw another storage bag over. Fairyland Yu took the storage bag, sensed the spiritual stones inside, and immediately became happy. She smiled sweetly, showing her beautiful body, and said in a friendly way, "Thank you, fellow Daoist. Fellow Daoist, come this way." It was too difficult to enter the cave. After walking continuously, the two finally came to a square with a radius of 100 miles. The style here is simple, with green rocks. After being forged by monks, it has become extremely hard. Here, some monks are sitting upright, both men and women. The men have strong auras and the women have beautiful looks. There are human races, demon races, barbarians, dragon races, phoenix races, star races, etc., of different races and shapes, sitting there, expressionless. On their bodies, there are runes that imprison their cultivation. At this moment, some monks outside are pointing and talking about the goods, pointing at the goods, and some take someone away directly, if they like him. Xuanji asked, "Are these cultivators the slaves and furnace tripods you captured?" Fairyland Yu said, "Some cultivators are captured slaves, but some are debt slaves. They owe a lot of debts, and cannot pay back the money, so they can only sell themselves. Some fairies lack pocket money, so they just sell themselves. Some slaves cannot choose their customers, but some fairies can choose their customers. Senior, these are carefully selected. They are first class in both qualifications and appearance. They have a solid foundation and great potential for growth. You can buy a few of them as concubines." Fairyland Yu explained to him softly, talking about the age, bones, qualifications, potential, and magical skills of these female cultivators, etc., in great detail. These female cultivators can be called top geniuses, and their qualifications are not inferior to Ningzhu, Longzhuan and others. However, at this moment, they can only become furnace tripods. Many of them volunteered to become furnace tripods just to obtain resources. In this world, there is no shortage of geniuses, but there is a shortage of resources. If there are not enough resources, many geniuses will be lost in the crowd. Not to mention the transformation of the spirit. The golden elixir is the limit, but if there are enough resources, even if the qualifications and understanding are a little worse, they can become top level masters. Let's change to another place. Xuanji said directly. Dao, let's go to the next store now. Fairyland Yu said. Xuanji nodded and said, "Okay." Under the guidance of Fairyland Yu, they arrived at the Dan Palace, where there were pills placed one by one. The pills were as big as fists, emitting precious light, and were sealed in crystals at this moment. At this moment, the pills were breathing lightly, absorbing the spiritual energy in the world and nourishing themselves. Fairyland Yu said, "Senior, this pill is called the creation pill. After taking it, the cultivators of the void refining realm can make up for their own lack of foundation. This pill is called the Phoenix Nirvana pill. After taking it, it can heal their own Dao injuries. and this pill is called the Heaven Leaking Pill. After taking it, the cultivators of the void refining realm can increase their mana by 3 levels. This pill. Xuanji began to pay, and one after another, the best spirit stones appeared and fell into someone's pocket. He didn't need these pills, but many cultivators of the Lu family needed them desperately, especially Ningzhu, Longzuan, etc. Their qualifications were insufficient. Cultivating to the peak of the spiritualization realm was the limit, and the probability of entering the void refining realm was very low. They could only use pills to make up for their own shortcomings and increase the probability of entering the void refining realm. They arrived at another material hall, where there were innate divine gold, Tei divine iron, Taixuan divine crystal, creation divine wood, etc. These materials could all be used to forge 7th grade spiritual treasures. Xuanji was always buying, and after buying the materials, he threw them directly into the 33 heavens treasure, and began to smelt and improve them. At this moment, on the top floor of the attic, in a secret hall, a man and a woman stood on the high floor, looking down from above, overlooking everything. Everything that happened in the store fell into their eyes. The man had a soft body, wearing a black robe, with long hair tied behind his head, holding a long sword in front of his chest, looking at everything indifferently, without a trace of expression. The woman wore a red palace dress. Her skin was delicate like white jade, her lips were red like fire, her eyes were bright and charming, her fingers were slender, her nails were dyed red, and her fingers were pinching a flower. This person is not simple, the male cultivator said, frowning slightly. He seems to have a magic weapon to protect his body. I can't see through his identity and origin. I can only judge that he has murderous aura and desire for destruction. He is a demon cultivator. As for other information, it is a fog. Even the heavenly secret mirror can't see it. Even if he is also a cultivator of the void refining realm, this situation is still a bit abnormal. At this moment, above his head, a mirror was flashing, seeing through everything. But when the light shone on Xuanji, it was just a fog, nothing. The female cultivator laughed and said, "Isn't this a very common thing? All the cultivators who come here to buy things hide their identities. 6 or 7 out of 10 have fake identities. Not to mention those demon cultivators. Many righteous cultivators also hide their identities, and their concealment is quite exaggerated. Just like just now, you spied that he was a demon cultivator. I think this is fake. Someone deliberately disguised himself and passed on false information." The male cultivator nodded and said, "That's right. This person may have some extraordinary background or a shameful identity. These are not issues we need to care about. As long as he does business in an orderly manner, comes to buy things, does not make trouble, does not cause trouble, and pays for the goods, he is our top VIP." "Yes," the female cultivator nodded and said, "Speaking of which, among the customers who come here to buy things, or dump some smuggled goods, there are only a few innocent ones. Recently, a lot of special goods have come to the sect. You might as well introduce them to him. If he has the courage, and is not afraid of death, it would be great if he can eat them all." The male cultivator nodded and said, "Although we are from the Hehuan demon vein, we have been settling down and building our careers over the years. We have many things to worry about and cannot do many things. But those demon cultivators and the righteous cultivators who hide their identities are bold and fearless, and they are also generous when spending spiritual stones. Many goods of astonishing value and special resources of unknown origin are provided by them, which also bring us unimaginable profits." The female cultivator said, "Open all the secret libraries of the sect. I believe he will like it very much." As she said, she conveyed the message with her mind and notified Fairy Lanayu. After Fairy Lanayu received the message, the joy on her face increased. After walking around the market, Xuanji said, "Okay, let's go to the auction now." Fairy Lanayu nodded, and under her guidance, they came to an exceptionally wide hall. Xuanji was welcomed into the VIP room and sat down. At this moment, many higher-level cultivators were waiting in the venue. Xuanji glanced around and kept comparing. He found that the private room he was in was a luxurious private room on the highest floor. It was the most luxurious, and had a forbidden formation to protect the secrets of the monks. The hall below was filled with many gorgeous seats. They looked like ordinary seats, And they were not something that ordinary monks could expect. They had to be at the level of a spirit transforming cultivator and pay a ticket of 10,000 top grade spirit stones to be eligible to enter. At this moment, the hall was almost full. More than half of the monks were human, and the rest were monks of other races. There were still conflicts between them, but no one dared to make trouble on such a special occasion. Xuanji found that there were more than a dozen private rooms, parallel to his own. Swish. At this moment, a female cultivator stepped onto the platform. She was wearing a white dress, dotted with small flowers, all embroidered with silk. The long dress was wrapped around her exquisite and graceful body, with a high chest, a slender waist, and a round and plump buttocks. She was indescribably graceful and curvy. Her face is like autumn water, her eyes are charming, and she exudes the charm of a mature woman. Her skin is delicate, her eyebrows are like distant mountains, her eyes are shining, and under her slender nose, her cherry-like mouth is rosy and shiny. Her slender snow-white neck is like a swan, and her fullness makes the front of her clothes bulge. Her hips are protruding outwards, which makes her pants tight, and her legs are particularly slender and straight. She has a noble air, holy, elegant, intellectual, and full of maternal nature, which makes people have an impulse to conquer her. After a brief self-introduction, she gently raised her hand to greet, and the first lot appeared. It was a bronze sarcophagus about 3 meters long. At this time, a bronze coffin was put on. On the stage, the female cultivator who presided over the auction said, "Fellow Taoists, this bronze coffin comes from a secret place. According to an elder, this coffin is an ancient artifact. It's a pity that the elders have tried their best, but still can't open it, nor can they find out what treasures are inside. Perhaps there are top treasures inside, or there may be a fairy lying there, or there may be a top-level powerful person. As long as it can be successfully refined and opened, you can get unimaginable opportunities. Since this bronze coffin of unknown origin, the reserve price is 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, and the price will increase by 10,000 each time. Interested parties can compete freely. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. This is not a small amount. The cultivators present are all rich, but they are not squandering. Is it worth spending 100,000 top-grade spirit stones for an unknown thing? It's okay to have money, but you don't want to be a sucker. Many cultivators present hesitated. After waiting for a few breaths, an indifferent voice came from a box. 110,000. Xuanji glanced at it, but didn't see anything. In the venue, the private room had a strict formation, which made it impossible to peek. 150,000. 180,000. Soon, a cultivator followed up and raised the price. The price rose slowly, and after it reached over 300,000, it gradually stagnated. Obviously, no one wanted to be a sucker. Many experienced cultivators could not see the origin, and could only wait for someone to take over. They were unwilling to spend too many spiritual stones. Even the cultivators who made bids were mostly gamblers, thinking of taking it back for a search, and did not expect too much surprise. 300,000 once. 300,000 twice. The female fairy asked twice, and the moment of the hammer was about to fall. Xuanji said, 330,000. Just add that one time, that is, the auction of the coffin. No one argued with him. After all, it was just the first item at the opening. There were still a lot of rare items behind. If you spend too much money now, you will suffer a big loss soon. A moment later, the bronze coffin was delivered to the private room, and Xuanji looked at the coffin with a complicated expression. This is the second bronze coffin. Chapter 603, Fighting for the Void Order. Looking at the two identical bronze coffins and the similar female cultivators, Xuanji's mind was in turmoil, and he thought of many things. Once, when he got the first bronze coffin, he was only at the peak of the golden core elm. After studying it for a while, he did not find any abnormalities. As his cultivation level increased, he continued to study it, but did not find any abnormalities. But the absence of abnormalities was the biggest abnormality. After reaching the state of transformation, he studied the bronze coffin again, but still could not open it. Looking at the two coffins, Xuanji's mind moved, and he put the two coffins together directly. But At this moment, the two coffins made a slight sound, and the coffins merged together to form a brand new coffin. The fused coffin did not change much in appearance, but the aura was deeper and heavier. In the coffin, the beautiful woman sleeping, her appearance was even more stunning, as if she was going to surpass the limits of the human world. This sleeping beauty had skin as white as jade, so white and transparent, with almost no blood color. There was no sign of life on her body, but her body exuded endless beauty. Just a glance at it was enough to make people feel ashamed. At this moment, her cultivation level was automatically upgraded to the first level of refining void. Too beautiful. Is this the evolution of life? Xuanji pondered, with a flash of shock in his eyes. In the world of cultivating immortals, the stronger the cultivation level, the deeper the Taoism, the higher the level of life, the more charming and attractive. Many female cultivators were just average in appearance at the beginning, but as their cultivation level increased, their magic power continued to temper their bodies, shape their bodies, and change their eyes, eyebrows, cheeks, lips, neck, chest, abdomen, buttocks, legs, feet, etc., constantly becoming flawless and more charming. Many top female cultivators do not need to use the charm technique. Just standing there is enough to make low-level cultivators fascinated and unable to extricate themselves. Hoo-hoo. Taking a deep breath, Xuanji looked away and directly put the bronze coffin into his danshan. At this moment, the auction continued. Soon a magic sword was delivered. This was a 7th grade spiritual treasure, full of murderous aura, with clear Taoist patterns engraved on it. The female cultivator spoke up, offering a price of 300,000 top-grade spirit stones. More cultivators spoke up, and the price of the auction kept rising. Finally, the price was 500,000. Then, another longevity pill appeared. Taking it could extend one's lifespan by 5,000 years, which was also very beneficial for the cultivators of the Void Refining sect. Another 7th grade spirit peach appeared. After taking it, it could save the cultivators of the Void Refining sect 100 years of hard training. Another 7th grade 5-element fruit tree appeared, which could suppress the family's luck. Another forbidden weapon appeared, which could launch a 3rd level attack of the Void Refining sect. Another scroll of notes appeared, which recorded the cultivation experience of a senior. Another scroll of exercises appeared, which was left by an immortal. Xuanji looked at it and couldn't help but open his eyes. Sure enough, there were a lot of good things, and he was extremely greedy when he saw them, but it was a pity that he had no money. At the end, the price kept rising. The auction continued, and finally it came to the finale. Under the protection of everyone, a token was held by a maid and placed in the center of the auction. The female cultivator said, "My fellow Taoists, next, we will auction the Void Order. Ask the cultivators in the world, which one does not want to advance to the Void Refining realm. For cultivators, if they cannot reach the Void Refining realm, they are ultimately ants. Without Void Refining cultivators, no matter how much wealth they have, they are just pigs, and no matter how powerful they are just chess pieces, and they cannot become chess players. In the Purple Mansion realm, the top 100 superpowers all have Void Refining cultivators in charge. Once you become a Void Refining cultivator, you can open up a cave in the void and allow cultivators from your family or sect to enter it. When you encounter a strong enemy, even if you are defeated, you can still retreat unscathed. Even when facing a powerful person who is crossing the tribulation, a Void Refining cultivator has the right to say no, I won't say anymore. Let's start the auction of the Void Order now." Many cultivators listened and immediately burst into an uproar. Many cultivators came here to participate in the auction. Isn't it just for a Void Order? In the Purple Mansion world, the top 10 superpowers occupy the resources of the 7th layer of the world. The remaining top 100 to top 10 giant forces occupy the resources of the 2nd layer of the world. The remaining hundreds of millions of sects, family forces, high-level independent cultivators, etc., occupy less than 1 layer of resources. The gap between them is obvious at a glance. In the world of immortal cultivation, the gap between the rich and the poor is greater than that of the earth in the previous life. Under such a pattern, those supergiant forces have monopolized most of the world's resources and almost blocked the way for latecomers to advance. The only gap is the Void Order. As for purchasing the void order, the price paid is simply too exaggerated, beyond the affordability of many families. Looking at the void order, the scene suddenly became quiet. The temperature of the whole venue soared a lot, and all the cultivators' eyes were on the palm-sized purple token. A few demon cultivators even had bloodshot eyes, and they wanted to rush up and snatch it. Of course, this is just a thought. There are various imprisonment formations around, and there are also void refining cultivators spying on everything. No one dares to take action. The moment of action is the moment of suppression, which is the end of sending heads. The female cultivator on the stage began to introduce the purpose of the void order. She received the bottom price. The starting price was 1000 immortal crystals, and each bid must not be less than 100 immortal crystals. The top grade spirit stones were not accepted. They could be replaced with top grade divine objects. The female cultivator said, all irrelevant people who do not have the financial resources, please leave within a quarter of an hour. Interested competitors can continue to stay. Not to mention other things, just 1000 immortal crystals would exclude the 9th level 99 cultivators present. The guests who are truly qualified to participate in the auction are less than 100, or even less. Many cultivators looked at each other, sighed, and turned into streams of light and disappeared. The number of people decreased, and everything became quiet again. It was obvious that this exaggerated and outrageous price had excluded 99% of the cultivators in the field. The only ones who were truly qualified to participate in the competition were only 100 big customers. Xuanji was the first to bid, 1000 immortal crystals, plus a 7th grade longevity fruit, which can extend the life of a cultivator by 10,000 years. 2000 immortal crystals, plus a 7th grade 5 element fruit. 3000 immortal crystals, plus a 7th grade nirvana fruit. 5000 immortal crystals, plus a 7th grade pure yang fruit. The price kept rising, and soon it reached 7000 immortal crystals, plus a number of spiritual objects. Xuanji was secretly surprised. Only when he got here did he realize that he was a poor ghost. The price kept rising. With the power structure in the current Purple Mansion realm, the channel for ordinary peaks of the spiritualization to advance to the void refining realm is almost cut off. If you want to break through this pass, you must get the void order. You can only accept the exploitation and oppression of those superpowers and use a large amount of resources to compete for the pitiful void order. It's like a group of poor dogs fighting for a limited number of bones. The number of void orders is scarce. If you miss this time, you don't know how long you have to wait. It may be 100 years, or 1000 years, or even 10,000 years. For this void order, everything is worth it. Moreover, not only the void order, but also all kinds of resources needed for advancing to the void refining stage are monopolized by those big forces. Many good things are digested by them internally, or simply placed in the treasure house. They would rather keep the treasures for thousands or tens of thousands of years than let them flow out. This world is too unfriendly to the lower level cultivators. You must fight for it. 10,000 immortal crystals, plus 2 7th grade spiritual medicines. The voice of an old man came from a private room. The demonic energy surged on his body. He was a top level demon cultivator. Then, another majestic and deep voice came. 15,000 immortal crystals, plus 5 7th grade spiritual fruits. The one who spoke was a heroic man wearing an imperial robe, with a domineering aura, a heavy sword on his waist, and a look of confidence in his determination to win. Sitting next to him was a female cultivator, dressed a little simply, with tight clothes wrapped around her graceful figure, and her mature and plump charm could not be concealed in her every move. There was also a large group of guards and confidants guarding around. 20,000 immortal crystals. Another person spoke up. This was a beautiful girl. Xuanji looked at the people present. These big customers were all surrounded by people, with many subordinates and many powerful people. They were basically the heads of sects or the emperors of dynasties, and their identities were very important. He was the only one who was alone. At this moment, another stream of light flashed, and monks came one after another to join the auction. These newly arrived monks were all dressed in black robes, even their heads and faces were covered tightly, and they also performed some magical skills to cover their own aura and block spying, so there was no way to know their origins. It seems that many people intend to get the void order, that is, to pass the tribulation immediately. Lu Xuanji thought. In theory, it is not a trivial matter to be promoted to the refining void. You must be fully prepared in all aspects, choose a good day to pass the tribulation, and make sure you are in a good mood. It is also a strong person to protect himself, then pass the tribulation, and prove the way to the refining void. But many times, it is too late. Even if they managed to snatch the void order, there would certainly be other forces that would not give up, and would kill them halfway, or forcibly seize it before the other party passed the tribulation. Those big forces are good at scheming. Not only can they use a void order to collect a lot of money, but they can also bring blood and rain, kill countless people with one peach, and cause dozens or even hundreds of half-step void refining to fight and die. Even on the way, the void refining mighty will also try to snatch it. Lu Xuanji sighed in his heart. Those big guys were too clever. Those old guys are too hateful. They monopolize everything and block everything. If I were to prove my truth, I would definitely go and wipe out the family, destroy those families, and make the void order no longer exist in the world. Lu Xuanji's murderous aura was rising in his heart. Those old guys, it was not enough to monopolize everything in the Purple Mansion realm. They also wanted to tease the people of the world, throw out a bone, and let countless Xuanji snatch it. They watched the drama of a group of dogs snatching bones from behind, playing with everything, controlling everything, dividing, suppressing, and weakening many emerging forces as much as possible, so as to dominate forever. The country will never fall. The bids in the field came one after another and soon rose to 100,000 immortal crystals. This price is a bit scary. The starting price was only 1,000 spirit stones, but now it has reached 100,000 immortal crystals. What a huge profit. How crazy. Lu Xuanji couldn't help but feel a little worried in his heart. It seems that these wealthy forces are still everywhere, and his wealth is not enough. Do you really have to use that trick? Lu Xuanji flashed a trace of hesitation. Forget it, I can only fake it. In the end, Lu Xuanji gritted his teeth and decided to fake it. With the help of the 33 Heavens treasure, Lu Xuanji could not make immortal crystals, but he could make fake immortal crystals. To make a fake. But he didn't want to do this, because it violated his principles as a human being. Forget it. Is this the nature of human beings? Human nature is not evil, but the social environment is like this. In order to survive, we have to do evil. Lu Xuanji sighed, thinking of those demon cultivators in history, the journey of those demon cultivators. He seemed to understand something. A farmer worked hard to farm for a year, but he was hungry. A gangster cheated everywhere, but he made a fortune. Honest people are getting more and more miserable, while bad people are getting more and more prosperous. In the long run, many honest people will become bad people, just to survive. Thinking of this, Lu Xuanji seemed to have figured something out, and he put down the shackles in his heart directly, activated the 33 days treasure, and began to forge. The power of creation surged and entered the top grade spirit stone, and the top grade spirit stone gradually evolved into fairy crystal. A careful inspection found no abnormality at all. But when activating the absorption of the skills, abnormalities can be found. The risk is a bit high, but now there is no need to worry about so much. Those superpowers monopolized a large amount of resources, cut off the path of advancement for the lower level cultivators, and even created the void order to exploit many cultivators. They were despicable and shameless. They relied on their shamelessness to achieve success. Isn't it allowed for him to be a little more despicable and forge the void order? 150,000 immortal crystals. Lu Xuanji said. The venue suddenly became quiet, and everyone was stunned. Another cultivator said, 200,000 immortal crystals. As he said that, as if to prove something, he stood up and said, I, Emperor Wu Shengshan, will use all the treasury to buy the void order. I hope you will stop arguing. Jin will remember your kindness. Haha. Hearing these words, some cultivators laughed. The Emperor of Jin was powerful and strong, but who of the people present was a simple character, and no one cared about the so-called kindness. 180,000 immortal crystals, plus 8 7th grade spiritual fruits. Another female cultivator with white hair on her head, but a face that looked like a girl, began to quote. 250,000 immortal crystals. Lu Xuanji said directly. After all, they were fake immortal crystals, so a little more didn't matter. The atmosphere in the field stagnated, and no one continued to increase the bet for a while. 250,000 immortal crystals, the first time. The female cultivator said. 250,000 immortal crystals, the second time. 250,000 immortal crystals, the third time. The female cultivator spoke very slowly, and was about to say it 3 times. When the hammer was about to fall, a young man said, 270,000 immortal crystals. 320,000 immortal crystals. Xuanji didn't hesitate, and directly increased it by 50,000. The cultivators present were all silent, with complicated expressions. 320,000 immortal crystals, the first time. 320,000 immortal crystals, the second time. 320,000 immortal crystals, the third time. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained the Void Order, the female cultivator said. Finally, the Void Order fell into Xuanji's hands. Chapter 604 New Mobile Phone Function, Game Orchard. On the top of the tall building, a man and a woman stood aside. The male cultivator said, the Void Order has already been owned. It has fallen into the hands of the demon cultivator Xuanji. The female cultivator's eyes flickered, and she saw through everything that happened at the auction, and said, 320,000 immortal crystals, this is too much money. The male cultivator said, after deducting the share handed over to the ancestor, the remaining dividends are enough for us to make a fortune. The female cultivator flashed a trace of regret, and said, who is Xuanji? He spent a lot of top grade spirit stones before, and successfully bought the Void Order. What is his origin? His wealth seems a bit unreasonable. It is impossible to get so much wealth, just by relying on the accumulation of the family or the sect. Could it be that he got the cave of a great master who has achieved the Dao, or the treasure house of a great cultivator who has crossed the tribulation, or the relics of an immortal? Yes, his wealth is unreasonable. The male cultivator also frowned and said, sure enough, every time there is a great tribulation in the world, some treasure houses will appear, and some lucky people will rise. Only this explanation is the most reasonable. He doesn't seem to be the master of a big force. It is more likely that he is a casual cultivator. The female cultivator said, so, he still has some treasures that he hasn't revealed yet, and some treasures that he hasn't revealed yet. The male cultivator said, it's entirely possible. The female cultivator said, in the world of immortal cultivation, the strong have always become stronger and the weak have always become weaker. Those superpowers monopolize everything, and it's too difficult, almost impossible, for those low-level families and low-level independent cultivators to counterattack. Unless they get a stunning adventure. It seems that this person got a stunning adventure. The male cultivator said, should we kill him? As he said that, a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The female cultivator was also thinking, and a trace of heat flashed in her eyes. This is a super big fat sheep. If you kill it, you can get supreme luck. It's naturally not easy to take action in the mall, but when you leave here, it's too easy to surround and kill a lone demon cultivator. If you don't leave, it's not safe to leave. Xuanji entered a cave in the store and lived there temporarily, giving people a feeling of waiting for reinforcement. He opened the formation and took out 18 formation flags to cover the surroundings, then sat up and took out the Void Order to observe. The Void Order is made of 9 heavens white jade, which can be forged into a 9th grade spiritual treasure. The refining method is quite unique, and it contains supreme laws. There are 10 laws in it. It is indeed the work of those big guys. Xuanji frowned slightly, continuously analyzing it. The destiny deduction in the mobile phone is in progress. The data is increasing, and the information becomes clearer. Destiny deduction. Found something abnormal. There is a strange setting in the Void Order that can locate the position of the monk. There is a strange energy in the Void Order that can erode the soul of the monk. There is a strange energy in the Void Order which will cause fatal damage to the monk at a critical moment, causing the monk to perish and become someone else's wedding dress. At this moment, a series of messages came from the mobile phone. Fuck. Xuanji's arms trembled slightly, and he cursed in his heart. Sure enough, never overestimate the bottom line of the old Yinbi. Many big guys just have no bottom line. 320,000 immortal crystals. What is this concept? It is equivalent to a cultivator who works day and night, continuously absorbing immortal energy for 320,000 years to refine so many immortal crystals. It costs too much money. But in the end, the Void Order has a positioning system. As long as he carries the Void Order, there will be strong people who can shoot and kill him. If he refines the Void Order, it will leave hidden dangers, which will completely explode at some point in the future, and he will die without a burial place. Those big guys block the way for the advancement of the lower level cultivators. They only open a hole occasionally, but it is also a big pit. Xuanji said. Sure enough, the Void Order that falls into the hands of the lower level cultivators all have traps and calculations in it. Xuanji said. A trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. However, there is always a way out. At a certain price, I can still imitate the Void Order. As for now, it's time to evacuate. It's no longer safe here. Although the Happy Auction House claims to be trustworthy and will never cheat customers, such words are just for listening. Anyone who takes it seriously is a fool. But Xuanji urged his magic power, and the magic power was infused into the mobile phone, and the mobile phone was activated. The functions of the mobile phone were also updated. After document storage, fate deduction, Beidou map, and mobile banking, a new function called Game Orchard was born. The next moment, Xuanji disappeared, entered the Game Orchard. About half an hour later, the void was shaking, and the door of the cave was broken open. A man and a woman walked in. They were the owners of the Hehuan auction house, Wuji Taoist and Li Luan Fairy. At this moment, there was no trace of Xuanji in the cave. Where did that kid hide? Wuji Taoist said angrily. He ran away. Li Luan Fairy said calmly, we are still careless. This Yuhuashan can get the Hedeo treasure. He must have great luck, and must have a way to escape. Wuji Taoist said unwillingly, there is a formation blocking here, and ordinary teleportation talismans cannot be used at all, unless it is an 8th level teleportation talisman at this point. Everything is clear. The 8th level teleportation talisman requires at least the cultivation of Hedeo and extremely high attainments in the way of talismans. It is rare and precious. The demon cultivator Yuhuashan happened to have one. He directly activated the talisman and escaped. Yes, this Yuhuashan is incredible. Fairy Li Luan exclaimed. He actually escaped, but the story is not over. The moment he refines the Yuhu order is the moment he dies. Taoist Wuji snorted coldly. I tried to deduce his position but couldn't. He was blocked by the secret technique. Not good. At this moment, a maid came in and said anxiously, Master, those immortal crystals are fake. Asshole. What a bastard. Taoist Wuji was angry, and his anger seemed to burn everything and destroy everything. Yuhuashan, you dare to deceive me, I will fight you to the death, to the death. Taoist Wuji, born in the Hehuan demon vein, is also a 3rd level cultivator of Liangsu. He has experienced countless storms from his rise to the present. Even if he suffers a loss, he will get back his face afterwards. But now, he encountered a guy like Yuhuashan, who used fake immortal crystals to deceive the Void Order. He was so bold. In the end, he succeeded. In the storage bag, he also carefully checked the immortal crystals to make sure they were real. Unexpectedly, he was still wrong. If it weren't for the maid who was about to refine an immortal crystal, she might not have discovered that it was a fake. This time, the loss was huge. You bastard, you will die. You are absolutely dead. Dare to challenge the majesty of the Hehuan demon vein. No one can save you. The purple mansion realm is so big, but there is no place for you to hide. Wuji Taoist flashed a trace of murderous intent. His figure flashed, and Wuji Taoist disappeared. The void was changing, and Xuanji appeared in the Game Orchard. Name, Game Orchard. Function, there is an orchard space of 100 meters in radius inside, where spiritual fruits can be planted. Feature, you can plant saplings, irrigate with the water of creation, and use divine materials as fertilizer to water the fruit trees. When the fruit trees are mature, they wither, and the spiritual fruits can be harvested at the same time. Feature, you can stay in the orchard space for 10 minutes. Feature: you can enter and leave at any time, and the entry and exit locations can be changed up to a maximum of 100,000 miles. Time: it takes 10 years to plant a 7th grade spiritual fruit, 100 years to plant an 8th grade spiritual fruit, and 1,000 years to plant a 9th grade spiritual fruit. This is the feature of the game orchard, where various spiritual fruits can be planted. After entering the orchard space, Xuanji left again and appeared in a cave 100,000 miles away. Haha, you can go and seek revenge on Xuanji. Why do you care about me, Xuanji? Xuanji smiled, walked out of the cave, and left directly with a flash of his figure. Here, he did not stay for long, and moved continuously for a long distance. Finally, they arrived at a small town, and settled down temporarily. At this moment, the mobile phone was running, and the pure yang broken sword was running, which had obscured the secrets of heaven, and no cultivator of the void refining sect could peek. But, at this moment, Xuanji felt a little depressed, as if someone was calculating his position. As a result, the pure yang broken sword was only running slightly, and the pure yang mana was changing, which blocked the calculation. Ignoring these, Xuanji took out some materials: Tei Divine Gold, Xuanji Divine Iron, Wuliang Wood, Creation Divine Stone, Xuanji Stone, etc., and threw them into the 33 Heavens treasure, and began to temper this magic weapon to upgrade it. There was a problem with the Void Order, and it could not be upgraded. It could only be upgraded first. The magic weapon was upgraded, and its own combat power could also be upgraded. Moreover, he felt that there would be some surprises after the magic weapon advanced to the 7th grade. The void was changing. The 33 magic weapons were rising and falling. The runes were flashing and changing. The flames were rising and falling, burning the materials, making a hissing sound, and drops of liquid began to merge into the magic weapons. Crack, crack. A slight sound came. Waves of Tao sound came from the magic weapon, and the grade was slowly improving. Xuanji took a deep breath and urged the magic power of creation. The magic power condensed into runes in the void, and the runes condensed into an exquisite formation. The formation twisted and changed, like dragons and snakes dancing, like carp turning into dragons, with unspeakable mystery. The formation condensed and turned into a stream of light, which merged into a magic weapon. He urged the magic power again, condensed into a new formation, and burned it into the magic weapon. As the formation was burned, the power of the magic weapon increased, gradually improving and gradually transforming in a certain direction. The magic weapon is divided into 9 grades. At the beginning, the number of talismans and formations engraved in the magic weapon was very scarce, but as the grade of the magic weapon increased, the formations engraved on it increased, and the number of talismans reached a terrifying level. But when impacting the 7th grade spiritual treasure, these formations must be constantly tempered and concentrated. The number of formations is decreasing, but the power of the magic weapon is increasing. As the formations were engraved, Xuanji's mana was exhausted, and he had to take a mouthful of spiritual liquid. The spiritual liquid quickly transformed into the mana of creation to support the refining. Mana was exhausted again and again, and mana was replenished again and again. The grade of the 33 Heavens treasure was improving, and constantly moving towards the 7th grade. 10 years, it's finally almost done. Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief. The last step is the heavenly tribulation. Waving his hand, and throwing out the 33 Heavens treasure, this set of magic weapons emitted bursts of precious light, and descended on the void. Boom boom boom. Above the sky, terrifying disaster surged, and the disasters of destruction swept everything. The 5-element disaster, the yin and yang disaster, the disaster of creation, the disaster of life and death, and the disasters descended from the disaster clouds, destroying everything, annihilating everything, and turning into a terrifying thunder and lightning zone. The magic weapon was undergoing the disaster, which was somewhat fierce. As the disaster surged, auras descended from the void, staring at the magic weapon closely, as if waiting for something. If the magic weapon failed to survive the disaster, and was completely annihilated, there was naturally no need to say anything. But if the magic weapon succeeded in the disaster, it would break the shackles, and become a 7th grade spiritual treasure. At that moment, countless virtual refining masters would come to fight for 1 or 2. The number of 7th grade spiritual treasures is extremely rare, and even the virtual refining cultivators do not have many. Every time a 7th grade spiritual treasure appears, there are cultivators who snatch one or two. Boom boom boom. The heavenly disaster continued, and after 3 days, it dissipated. The 33 heavenly treasures, hanging high above the void, were shining brightly, emitting a destructive aura. The breath was like fire, shocking the void. At this moment, a palm in the void stretched out directly, grabbing the 33 heaven treasure. This is to pick peaches. But the 33 heaven treasure was running, and many magic weapons were connected together, constantly combining, and turned into a 9-colored longsword. The longsword crossed the sky and directly chopped it down. The palm and the longsword clashed together, the sword light flashed, and the palm was directly cut off, and blood was scattered on the ground. How brave. At this moment, a cultivator descended from the void, and his right hand broke, slightly urging the magic power. The broken palm healed immediately. Swish. At this moment, Xuanji descended. The 33 heaven treasure turned into a stream of light, and merged into the body. Daoyao, come and die. Xuanji shouted, urging the 33 heaven treasure to grow and grow. Speed is increasing, strength is increasing, defense is increasing, mental strength is increasing, explosive power is increasing, and the quality of all aspects is improving in all directions. I don't know how strong the cultivation is. It seemed to be extremely powerful. Xuanji shouted and punched out. Boom. The void exploded, and the terrifying key rushed towards the enemy. Don't leave your magic weapon, or I will kill you. The cultivator of the void refining sect only said half of it, and a terrifying key descended and rushed over. The magic power turned into a galloping dragon, which was ferocious, with clear claws and fangs, as if it wanted to tear everything apart. The terrifying magic power turned into a supreme attack, directly annihilating everything. Crack. However, the cultivator of the void refining sect only held on for a moment, and the sacrificial magic power was collapsing. The dragon was shattering. The cultivator's body flew backwards, and vomited blood on the spot. Chapter 605, Imitation of the Void Order. Boom boom boom. The void was rumbling, and violent explosions were heard at an altitude of 100,000 meters. The vortexes of destructive spiritual energy clashed with each other, and the overbearing and powerful forces intertwined. Black and white intertwined, colliding with each other, destroying each other, and dying. The white flames were surging, emitting a dazzling light, and the temperature of the void rose sharply in a very short period of time. The spiritual energy in the sky was caught in a high energy reaction, and in the violent friction, it evolved into a scorching light. Strange phenomena were rising in the void, constantly crisscrossing, and at the moment of extreme collision, they were heading towards decline. In the endless flames, green water splashes were surging again, and the water vapor was condensing and changing, turning into a world of ocean, drowning in the flames. But the temperature in the flames was rising, as if a sun was rising, as if it was going to evaporate the entire ocean. In the ocean, a man in white was flashing, like a stream of light flashing, only slightly changing his body shape, that is, changing into dozens of phantoms, moving quickly, evolving into different killing moves, stabbing the opponent from different positions and angles. A man in black stood opposite, with white flames rising on his body, the runes on it fluctuating and changing, his body flashing. The speed was so fast that no trace of him could be caught at all. Pure Yang Fist, great sun burning the sky. Xuanji urged the secret technique. His heart was beating violently, making a sound like a war drum. His feet stepped into the void made a hissing sound, and the void was directly trampled out of footprints, and then dissipated. The footsteps moved forward rapidly, the aura of the whole body was condensing, and the magic power was changing, turning into pure Yang magic power. The right arm gathered strength, as if a blue dragon was fighting, and the fist condensed into the ultimate power, like a cannonball blasting out in the air, like a meteor hitting out. At the moment of blasting out, the mana on the fist was erupting. The pure Yang mana was burning, turning into the ultimate impact force, evolving into the pure Yang sun in the void, with rolling heat waves, with the ultimate purification, annihilating the enemy. Good boxing. A trace of surprise and horror flashed in the eyes of Kang He Taoist. But now, there can be no retreat. He can only encourage strength, and the mana is condensing and changing, hitting a vast sea. The waves are surging, annihilating everything. Kang He Teo Teo, Kang He Ancient Wave Palm. Bang. At the moment when the ocean and the sun clashed, the terrifying energy was colliding, and water and fire clashed together. At the same moment, the fist and the palm also clashed together. After experiencing the long-range bombardment of magic, the two fought in close combat for the first time. The violent vibrations came, and his blood was fluctuating, almost vomiting blood, but Lu Xuanji did not retreat at all. Instead, he stepped forward quickly, his right leg slightly bent, as if he was arching his back. His left leg stepped forward, as if shooting a long arrow. His left hand was put together, turning into a fist, and the fist was like a hammer, hammering at the enemy. His right hand was gathered behind, leaning on his waist, and his breath was condensed but not released, and he was not moving. The spine was slightly bent, like a python ready to pounce at any time. Lightning shot out of his eyes, attacking the enemy. Kang He Taoist moved, his body slightly moved half a step to the left, and the position of his body was changing, moving 30 degrees, changing the position, but still facing the enemy. The right hand condensed into a knife, the knife light flashed, cutting towards the left fist. Bang! At the moment of the confrontation, the two changed their positions again. Lu Xuanji's right fist blasted out, and Kang He Taoist counterattacked with his left hand. Bang bang. The figures of the two were changing rapidly. The confrontation intensified. It seemed that the speed of both sides was extremely fast, as if two white lights and black lights were colliding. After countless confrontations, they quickly separated. At the moment of separation, they quickly collided with each other again. At the moment of the two colliding, the sword light was flashing, the knife light was stabbing, the flames were rising and burning, and the ocean was sweeping and drowning. There was a terrifying palm energy impacting all directions, and there was an extinct fist force, destroying all laws. The battle became simple and cruel. Every move melted thousands of moves, turned into a furnace, and turned into an extreme killing. But behind each killing move, there were terrifying killing moves superimposed. Boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, the two fought about 100 moves. Lu Xuanji looked up to the sky and roared. The aura in his body was rising, and the blood in his body was boiling, like rolling mercury, and like a roaring river. The internal organs were running violently, the runes were flashing up and down, and the power of the law was rising and changing. Evolved into the sound of Tao. At this moment, Danshan has turned into a huge space, storing a huge amount of mana inside. Mana is condensing, presenting three forms. Mana condenses into mist and turns into clouds, rising in the sky. It condenses into rivers, gathers into lakes, and condenses into oceans. At the bottom, there are stars and stones. Behind him, a sun is rising, as if to illuminate everything and burn everything. Too strong. At this moment, Lu Xuanji is indescribably excited. In terms of realm, he is still at the peak of half-step refining emptiness, but after integrating the 33 days treasure, the aura on his body rises again, and his cultivation is promoted to a higher realm again, entering the realm of refining emptiness, which is no different from the real refining emptiness cultivator. In terms of speed, strength, defense, attack power, explosive power, agility, mana storage, blood strength, secret attack, magical power, condensation, etc. There is no big difference from the refining emptiness cultivator. Not only that, but it also seems more powerful. Cough cough. Kang He Taoist coughed up blood and fell behind again. Seeing that he could not resist, he immediately asked for help. Daoist Lihuo, save me. When he asked for help, Lu Xuanji felt a chill, and a flaming long sword appeared on his back, and the long sword flashed and slashed towards Lu Xuanji's back. The speed was fast and fierce. At the critical moment, Lu Xuanji's left leg moved slightly, like a spinning top spinning for a moment. But it was only a moment of movement and direction, but he avoided the sneak attack. Kill. Taoist Kang He urged the fist force, like a wave sweeping over, with a mellow and powerful breath. At the same moment, the Taoist Lihuo who had just sneaked in, also urged the killing move to attack. Lihuo burned the sky, and turned into a phoenix burning. You don't have martial ethics. Lu Xuanji sighed slightly, and a trace of retreat flashed across his mind. In an instant, His body split apart and turned into 9 Xuanji. Swish. At this moment, 9 Xuanjis broke through from different directions and began to run away. Bang. Taoist Lihuo punched out and killed 1 Xuanji. Taoist Kang He also punched out and killed 1 Xuanji. But the remaining Xuanji, like a loach, dodged in the blink of an eye, avoiding the enemy siege, breaking out, and disappearing in the white clouds. Damn it. Taoist Kang He wanted to chase and kill, but in the end he had to give up. Chasing separately is very dangerous. But if they chase together, it is easy for the enemy to escape. His footsteps were flashing, and just a quarter of an hour later, Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help laughing. In the battle just now, he roughly calculated his own combat power. It was not difficult to beat a Liangsu cultivator, but he couldn't beat 2. But if he escaped, no one could stop him. Now, I'm also a strong man. Xuanji laughed, feeling very happy. Without the blessing of the 33 days treasure, his aura was declining, and his cultivation was declining. No longer a great power of the refining void realm, but fell to the peak of the transformation spirit realm. Returning to the original realm and cultivation. Estimating his own combat power and the blessing of the 33 heavens supreme treasure on himself, Xuanji was very satisfied. With such strength, he could dominate the world. Even in the golden age, when strong men emerged in large numbers, he was considered a powerful man. But it's still not enough. Xuanji thought. His figure flashed and disappeared. He kept moving and changing his position. Finally, he temporarily settled in a city. After entering the cave, he set up formations around him and prepared everything, and began to observe the nothingness order. The nothingness order was placed in the orchard space. The orchard space is very special and can block all kinds of perceptions. But once the nothingness order is released, it will be immediately sensed by some strong men. Nothingness order Xuanji kept observing and trying to figure out the essence. About 3 years later, he seemed to be familiar with everything. Xuanji took out a piece of divine jade and began to forge it. 9 heavens white jade is a top grade material, and he doesn't have it either. But he still has some ordinary divine jade. If it were an ordinary cultivator, it would be really hard to imitate, but for me who has the power of creation, it's nothing. Xuanji said with a smile. Creation is life, and transformation is death. Creators create evolution. Transformers destroy and perish. Creation power can be used to create, promote the growth of spiritual medicines and spiritual trees, and improve the grade of magic weapons. It can also be used to kill, and can sink all things into a particle state. Promoting the power of creation, the divine jade is evolving, and gradually evolving into 9 heavens white jade. Then, he carved Dao patterns and laws on it. On the void order, there are 10 laws left by the cultivators who have transcended the tribulation, which are quite mysterious. This is also the most difficult part of the void order to imitate. Promoting the power of creation, the Dao patterns are changing, becoming more detailed and reasonable. The laws are changing, and there is more of the breath of transcending the tribulation. Gradually, he began to carve laws on the divine jade. 10 years later, a brand new void order appeared. Xuanji was slightly happy. The counterfeiting was successful, and a brand new void order was made. This void order could not be more real. After the tribulation monk checked it, he would find that it was real, and could not find any faults. I'm a master of counterfeiting. Xuanji smiled slightly. With the improvement of cultivation, the power of creation is also improving, and various manufacturing capabilities are also improving, and the level of counterfeiting is also improving. To be precise, this is no longer a counterfeit, but a real one. It is just like in the previous life on Earth, using science and technology to collide particles, change one element into another, and make stones into gold. This is the real version of turning stones into gold. These artificial golds are no different from real gold. The only difference is that the cost of artificial gold is too high. The money spent on making 1 gram of artificial gold is much more than natural gold. With the help of the power of creation, Xuanji can also change the structure of the divine jade, the structure of the Dao pattern, the form and breath of the law, etc., and forcibly cast the void order. It's just that the price is a bit high. Those big guys can easily make void orders and can make hundreds or thousands of void orders in just one day. But it takes him 10 years to make a void order. I originally planned to make a large number of void orders and then sell them, but now it seems that it is impossible. The cost of imitation is a bit high, Xuanji thought. Then make void orders for me and King Lian, and then we can talk about other things. As he said, he started to make void orders again. 10 years later, the second void order was made. It's time to cross the tribulation and prove the way to refine the void. Xuanji took out the void order and merged it into his body. The token entered the dungeon and immediately emitted a strange aura surrounding his body. The aura on his body detonated, and the sky was covered with dark clouds, and it was dark. It seemed to be condensed to the extreme. Lightning flashed in the void, making a crackling sound. Silver lightning descended, as if a god was wielding a spear and stabbing down. Golden flames were condensing and turning into a flaming phoenix to attack. Dragons and snakes were dancing and turning into a nightmare wind of destruction. The power of the five element was surging and turning into a millstone of destruction. One after another, the calamities continued to bombard. Xuanji's aura was rising, evolving a killing move and bombarding. The heavenly calamity was dissipating. At the same time, part of the lightning was melted into the body, and the cultivation was rising step by step. Crack. The calamities were increasing. The fluctuations of destruction continued to increase, and various calamities were increasing. The stronger the cultivator, the more fierce the calamity. It seemed that the power of the heavenly calamity was also increasing, as if sensing Xuanji's strength. Xuanji's expression became more and more solemn. Boom boom boom. Spells bombarded out and attacked the heavenly calamity. The heavenly tribulation was twisting and changing, and the silver lightning was changing, turning into golden lightning. The golden lightning made a hissing sound and turned into a terrifying thunderbolt that blasted down. Every explosion swept everything and blew up everything. The intensity of the heavenly tribulation and the duration of its duration were extremely long. Xuanji was also a little tired, but he still resisted it. After a month, the heavenly tribulation dissipated. Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, a creepy feeling came, and a huge palm condensed in the void. The palm was like white jade, and there was an eye in the center of the palm, cold and ruthless, which was the hand of God. When it descended, Xuanji felt a sense of despair. Under this palm, there is no doubt that he will die. Once, the Six Desires Demon Lord died under this palm. As if sensing the breath of the void order, the palm hesitated for a moment and then dissipated. Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he escaped safely and achieved the Dao of Refining Void. Chapter 606, Proving the Dao and Refining the Void. After going through numerous hardships and tribulations, he finally achieved the state of refining emptiness. Without the moment of achieving refining emptiness, one will never know how powerful and invincible the cultivators of refining emptiness are. Standing at this moment, Xuanji felt more powerful than ever before. Sensing the void, countless spiritual energy in the void array was fluctuating, like waves. Sensing different types of spiritual energy in the heaven and earth, positive spiritual energy, negative spiritual energy, 5-element spiritual energy, innate evil energy, innate ghost energy, green spiritual energy, and divine evil energy, etc. The spiritual energy of different attributes permeated the void. It kept rising and falling, and kept changing up and down. At this moment, the void was as fragile as paper. Xuanji gently swiped into the torn void, and entered the endless void space. The void changed and returned to the original world. At this moment, with the help of the power of the void, with the void crystal as the foundation, a large-scale teleportation array can be forged, even if it is a long distance of tens of millions of miles or hundreds of millions of miles. It can be moved with shuttle. Just by slightly activating the magic power, countless energies in the void poured into the body like a tide. Looking up at the sun, he seemed to sense something, and flew directly to the sky. The higher he flew, the weaker he felt. The pressure was also increasing, and he was getting farther and farther away from the ground. Gradually, the humans on the ground turned into ants, and the city turned into a small cube, and finally the cube disappeared. At this moment, standing in the sky of 100,000 miles, The meteorite streaked down with unparalleled power. The terrifying rays tore everything apart, and the violent wind annihilated everything. There was also chaotic energy, tearing everything apart and destroying the void. Xuanji activated his magic power, which evolved into the energy to protect his body. His body was moving quickly and shuttled through the meteorite fragments. He kept flying upwards, and the pressure was also increasing. Finally, after flying about 100 miles upwards, the atmosphere became thinner and he shuttled directly into outer space. Standing above the starry sky, Xuanji looked at the planet under his feet and felt a little lonely. Is this the Purple Mansion realm? It's actually a planet. Xuanji looked at the mother planet and sighed. The worlds are different. Some are just plains, with the sky round and the earth square. Some worlds are planets, with the sun and the moon surrounding them, and some worlds are chaotic plains. Standing in outer space, and looking at the Purple Mansion realm, Xuanji felt a little depressed, like an ant looking at Mount Tay. The Purple Mansion realm is like a sleeping giant. Between breaths, countless starlight, sunlight, cosmic energy, etc., gather into its body, transform into spiritual energy, and spread to various locations on the planet, nourishing hundreds of millions of cultivators. On the periphery of the Purple Mansion realm, there is a layer of light fetal membrane, surrounding the planet, showing a light blue color, with purple in the blue. The fetal membrane is like armor, guarding the hundreds of millions of sentient beings in the Purple Mansion realm, blocking the extraterritorial demons, meteorites, rays, and various strange energies. When the extraterritorial cultivators descend on the Purple Mansion realm, they will be suppressed, and 10 levels of strength cannot preserve one level. Sensing the void, there are dense arrays of formations, surrounding the periphery of the world, and the interior of the world, evolving into a great array of killing. These formations are mysterious and incomparable, and have become one of the foundations of the Purple Mansion realm. These formations were all left by the immortals who ascended to the sky in the past. Looking up at the void, the 12 suns are rotating, one after another, constantly changing. There are also 12 moons, also rotating on different orbits, maintaining the ecological balance of the planet. Looking at the starry sky, I feel a sense of loneliness and boredom. In just a moment, the heart can't help but feel desolate and deserted. Sensing the starry sky, Xuanji's heart is warning, feeling great danger and fear. The starry sky is more dangerous than imagined. In the ancient Taoist books, there are records of various dangers in the starry sky, terrifying cosmic rays, destructive void turbulence, stellar extinction forces, rule abnormal fluctuation zones, starry beasts, starry pirates, cosmic weirdness, etc. Many known dangers, and various unknown dangers. Most of the cultivators can only survive on the planet. Only after reaching the stage of refining emptiness can they directly refine the energy of the universe into spiritual energy, survive for a long time in the universe, and travel in the stars. But in fact, not to mention the cultivators of refining emptiness, even the cultivators of the combined way and the cultivators of the cross-tribulation rarely travel in the stars. The danger is too great, and I don't know how many great powers have been buried in the starry sky. The universe is empty and dark, and the planets with life are rare and few. The distance from one planet with life to another is long and boundless, and it is easy to encounter various dangers. Many cultivators travel in the starry sky for thousands or tens of thousands of years, and they may not encounter a planet with life. The lifespan of the cultivators of refining emptiness is 10,000 years, the lifespan of the cultivators of the combined way is 30,000 years, and the lifespan of the cultivators of the cross-tribulation is at most 100,000 years. It seems that the lifespan is long, but it is too short for the long interstellar travel. Moreover, the energy in the universe is thin, far less than the spiritual energy of some planets with life. For those cultivators, traveling in the stars for a short time is okay, but for a long time, their cultivation will not improve but decline. Most of those great masters who have achieved the Dao and the great masters who have passed the tribulation are active within 10 light years of their mother planet, and will not leave too far away. Although the cultivators of the refining void realm are strong, they are still too small compared to the endless starry sky and the vast universe. Suppressing the impulse in his heart, Xuanji returned to the Purple Mansion realm again. When he returned to the Purple Mansion realm, Xuanji took a deep breath and thought about the next plan. When you reach the refining void realm, you can use the void crystal or some other space divine materials to open up the Dangshan world. The Dangshan Pearl is a Dangshan world. The lowest level is a storage bag, storage ring, etc., with limited space area. The small space is a few cubic meters, and the large space is only a few hundred cubic meters. It can store dead objects, but not living objects. At a high level, it is a Dangshan world. The Dangshan world can allow living people to survive, and can adjust the spiritual veins, plant spiritual medicines, raise spiritual beasts, and even adjust the flow of time. Under the transformation of many predecessors, it can even become a Dangshan blessed land, and become a supreme holy place for cultivation. Even if the outside world is changing, the cultivators in the cave world can still be at ease. There are two conditions for building a cave world. One is to enter the realm of refining emptiness, and have perfect control over mana. The second is to have void crystals, void divine crystals, or some other void materials. When building a cave world, it is also divided into two modes. One is to build the cave world in the endless void, relying on the real world, always moving, and it is difficult to capture traces. It can leave a powerful fortress for the family and the sect. At the same time, in the cave world, leave mark of your own soul. If you fall in the outside world, you can use this mark of your soul to revive. The other is to transform the Dangshan space into a cave world, and carry the cave world with you. There are a lot of benefits. Build a cave world for the family, then transform the Dangshan into the cave world, and focus on developing the Dangshan world. Who knows, one day in the future, my Dangshan world will become as vast and huge as the Lucifer realm, Xuanji said in his heart, sensing the breath of King Lian, and going to find it. In Zhongzhou, there is a clear lake. The water in the lake is rippling, and it looks quite green against the backdrop of aquatic plants. There are fish swimming in it, light and cheerful. At the bottom of the lake, there are blue stones. At this moment, the lake is flashing like a mirror, changing up and down. At the bottom of the lake, the water is rippling, and there are violent waves. The lake's surface seems calm, but it is not calm at all at the bottom of the lake. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a big battle is taking place at the bottom of the lake. At the bottom of the lake, a monk was wearing black armor, with a domineering and unparalleled aura. He held a long spear in his hand, which was dancing, and a long black line was drawn in the void, constantly cutting and killing. Another female cultivator was wearing a pink dress and a ponytail. She looked like a girl, but her eyes were full of vicissitudes. She held a long sword as tall as a person in her hand, which was galloping. Another male cultivator had a pair of peach blossom eyes and a refined aura. He held a folding fan in his hand, which was dancing, and turned into cutting power. The three monks had a tacit understanding, and joined forces to attack a female cultivator in green. The female cultivator in green had an outstanding appearance, but she was cold and aloof, like an ice cube. She held a green long sword in her hand, and stabbed and killed. The three joined forces, and came to kill. The killing moves were continuous and incomprehensible, but the female cultivator in green easily resolved everything. Every time she made a move, the void condensed into green lotuses, and as the green lotus bloomed, it evolved into a shocking killing move. Boom boom boom. The three monks clashed with each other. They were extremely powerful, and their attack power was even more powerful. But this space was extremely solid. After the four people fought, there was no sign of damage. Blue Lotus Fortune. The green-clothed female monk urged the long sword. The sword light flashed. The sword energy was crisscrossed and stabbed the black-armored monk. The black-armored monk urged the secret technique, and the armor on his body burst into a dazzling light. The aura was surging, and the runes were flashing and changing, turning into a huge eggshell to wrap his body. But the green sword energy swept over and stabbed on the aura, and the aura was directly broken, and the light on the armor was extinguished. Under the impact of the sword energy, the armor did not last long before it was damaged, and the body was pierced with thousands of holes. Miserable. The black-armored monk was severely injured in an instant. Kill. Feeling the crisis, the remaining two monks urged their killing moves and came to kill. The long sword chopped and killed, turning into a domineering force. The sword energy was crisscrossed, carrying the power of annihilation. The The female cultivator in green did not dodge, but activated the secret technique, and a green lotus suddenly appeared above her head. The green lotus was flashing and changing, dissolving the impact force. Bang bang. The green lotus was rotating faster and faster, while dissolving the impact force. Green lotus destroys the world. The female cultivator in green attacked again. The sword energy was like frost, and there was the power of extinction in the sword energy, tearing everything apart. No, spare my life. The black armored monk felt the breath of death. At the moment of life and death, he was no longer calm and composed. Instead, with fear on his face, he began to beg for mercy. But it was useless. The sword energy tore his body apart and annihilated his soul. The black armored monk died on the spot. You dare to kill him? He comes from an immortal family and is the direct descendant of the immortal lineage. You are finished. Not just you. Even your relatives, your family, your friends, all of the 9 clans will be exterminated. The female cultivator in pink said, her words cold. The green-clothed female cultivator did not answer, but urged the long sword to stab. During this process, there was no emotion or change. The pink-clothed female cultivator was soon injured, and fear flashed in her eyes. She said coldly, you wait. As she spoke, a jade talisman appeared in her hand. She crushed the jade talisman, and the terrifying aura was added to her body, and she was teleported away in an instant. Even if there was a formation to block it, it was difficult to resist the transmission power of the jade rune. The jade talisman was a talisman made by the great master of Hideo. She exchanged it at a great price and used it to save her life at a critical moment. What a pity. The last cultivator sighed and disappeared with the jade talisman. Is this the foundation of the big family? The green-clothed female cultivator saw this scene, and a sigh flashed in her eyes. If there was no jade talisman, I could leave them all here. Concentrating her thoughts, the green-clothed female cultivator began to explore this secret realm. After a while, all the elixirs, magic weapons, elixirs, etc. were looted, and then his figure flashed, leaving the bottom of the lake and appearing on the ground. But at this moment, the talisman was ringing, and a message came. Xuanji, you actually got to void orders, not bad. King Lian was happy and began to go to a certain location. About half a day later, the two met together. After meeting, the two hugged each other intimately, leaning on each other, and talked about what they had encountered recently. After entering Zhangzhou, the two separated temporarily and looked for opportunities. Xuanji roughly talked about some things, but when it came to the moment of imitating the void order, he chose to hide it. King Lian listened, but did not ask any questions. But when he took over the void order, he sighed. A void order is worth 320,000 immortal crystals. It's too expensive. Xuanji said, I'm lucky. There happened to be a void order at the auction. If I'm a little less lucky, I may not be able to encounter a void order that is scattered outside for decades, hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. Those big forces monopolize everything and suppress us low-level cultivators. It's too difficult for low-level cultivators to stand out. King Lian held the void order and said, anyway, I can finally prove the Dao of refining void. Xuanji said, without the void order, if you want to prove the Dao of refining void, you will almost certainly die. Under the bombardment of the hand of God, no one can escape. King Lian stepped forward, kissed him and said, thank you. Xuanji stepped forward and fought back. The two were intimate for a moment again. King Lian said, this time, I also got some adventures and some treasures, but this time I offended some cultivators from big families. As he said, he told the experience of this adventure in detail. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 607 Kyankan Gate. A powerful enemy is attacking. In the cave, the white jade walls were painted with landscapes and beautiful women, looking lifelike. In front of them, there was an incense burner making a wheezing sound, with a faint fragrance leaking out, and the air was fresh. In the center of the cave, there was a gorgeous bed, inlaid with gold and jade, luxurious and extravagant. There was a huge lotus relief on the head of the bed, and fairy patterns on both sides. The golden curtains were looming, like a dream. On the bed, a man and a woman were lying on it. After experiencing the initial joy, they talked to each other about what happened after they separated. Kinglian's beautiful body flashed a blush, and she said, "Since we separated, I have been looking for information about the Void Order, but I didn't find any. Instead, I accidentally found the remains of a secret cave, and then I went to explore it. As a result, I found that this cave is quite mysterious." But not long after, 3 more cultivators appeared. These 3 cultivators were all born in big families or big forces, and their identities were not simple. Seeing that I was alone, they joined forces to besiege me. I killed one, and the other 2 escaped. Those cultivators from big families have many cards to save their lives. Speaking of those moments of transmitting Jade talismans, Kinglian's expression was slightly solemn. "Kinglian, we are weak now, but we will not always be weak. Soon, we will achieve the Dao of refining void, and even become a powerful person who unites the Dao, or even transcend the tribulation, and ascend to heaven. Everything is just beginning, and we still have a long future," Xuanji said to comfort her. "Really?" Kinglian said worriedly. "There were some things I didn't understand in the past, but now I know a lot. The suppression of a low-level cultivators by those top forces is beyond the imagination of the world. Due to the lack of resources, many Xuanji can't fight at all. Some cultivators just emerged and were strangled. Next, we will be in danger. We will encounter suppression from those big forces, or even strangled." Xuanji comforted. "Kinglian, don't worry, I'll take care of everything." He looked open-minded, but his mind was getting more and more serious. From the Void Order, we can see the nature of those big forces. It is impossible and unrealistic to expect those top powerhouses to have noble character, be saints, help the younger generation, and selflessly dedicate themselves. Xuanji said, "Now, you go to attack the refining void." When he was halfway through, he felt creepy, his heart was trembling, and his heart was warning, as if there was a great danger, great fear, and supreme despair coming. Almost in an instant, without time to think, he instinctively opened the 33 heavenly treasures to defend himself and Kinglian. Just then, a huge palm descended, and the terrifying energy tore everything apart, destroyed everything, shattered everything, and turned it into endless nothingness. Bang! The palm continued to impact down, and at the moment, when it was about to annihilate everything, it collided with the 33 heavenly treasures. The golden light and the white light clashed with each other. The white light flew backwards and turned into 33 magic weapons, but the treasure light on them was dimming, and there were different degrees of damage, and then it turned into a stream of light and entered Xuanji's body. Kinglian stood aside, his expression slightly red, and there was a hint of anger. It seemed too hasty. There was no time to put on clothes, and he could only use magic power to transform into clothes to cover himself. There was no need to worry about exposing the body and dying. As the hand fell, the terrifying force tore everything apart. The city where he was originally located was destroyed, and millions of monks were wiped out. The inn where he was located, the cave where he was located, and the various buildings in the city were all turned into broken rubble and scattered in the void. On the opposite side, there stood an indifferent monk, high above, despising everything. At this moment, the earth was breaking, and the city on the ground was heading for destruction. One blow turned it to ashes. This monk destroyed a large city with just one blow, and millions of lives were wiped out. The purpose was just to kill him. Such a scene was unimaginable to Xuanji. In the human race, monks are high above, and mortals are low below. There is a huge gap between monks of different levels. However, no matter how big the gap is, it is openly forbidden to massacre the human race. Population is the root of the human race. In the past, when the immortal families fought each other, one force destroyed another force, and only killed its senior monks. For those low-level monks, as well as mortals, etc., they were all forgiven. Those monks who massacred the human race in large numbers had already been suppressed and wiped out by some big men. Who are you? How dare you destroy a city and cause the death of millions of people? Xuanji asked angrily, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. At the same time, the magic power in his body was surging, like a tide, ready to launch a powerful attack at any time. The cultivator opposite was a cultivator of the 3rd level of Liangsu. He was powerful, came with bad intentions, and had malicious intent. This was a city with a population of 1 million, but in the eyes of this Liangsu cultivator, it was like an ant. Easily wiped out millions of lives without a trace of fluctuation. That cold look made people shudder. The monk waved his hand and wiped the ground, and immediately countless broken flesh, shattered souls, etc., gathered together, constantly evolving and dying, and turned into a blood-colored bead. Xuanji shouted, "What do you mean? Why do you want to kill millions of people?" The cultivator sneered, "I wanted to kill you by surprise, but I didn't expect you to escape. But the result is doomed. I'm at the 3rd level of the refined void realm. It is not easy to suppress the cultivator at the 1st level of the refined void realm. Remember, I'm an elder of the Kyankan sect, named Lin Yuan. As for why I want to kill you, it is because not long ago, your Taoist partner offended a saint of my Kyankan sect. Saint, pay a certain price, and ask me to kill you." As he said that, he looked at King Lian, as if he was looking at a dead person. Xuanji was slightly surprised and looked at King Lian. King Lian said, "So she's a female cultivator. I didn't expect she's the saint of Kyankan sect, but she's a bit useless." Lin Yuan sneered, "You two Daoists are both very talented and have a promising future, but that's why I have to kill you, lest you bring great enemies to my Kyankan sect." Xuanji said, "I can understand that Daoist wants to kill us, but why do you want to massacre these civilians? The civilians are innocent, and the people are so innocent." Lin Yuan said coldly, "Do I kill the civilians? No, it's nothing. It's you two dogs and bitches who are so outrageous that you kill millions of civilians to sacrifice the blood demon pearl. It just so happened that when I passed by here, I saw you doing evil. So I took action to suppress you and kill you. Two Daoists, just surrender." Xuanji, King Lian said. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. It's really amazing to call a deer a horse and turn black and white. As for the truth of the matter, who is the murderer? Many times, it seems unimportant. Xuanji nodded and said, "Dao Yao said it correctly, but I overlooked one point. That is, Dao Yao's strength is not enough to suppress me, but I suppress you. At that time, Dao Yao is the one in danger." Haha. Lin Yuan sneered, "Dao Yao is confident, which is a good thing, but don't be too arrogant. I'm at the 3rd level of refining void, and you are only at the 1st level of refining void. If you use the strong to attack the weak, you will definitely die. As for cross-level battles, it is impossible. Back then, I was also a genius, and fought cross-level battles many times, but after reaching the refining void, everything no longer exists. This is the deity, sent Dao Yao to the west." Boom. Lin Yuan stepped out with his left foot, and his body moved quickly, at an extremely fast speed. In his palm, a snow lotus sword appeared, and the sword light flashed, directly stabbing at Xuanji's neck. The speed was fast and fierce. It was like millions of bees shaking their wings, and the void was also resonated, making a buzzing sound. The moment of attack, the pressure of the pavement swept over. Xuanji felt a little pressure, but more of it was the breath of death. He didn't have time to think about anything. He waved his hand and sent King Lian away. The next moment, he appeared thousands of miles away. "Catch the knife." The breath burst out from Xuanji's palm, and the 9-colored divine knife condensed again. The knife light no longer had the aura of oppression. It returned to its original state, restrained its edge, and became ordinary. But in the ordinary, there was a terrifying murderous intention brewing. After reaching the refining void, the power of this supreme magical power became even more terrifying. With one knife, the 9-colored light flashed and turned into a destructive energy. Bang! The knife and the sword collided. The two fought each other for the first time. The destructive energy impacted, and the waves swept in all directions. But at this moment, 18 large flags appeared around them. The 18 large flags were shining with bronze light, and the black tortoise was depicted on the flags. The black tortoise was ferocious and terrifying. The 18 flags were flashing and changing, turning into a trace of terrifying Dao patterns, connecting to each other, blocking this piece of void. Even if the cultivator of the refining void wanted to escape, it would take some time. Lin Yuan sneered and said, haha, little thief, I used 18 black tortoise flags to seal the void and cut off your escape route. You will definitely die today. Just now, he talked and delayed time, just to arrange the sealing formation and cut off someone's escape. After all, the cultivator of the refining void can tear the void, can teleport in space, and has various life-saving techniques. It is not difficult to defeat a cultivator of the refining void, but it is difficult to kill a cultivator of the refining void. Just now, taking advantage of the moment of conversation, he directly arranged the formation. Xuanji smiled and said, okay, I was thinking, just now that I want to defeat you, but it is a bit difficult to kill you. Now I can catch the turtle in the jar. Kill. At this moment, Xuanji urged his long sword and slashed out. The long sword was like snow, like snowflakes falling from the sky. Swish. Lin Yuan also urged his long sword. The sword light flashed, countless sword shadows flashed, and turned into a killer move. The snowflakes were withering, and the sword shadows were shattering. The way of nature, yin and yang cut the chaos. Xuanji's long sword was flashing. The sword light seemed to be ingenious, as if it was creating all things. Wherever the sword light went, the sun rose and the moon set, and between the rotation of the sun and the moon, it turned into the birth and death of yin and yang. This sword slashed out. The yin and yang were born and died, condensed into a killer sword. This sword slashed out, with the ability to annihilate all laws and destroy eternity. Such a sword method. Lin Yuan trembled slightly, feeling a little fear. This person's understanding of swordsmanship was a little scary. He has lived for 5,300 years, comprehended various magical skills, various swordsmanship, but none of them was as mysterious as this sword. Bang bang. The sword was withering, making a slight whine. Puff. Lin Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He was at a disadvantage for the first time in the confrontation. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. This person was only at the first level of Liangsu, but the strength of his mana and the attack force he could burst out were not inferior to those at the third level of Liangsu. Such an enemy was a bit scary. In the future, Kyankanman will encounter a great enemy. 5-element life and death slash. Xuanji slashed out again. The moment this knife slashed out, it turned into the power of the 5-element, and evolved into the supreme extinction force, drowning everything. The void around him hissed, and the flags around him were shaking, and there was a trace of instability in the seal. Kyankantu. At the critical moment, Lin Yuan urged the magic weapon, and immediately a scroll appeared, the Kyankantu. The scroll was constantly getting bigger, rotating and changing, blocking the front. The Kyankantu evolved and evolved into empty and illusory spaces. Many spaces were superimposed together, layer by layer, evolving into the supreme mystery, blocking the front. Shishi. The violent sound continued. As the sword slashed out, countless spaces were shattered, but the power of the blade was also weakening. Finally, the sharpness of the sword was completely annihilated. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, and took out a jade talisman at the same time, and was about to notify some seniors. He was still careless this time. This enemy was so powerful that he was a little scary. He was a little bit unable to defeat him and wanted to call for reinforcement. But at this moment, Xuanji slashed out the third sword. Buzz. The 33 heavens treasure was running, and the powerful power of creation was infused into his body. Xuanji's cultivation was rising step by step, breaking through the shackles, and entering the second level of refining emptiness, and then the third level of refining emptiness. At the moment of entering the third level of refining emptiness, Xuanji's long sword flashed and slashed out. Swish. It was like cutting through a curtain. It was like the earth was cracking. The Kyankan map was shattered, and countless space mazes were directly destroyed. A bloody mark crossed Lin Yuan's brow, and turned into a bloodline. What a fast sword. Is this your strength? Lin Yuan sighed, sensing the changes in his body. His vitality had been completely cut off by this sword. The enemy opposite him, after performing the secret technique, and entering the third level of the refining void, cut out a sword, and his breath dropped rapidly, returning to the first level of the refining void, and his breath was much weaker. What a sword. Lin Yuan sighed. His body was shattering, like broken porcelain. it turned directly into powder, scattered on the ground, and turned into dust. Lin Yuan fell. Whoosh. Lu Xuanji shook his body and breathed a sigh of relief. He activated the secret technique and directly broke the formation flag. When he arrived outside, he saw King Lian's anxious expression. "Let's go," Lu Xuanji said, and disappeared with King Lian. As for the damaged Kyankan map, the storage bag, and the 18 Xuanwu flags, they were not taken away and were left directly where they were. Chapter 608, Xinglan Saint. Lin Yuan is the elder of Kyankan sect. There are many treasures in his storage bag, including Kyankan diagram, a sword, and other treasures, all of which are valuable. But Lu Xuanji didn't even look at them, and disappeared with King Lian. Swish. Lu Xuanji drove the golden light and disappeared. During the escape, he had planned to break the void and escape, but he seemed to think of something and stopped abruptly. After about 10 breaths, Lu Xuanji's figure flashed and stopped. Boom boom boom. The void exploded, and a voice appeared in the void, descending on the crime scene, observing everything, constantly scanning around, insight into the endless void, looking for some clues. Kyankan sect, it's too fast. King Lian looked at this scene, slightly surprised, and an inexplicable fear flashed in his heart. At the same time, there was a trace of relief. Many cultivators are used to harvesting spoils and leaving with various treasures after killing the enemy. But Lu Xuanji restrained his desire and fled quickly. If he had coveted the spoils, he might have been tracked by the enemy by now. Hide quickly, Lu Xuanji said, activating the secret technique and disappearing underground with King Lian. Boom. The void was torn apart. After Lu Xuanji left, less than 10 breaths later, a monk came. This monk was wearing brown armor, tall and mighty, as strong as an ox, standing there like a tower, with a mask on his face and a heavy sword as tall as a person in his hand. After arriving at the battlefield, the monk's eyes were like lightning, quickly perceiving everything on the battlefield, and searching for relevant information. The nose smelled something, and the ears were shaking slightly, as if looking for something interesting. The monk said in a hoarse voice, "This person is quite skillful." After killing Elder Lin Yuan, he directly evacuated and disappeared. He left without taking any trophies, but he is cautious. Such a cultivator is not easy to deal with. At this moment, the void was flashing, and a female cultivator came. She was wearing a purple palace dress, with a graceful figure and a beautiful face. Her eyebrows were like willows and her eyes were like cold stars, but with a little more murderous aura. Her chest was tall, her legs were slender and long, round and beautiful, and her waist was only as thin as a hand. Her skin was like white jade, and she looked heroic and heroic. "Elder Cheyenne Crossing, can you find the murderer?" the female cultivator asked. "No," Elder Cheyenne Crossing said with regret and a sigh. "That man was very smart. He killed an Elder Liangsu, but he didn't take any spoils. We can't track him. Not only that, he also used secret techniques to mess up the battlefield's energy. The magic energy on the battlefield was quite chaotic, and it was difficult to determine what kind of magic the murderer used. As for Elder Lin Yuan, he suffered a fatal blow. In one blow, he was beaten to ashes, his soul was scattered, and he disappeared. However, I roughly guessed some characteristics of the murderer. The murderer is a Liangsu cultivator, but his cultivation level is not too high, at most the 3rd level of Liangsu. The murderer is not from those big sects, but from a casual cultivator, or a small force. Finally, the murderer is good at swordsmanship, and is a top swordsman. Elder Liangsu was also a big shot in Kyankanman, but now, because of her, he died in the calamity. No matter what the final investigation results are, whether the murderer is arrested or not, she must pay the corresponding price. Elder Cheyenne Crossing asked, "Saint Xinglan, what kind of magic and magical power did that female cultivator perform, and what did she look like?" The female cultivator said, "Elder, this is what that female cultivator looks like." As he spoke, he activated his magic power, which changed in the void, and turned into the image of a female cultivator. This female cultivator wore a green dress, and her aura was as elegant as a lotus, and her aura was smooth and free, as if she could break free of her shackles at any time, and enter a new realm. Elder Cheyenne Crossing looked at the appearance of the female cultivator and activated the North Pole Divine Calculation. to deduce her information based on her appearance. He only deduced for a moment and gave up. The appearance of this female cultivator is disguised by secret techniques. Her appearance is false and her information cannot be deduced. The saint said, "Elder, that female cultivator is proficient in the Green Lotus sword key. Her body is a green lotus and her realm is at the peak of the half-step refining void." Elder Cheyenne Crossing was silent for a long time and said, "It's difficult. With my ability, it is difficult to deduce her information. I must ask Elder Xuanji to help me deduce some of his information." The saint seemed to understand something and nodded. "Elder, I understand." Hiding underground, Xuanji hid. Using the earth escape, he quickly evacuated. After running continuously, he had already left the battlefield far away. Arriving in a small town, the two temporarily settled down and breathed a sigh of relief. Killing a great elder of the Kyankan sect was like stirring up a hornet's nest, which would inevitably attract the Kyankan sect to investigate and pursue. King Lian said, "Xuanji, I'm sorry, I got you into trouble, and it caused the tragic death of millions of people." Xuanji smiled and said, "This is not your fault, but the fault of weakness. If I had the cultivation of Hedao, how could Kyankanman dare to come and force me, and how dare I call a deer a horse? If I had the cultivation of Duji, how could I be afraid of Kyankanman? Any mistakes are due to my own weakness." King Lian frowned and said, "I didn't expect that woman to be the saint of Kyankanman. It's just that the saint's strength is too weak." Xuanji smiled and said, "That saint is very powerful, but not as powerful as you. Kyankanman has a strong foundation, and the saint born is powerful. But your body is King Lian, and you have been practicing hard for many years. You have surpassed your own shackles long ago. It is normal to defeat her. A casual cultivator may not be inferior to those famous and upright sects. As for other things, there is no need to think too much. Let's prove the Dao and refine the void before talking about other things." King Lian nodded. "It is useless to think about many things, so it is better to fight directly." After just a few days of recuperation, King Lian directly activated her key, and suddenly above the sky, the calamity clouds were surging, constantly gathering together, and it was dark. In the black calamity clouds, silver lightning was flashing, the mountains were dancing with silver snakes, and there were red flames rising and falling, and some black demonic energy was rising and falling. The heavenly calamity was brewing, and after a quarter of an hour, the destructive heavenly calamity descended. Boom boom boom. The lightning and thunder blasted down, and the void became pale. The destructive lightning and thunder tore everything apart. The aura of King Lian was rising, and a blue lotus appeared behind her, which was untainted by the mud, noble, and cold. Her aura was changing, and when it was extremely powerful, it turned into a terrifying sword energy that tore towards the lightning. The two collided with each other, and after a stalemate, they dissipated. After the mountains and rivers breathed again, the silver lightning condensed again, twisted and changed, and turned into a terrifying killing move that descended. The blood in King Lian's body was rising, and the long sword in his hand emitted a green light. The sword energy turned into a series of green lotuses, striking the immortal void. The destructive lightning annihilated everything in an instant, and the spiritual energy around became chaotic and disordered. The destructive disasters were superimposed on each other, and the power of the disasters was increasing. Within a radius of dozens of miles, everything turned into a disaster space, and continuous disasters came one after another. The disasters were increasing, and the power was constantly rising. Xuanji looked at the heavenly disaster with a daze, and breathed a sigh of relief. The heavenly disaster was a little scary, but it was also expected. The heavenly disaster was continuing. The nearby cultivators sensed the disaster here and hid away. Some cultivators were very curious and kept approaching. Xuanji was not polite either, and he emitted a breath of pressure and left. Those cultivators vomited blood and left in a hurry. Time was passing. During this process, cultivators came one after another, including several refining cultivators, but they just took a look and left far away to avoid misunderstandings. The calamity continued, and after 3 days, it dissipated. Buzz. The void flickered, and the sky condensed into colorful light, descending into Dao King Lian's body. The aura on King Lian's body was changing, gradually breaking through the shackles and entering the realm of refining emptiness. The King Lian behind him also turned into a stream of light and entered his body. King Lian's body was changing, flashing a white jade-like light, and the aura of his whole body was more in line with the heaven and earth. His magic power was rapidly soaring, and it soared to a certain extent before it stopped moving forward. Xuanji stepped forward and said, "Congratulations, you broke the shackles and entered the realm of refining emptiness. From now on, my life is my own, not the heavens." King Lian smiled and said, "It's still a little short, but the right to speak is increasing. Refining emptiness cultivators are second only to the great power of crossing the calamity and the great boss of Hedao. They are also top cultivators in the purple mansion world. They are also big boss level existences, belonging to the crab type, and can walk sideways. As long as the luck is not too bad, entering some forbidden areas, or provoking some big guys, it can be said that you are free and happy, long-lived, and happy. The lifespan of a cultivator of the refining void is more than 10,000 years. If you take some longevity pills, longevity fruits, etc., your lifespan will be even longer. The cultivator of the refining void has already controlled part of the discourse power of the purple mansion world. It can be called the giant of the ages. It is qualified to change from the chess piece state to the chess player. It is precisely because the cultivator of the refining void is too powerful that many major forces have joined forces to refine the void order, cutting off the possibility of most of the cultivators of the spirit transformation to advance to the refining void. Not good. Someone is calculating me. At this moment, King Lian suddenly said, and a creepy feeling came. But Xuanji urged the 33 days of treasures to hit King Lian's body. It seemed that it was not enough, and the pure yang broken sword was hit into King Lian's body. The two magic weapons started to work. The 33 heavenly treasures were in operation, confusing the heavenly tribulation. The pure yang broken sword was in operation, like a golden sun burning, severing the cause and effect in the void. In the endless void, a vast cave was opened up, showing a round sky and a square earth, with an area of tens of millions of miles. In the cave, many terrains such as mountains, plains, lakes, rivers, hills, valleys, etc. were mixed together, appearing to be scattered and orderly, and under the influence of these terrains, under the artificial transformation, different forms of cultivation environments were evolved. There are ox soaring, hawks running, tigers walking slowly, and monks walking. In the cave, the sun rises and the moon sets, regulating the day and night of the cave. This cave is the Kyankanman station. On a certain peak in the cave, the mountains are steep, and on the peaks there are green bamboos, tall and straight, standing at the foot of the peaks. On the peaks, some spiritual medicines are planted on them, and some incarnation monks use magic to take care of the spiritual medicines. At this time, a girl in red began to climb the mountain. Greetings to Saint Zinglan. Greetings to senior sister. How are you doing, senior sister? Along the way, the Taoist children, herbal farmers, etc., all greeted her. Saint Zinglan nodded in response, quite politely. When they reached the top of the mountain, they saw an old man sitting on a stone bench, holding a black piece in his left hand and a white piece in his right hand. The black piece fell, and the white piece fell again, alternating between black and white. The two chess pieces kept moving, and the chess pieces kept colliding and fighting without interruption. The old man's expression was also distorted, sometimes nervous, sometimes afraid. Saint Zinglan stood aside, waiting quietly. After about 2 hours, the chess game ended. The old man seemed to sense something and said, "Zinglan, you are here. Greetings to Elder Yi." Saint Zinglan stepped forward and said, "I already know your story." The old man said faintly, "I won't say much about other things. Let's play the next game of chess, and then we can talk about other things." Saint Zinglan nodded, sat on the stone bench, and said, "Obedience is worse than respect." Saint Zinglan was not polite either, and directly dropped a black piece there. Snap. Elder Yi smiled, and also dropped a white piece. Black and white were intertwined, and the beginning was relatively scattered, and the battle was calm after all, but gradually the battle became more intense and more tragic. In the fight, the black pieces gradually fell behind, and the white pieces began to gain the upper hand. Finally, Saint Zingland sighed and gave up, saying, "Senior, I give up." Elder Yi smiled and said, "You are not bad at playing chess, but you are impatient when doing things, and impatience can easily cause problems. When playing chess in life, you must be able to endure loneliness. But life is different from playing chess. If you lose a game of chess, you can start again. If you lose your life, there is no possibility of starting again." Saint Zingland said, "Senior, I need your help to calculate the information of a certain cultivator." Elder Yi said, "Okay." Saint Zingland breathed a sigh of relief, took out a gift, and handed it over directly. When asking someone to do something, the weight of the gift is a small issue, the key is sincerity. This is a 20,000-year-old Gynoderma lucidum, which is also a little good for the cultivators of Liangsu. Elder Yi took it, and put it aside casually. He took out the compass, and began to calculate. This compass, called the star compass, can deduce the changes of heaven and man, understand the fate and luck of the cultivator, and calculate a little future secret. Elder Yi asked, "Do you have that person's blood, hair, or anything like that?" Saint Zingland said, "No." Elder Yi said, "Do you have any items that person carried with him?" Saint Zingland said, "No." Elder Yi said, "Then what do you have?" "Only with some information. Can we make a calculation? Blood, hair, or something like that is best, and some personal items are second best. If you don't have these, you can't make a calculation. The price to pay for forced calculation is a bit high." Saint Zingland said, "I don't have these, but I have a sword energy from her." As she spoke, she handed over a sealed sword energy. Chapter 609. The calculation failed. It's safe for the time being. In the cave, Saint Zingland held a crystal in her hand. A blue lotus was sealed in the crystal. It looked like a blue lotus at first glance, but if you look clearly, it was actually condensed from the arrogant sword energy. The blue lotus had delicate textures, green leaves, almost transparent petals, and real and clear stamens. It was exquisite and ingenious, flashing the mysteries of the avenue, evolving the birth and death of all things, and creating mysteries. Elder Yi took the crystal and just glanced at it, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. After another careful inspection, his expression changed from surprise to horror. The green lotus sword key, the sword energy taking shape, has already touched a trace of the Tao rhyme of the immortals. Although it is only the superficial, it is also beyond many cultivators. Elder Yi exclaimed, "The saint is also a peerless monster. Both her comprehension and aptitude are first class. However, she lost to this man, and it is not unfair. Such a genius is qualified to break the shackles, break through the 9 heavenly tribulations, and has a possibility of becoming an immortal. Such a prodigy, whether it is aptitude, comprehension, or opportunity, is first class. It is difficult to kill, and it is best to resolve the grudge." Saint Zingland said, "In the fight for an opportunity, I lost to that person. If I just retreat and admit defeat like this, I will not be willing in my heart." Elder Yi advised, "On the road of cultivating immortals, fight with wits and courage, not anger. Don't be angry in life. Just for that little grudge, it is to become an enemy who will never stop until one dies. It is not worth it, and it is not worth it." Saint Zingland said, "I know all these things. If it were an ordinary grudge, it would still be possible to resolve it, but in my perception, that female cultivator is my human calamity. In this, there is not only a struggle of will and spirit, but also a struggle for destiny. If I kill her, I can not only take away her destiny, but also have a bright future, and even have a chance to prove the Dao, and merge with the Dao. The same is true in reverse. Forget it." Elder Yi sighed and stopped trying to persuade him. The more proud he is, the more he cannot listen to others' advice. He took out the compass, and the needle on the compass was turning, changing up and down. One after another, human figures were flashing and changing, including peddlers, emperors and ministers, cultivators, and demons, and demon cultivators, and all kinds of men and women. The shadows were constantly changing and rising and falling. Among the many human figures, there were threads of cause and effect that connected them together. There were human figures appearing all the time, and there were human figures disappearing. Buzz buzz buzz. As the mana continued to be input, the changes in the star compass became more and more obvious. Countless runes emerged and turned into stars that rose and fell in the void, surrounding the compass and evolving into a vast star phenomenon. The stars were changing and rising. The purple star rose and turned into eternal purple, sitting in the center of the stars, becoming the master of the stars. The moon star rose, emitting cold and frost, freezing everything. The sun star emitted hot flames, burning everything, scorching everything, and evolving endless light. The 7 killing stars, murderous, bloody, the broken army star, the broken army killer, looking down on everything. The greedy wolf star, devouring everything, domineering and cruel. Xianfu star, Wukwa star, Xiangxiang star, sun star, Juman star, Xuanji star, Taiyin star, Xianliang star, Xiantang star, etc. Many life stars each shine and change, evolving different mysteries and fortunes. The vast heavenly Dao is in motion, huge and invisible, carrying thousands of pieces of information and many creations. However, there are layers of fog, blocking the periphery, preventing some information from leaking out. Elder Yi's aura is rising to the extreme, and his mana is being consumed drastically. Fortunately, his lifespan has not been reduced. To peek into the secrets of heaven, one must pay a corresponding price, which will reduce one's own destiny and lifespan. There was once a great man who lived for more than 10,000 years, but in the end he only lived for less than 3,000 years, because he peeked into the secrets of heaven too much, and reduced his own destiny. But, the deduction continues, and it seems that the aura is rising to the extreme. Elder Yi's aura is rising again, and he has already used his own 7th level mana. The star compass is rotating faster and faster, and countless phantoms are flashing and changing, appearing quickly and disappearing quickly. Ziwei Daoshu is deduced to the extreme, in harmony with heaven and earth, touching the laws of heaven and earth in the dark, and absorbing the information from the heavenly Dao. The way of heaven is like a huge USB flash drive, and the information stored on it is as huge as the ocean. The master of heavenly secrets just reaches out and grabs a handful of seawater. As for how much he can grab and how much information he can dig out, it depends on his own luck. The green lotus sealed in the crystal is changing, and information is deduced along the green lotus. In the dimness, the veil is torn apart step by step, revealing the true face of Mount Lu. In the void, a woman in green clothes appears, wearing palace clothes, with a graceful and exquisite figure, and a sword energy soaring into the sky, as if to annihilate the 9 heavens. Her information becomes clearer and clearer, and the mist on her body begins to dissipate, and the mist covering her face gradually dissipates. Elder Yi smiled, and finally got a glimpse of her true face. Saint Zinglin also flashed a trace of joy. The face of each cultivator is unique, and they all carry unique heavenly secret information. There are no 2 leaves in the world that are exactly alike, and there are no 2 people who are exactly alike. Even 2 twins, who seem to have similar faces, actually have subtle differences. Many cultivators use secret techniques to change and disguise their faces when they are outside, or simply use secret techniques to form a mist to cover their faces. This is to prevent retaliation afterwards. It's ridiculous that the dispute has continued until now, and Saint Zinglin doesn't know where the 2 cultivators came from, what their backgrounds are, what their origins are, and even their names. Therefore, the first step of deduction is to determine the face and name of the green-clothed female cultivator. Then, it is the deduction of other information. The first step seems simple, but it is also the most difficult. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, the incident occurred. 33 bright lights burst out from the body of the green-clothed female cultivator, like an eternal sun, emitting scorching light. In the instant of appearance, the destructive aura emitted by those magic weapons swept over and backfired. Elder Yi was slightly surprised, a little surprised, but it seemed natural. Above his head, a puppet appeared, and the puppet's form was quite similar to Elder Yi. Click, click. At this moment, the backlash force was transmitted to the puppet, and some cracks appeared on the puppet. The originally smooth surface also became rough, as if it had experienced countless years and became old. The life-replacing puppet is one of Elder Yi's treasures. A master of heaven's secrets can deduce everything, and draw some information from the way of heaven. But it is precisely because of this, that the backlash is very severe. If you happen to be unlucky and deduce some taboo figures or supreme secret places, you may be killed by the backlash. For safety reasons, Elder Yi spent a huge price to invite a great master of the Hedao to make a life-replacing puppet to bear the backlash brought by deducing the secrets of heaven. Deducing the secrets of heaven, all kinds of damage are transferred to the puppet. With this method, the backlash to oneself is much weaker. Elder Yi frowned slightly and said, "The fog on that green-clothed female cultivator has been dispelled a lot, except for the fog on her face. But with the appearance of that treasure, the fog reappeared, covering up her original aura, and the difficulty of deduction increased a lot." Saint Zinglan said, "This green-clothed female cultivator has a Taoist partner who uses a set of magic weapons composed of 33 treasures, which can burst out with powerful combat power. It was this strong man who killed Elder Lin Yuan. The shapes of those magic weapons are: activate the spell and carve in the void, and you have to carve out the true appearance of that set of magic weapons. But at the moment of carving, you find that your memory is blurred, as if you have forgotten the shape of the magic weapons and the related information. The memory became more and more blurred, and finally you even forgot all the information." "I forgot," Saint Zinglan said. "I forgot. Good treasure. This is another set of 7th grade spiritual treasures. But relying on this set of magic treasures to block my deduction is far from enough." Elder Yi flashed a decisive look. Originally, there was still hesitation in his heart, but at this moment, he was more decisive than ever. He urged the magic power, and the magic power was consumed violently. The deduction did not stop, but increased the strength, and continued to deduce. The way of deduction is like climbing a mountain. The further you go, the more difficult it is. You need to rush to the top of the mountain in one go. With the urging of the magic power, the powerful cultivation of the 7th level of the refining void burst out without any concealment. Above the head, the purple stars were flashing, becoming more and more dazzling and brighter. The life-saving puppet exuded a black light, and the dull eyes became vivid. Silk threads were entangled and changed, and some silk threads disappeared, and new silk threads were born, and they were reincarnated and operated endlessly. The fog began to dissipate again. But, at this moment, a golden broken sword appeared. The broken sword was only 2 feet long, and it was engraved with Dao patterns, like a dragonfish changing. After it appeared, it immediately turned into a golden sun. The vast light, the scorching breath, and the terrifying aura swept everything and suppressed everything. Crack. A violent infiltration came, and the puppet was breaking. It turned into fragments in an instant. Not only that, the terrifying backlash continued, impacting Elder Yi's body. Elder Yi's body was changing drastically. He was originally a young man with handsome looks and delicate skin, like a peerless handsome man, but at the moment of backlash, his appearance became old, and he quickly turned into an old man with wrinkles on his skin. His face became old, and his breath was declining. The eyes no longer had a bright light, but became turbid. The long black hair turned more than half white in an instant. Puff. He opened his mouth and spit out blood again. Elder Yi's cultivation was falling, from the 7th level of refining void to the 4th level of refining void. "Elder Yi, what are you doing?" Crossing Lan asked in horror. His arms were shaking slightly. Something serious had happened. Cough cough cough. Elder Yi coughed, with an angry expression on his face, and was about to curse. What did the saints do to harm him like this? He would feel uncomfortable if he didn't curse. But when his face was distorted, and he was about to curse, he stopped abruptly. Elder Yi sighed. "It's time. It's luck. It's fate. I relied too much on the puppet, but I still suffered a disaster after all. Ha ha ha. Disaster. Ha ha." Elder Yi was not polite, and took it directly. Later, his face became ruddy and his injuries were better. But the lifespan that was lost, and the cultivation that fell, could never be recovered. After suffering a serious backlash, his origin was severely damaged. It was almost impossible to recover to the peak, but it would continue to go downhill. Saint Zinglan asked, "Elder Yi, what happened?" Elder Yi said, "There are some taboos in the deduction of the heavenly secrets. It is not allowed to deduce some big figures, some supreme characters, some sons of luck, or characters with huge cause and effect. The sword just now was a broken immortal weapon, the pure Yang sword. In the past world, it was the supreme treasure of Sword Island. but later, it encountered a great catastrophe, and Sword Island was destroyed. The Pure Yang Immortal Sword was also cut into 2 pieces. But the broken Pure Yang Sword still has great power, which can cover up cause and effect and distort the perception of the Heavenly Secret Master. Cough cough cough. How is it possible? How can he get a broken immortal weapon? Saint Zingland said unwillingly. Even if it is a broken immortal weapon, it is still an immortal weapon, containing powerful power, which can distort the change of cause and effect. Only the great power of Hideo can have a glimpse of its true face. However, in Kyankanman, the great power of Hideo is the foundation of the sect, and it cannot be used unless it is a big deal. For such a small matter, it is not worth it, and impossible to mobilize the foundation of the sect. Elder Yi persuaded Zinglan, let it go. Saint Zinglan said, let it go, but I'm unwilling. How can many things be said to be let go? Just let it go. She is not that magnanimous. In the cave, Lu Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief and said, King Lian, with the Pure Yang broken sword confusing cause and effect, we are temporarily safe. King Lian also breathed a sigh of relief. We killed the people of Kyankanman and escaped. It's a bit incredible. These days, she also inquired about some news about Kyankanman. This sect is extremely powerful and protective, but it has temporarily given up chasing them. Lu Xuanji said, when big forces do things, they always consider the pros and cons and the cost. Just to hunt down a mere refining junior like me, they will alarm some sleeping Hideo masters and those who have crossed the tribulation. It is impossible, and they will not. When the cost is too high, they will choose to give up. Husband, I miss you. Me too, Lu Xuanji said. After that, the 2 of them stayed together again, rolling on the bed, enjoying a good life. Some time ago, they offended Kyankanman and attracted the elders of Kyankanman to hunt them down. King Lian was quite worried. She was frightened and uneasy. Now, everything has finally been settled, and it is safe for the time being. Chapter 610 Heavenly Cause and Effect. On the bed, the 2 of them were venting their feelings and enjoying the beauty of life. The Kyankan sect was a powerful sect with many masters of refining emptiness, as well as powerful masters of combining the Dao, and even possible monks who could transcend the tribulation. Both Lu Xuanji and King Lian were afraid, and had many uneasiness in their hearts. If their identities were exposed, the Kyankan sect would send out its main force to attack and kill them. The Lu family would be wiped out, and Lu Xuanji and King Lian would also be hunted down by powerful men. If they were lucky, they would enter certain forbidden areas and avoid the tribulation. If they were unlucky, they would die in the tribulation. Fortunately, with the help of the Chunayang broken sword, the cause and effect were confused, and they could resist someone's calculations, and were temporarily safe. Thinking about the secret battle that had taken place recently, it was thrilling and exciting. At the moment of fear, the 2 of them were also slightly excited. They hugged each other, enjoying the tenderness and happiness, immersed in it, and tried to forget the pain and unbearableness just now. After the joy, King Lian said, husband, we are finally safe. Lu Xuanji smiled and said, it's not safe, just temporarily safe. To be specific, they have temporarily given up hunting us down, but after a while, it's hard to say. In Kyankanman, the void refining cultivators are also giants, and there are not many in Kyankanman. According to some intelligence, there are 32 void refining cultivators and 3 Hideo masters in Kyankanman. These are the known high level ones. It can be seen how rare the number of void refining cultivators is. The void refining cultivator who was killed by me was named Lin Yuan, and he was at the 3rd level of void refining. He was killed by me, so how could he die in vain? And those Zingland saints also hate you for defeating her, and they also want to kill you, and wash away the shame. These things are not over yet, they are just temporarily over. King Lian said, it's over for now, they will retaliate. Lu Xuanji smiled and said, the broken Pure Yang sword is quite powerful, and can deceive the deductions of the void refining cultivators. But it is a broken sword after all, and more than half of its power has been lost. It may be exposed when facing the calculations of the Hideo masters. We are in danger, and may be exposed at any time. King Lian said, Xuanji, didn't you just say that when big forces do things, they always consider the pros and cons and the costs? They won't hunt down 2 of us, just void refining juniors, and alarm some sleeping Hideo masters. When the cost is too high, they will choose to give up. Yeah, those big sects won't do things that cost too much. Xuanji pondered and asked, tell me, what are those Hideo masters of Kyankan sect doing now? King Lian thought for a moment and said, the Hideo masters are divided into two categories. One category has not much life left and can only go into a deep sleep. As the foundation of the sect, they need special methods to awaken. The other category still has a long life, and most of them are in seclusion or looking for opportunities outside. That is to say, those Hideo masters can't take care of our affairs for the time being, Xuanji said. Those great masters of Hideo may be practicing in seclusion or looking for some adventures outside. It is impossible for them to interrupt their plans for small things. This is a safe time. We must use this time period to work hard to improve our cultivation. The deeper the cultivation, the more we can deceive and confuse cause and effect, and the safer we are. King Lian listened, and her originally relaxed heart became tense. Many forces have similar rules of dealing with the world. Just like the Lu family, if a giant and cultivator is killed by a strong man outside, the Lu family will send cultivators to investigate and find the murderer's traces. Then the late Jiandan will kill. If the Jiandan cultivator dies, the Yuanying cultivator will take action. If the Yuanying dies, the Huashan will take action. This process is a bit like the rhythm of the good baby saving his grandfather and sending heads one by one. It seems a bit stupid, but this is the development model of the family and also the family strategy. When encountering problems, it is often the cultivators below who solve them automatically. After all, the higher the level of the cultivator, the busier they are, and they don't have much time to go and avenge someone. If you are busy with revenge every day, killing this and that, then you don't need to practice. Unless you encounter an emergency, or you really can't solve the problem, then you will ask for help and ask the senior cultivators to help. Frequently asking for help from the seniors will leave the seniors with the impression of incompetence. The same is true for the Kyankan sect. When you encounter problems, you can solve them yourself, and rarely alarm those big guys. Every time you ask for help, you need to lose a certain amount of favors. If you use it too many times, it will make the seniors bored, and even leave an impression of incompetence. Even if you ask for help, the seniors may respond slowly. These great masters of Hideo are slow in action, and this is their opportunity. The matter in Zhongzhou is over. Let's go home, Xuanji said. King Lian nodded. Tearing the void, the two left Zhongzhou and headed towards Donghuanyanchu. In this long journey, if it were in the past, it would take more than a year to return to Chu state by activating the golden light of the earth. But after the Dao refining void, it can continuously tear the void and perform space jumps, which is very fast. It only takes half a day to return to Chu state. When they returned to Chu state, the two entered the Lu family quietly. They did not alarm anyone, nor did they hold a big banquet for the guests and celebrate. As for the news of the Dao refining void, only a few extremely top-level gods were told, and the other cultivators were all kept in the dark and did not know. The stronger the cultivation, the more low-key, because when the cultivation is strong, it can also feel the danger of the world and have awe in the heart. On the contrary, the weak cultivation cannot feel the existence of those big guys, really think that the god is invincible, but arrogant everywhere. In the past, Xuanji thought that the land of the East Wasteland was a wild land, with few strong people and many weak people. Half a step of refining the void can dominate one side. The god cultivator can be a big boss. In the land of the East Wasteland, strong people are rare. However, at this moment, when Xuanji returned to the East Wilderness again, he felt a wave of depression, sensing the endless void. In the turbulent flow of the void, there were caves that were rising and falling, constantly moving, like a stream of light flashing. Among these caves, some have been extinct and are heading for ruins, and it seems that they will disappear completely soon. Some caves do not have any cultivators, but there are many spiritual medicines, magic weapons, and some classics. In some caves, there are a group of cultivators living, who are practicing breathing. In some caves, a group of powerful people are sleeping. In some caves, some supreme killing formations are hidden. These caves are different, rising and falling in the endless void, constantly moving and changing. The previous moment is one position, and the next moment is another position. The moving speed is so fast that even he can hardly catch any traces. But sensing those caves, Xuanji felt uneasy and a little scared. In those caves, there are some top-level strongmen lurking, not only a lot of them, but a lot of them. Sure enough, the seemingly barren East Wasteland actually has top masters lurking. On the contrary, because of its remoteness, there are more high-level cultivators. As for the East Wasteland homestead, the spiritual energy is thin, but it is nothing. Xuanji sighed, when you reach the realm of refining emptiness, you have to constantly repay the cause and effect of heaven and earth. King Lian also frowned and said, I feel that the cause and effect in the void must be repaid, otherwise it will be rejected by heaven and earth and bring disaster. Xuanji's eyes flashed, insight into the changes in the void, sensing the operation of the heavenly secrets, frowned slightly and said, the realm of refining emptiness, this is a dividing point. Under the realm of refining emptiness, there are 6 realms of refining key, building foundation, purple mansion, golden elixir, yuanying, and transformation. The cultivators need to constantly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, obtain various treasures, various spiritual medicines, various spiritual minds, etc., and constantly obtain resources and adventures from the world, so as to continuously strengthen themselves. The stronger your luck, the more adventures you will get, and the more treasures you will get. The broader your future, the more hopeful your future will be. When you cultivate to the realm of transformation, you will have top adventures and opportunities. However, when you reach the realm of refining emptiness, you will start to repay the cause and effect of heaven and earth. How much spiritual energy you have absorbed and how many treasures you have obtained before. You must refine some spiritual energy and many treasures from the endless void and the stars, and feed them back to heaven and earth. Similarly, how many adventures and opportunities you have obtained, you can now feed them back to heaven and earth. When you reach the realm of refining emptiness, cultivators no longer absorb the spiritual energy of the purple mansion, but absorb the energy in the void, as well as the power of the sun, moon, stars, etc., and transform them into spiritual energy. Part of the spiritual energy is used to supply the cultivator's own cultivation. Part of the spiritual energy is fed back to the world, to promote the balance of the world's spiritual energy. Similarly, cultivators, in the early stage, obtain some treasures, some adventures, etc. After proving the way to refining emptiness, they must also constantly create some secret realms, leave some cave inheritances, and some secret manuals of skills, etc. scattered in all directions, leaving them to those who are destined, so as to repay the cause and effect in the dark. Those monks who can ascend to the immortal world must have repaid the cause and effect of heaven and earth. King Lian said, if we fall halfway and cannot repay the cause and effect, then our descendants will bear the corresponding cause and effect on our behalf, and continue to repay the debt. Sensing the changes in the heavenly secrets, King Lian's expression was changing. Debts must be repaid. You can't be a deadbeat. In the past life, a certain big country owed a lot of debts, but it still lived a comfortable life. As the saying goes, the debtor is the boss. But in this world, if you owe a debt to the way of heaven, and don't pay it back, the monks themselves will be rejected by heaven and earth, and will have bad luck. Even their descendants may encounter some major disasters, talent will wither, monks will die, and various problems will emerge in an endless stream. Whether for yourself, or for your family, you must repay the cause and effect. The stronger the cultivation, the more karma one owes to the heaven and earth. On the original basis, the cultivators of Liangsu have to repay twice, the cultivators of Hedao have to repay 4 times, and the cultivators of Duji have to repay 8 times. This may be 8 times. No wonder there are so few immortal cultivators. Only a few cultivators are qualified to pay off their debts. King Lian calculated the secrets of heaven, sensed the karma road to the heaven, and frowned slightly. The debt pressure is a bit heavy, especially for those high-level cultivators. 9 out of 13 return. The pressure of repaying the debt is a bit heavy. Among the debts of the heaven, there are not only installments, but also usury, compound interest, etc. This is to cut a large number of cultivators like leaks. For example, the spiritual energy and resources absorbed by the cultivators of Liangsu are 1, and the repayment time is 2. When they reach the Hedeo realm, the repayment becomes 4. When they reach the Duji realm, it becomes 8. The debt is constantly escalating, and the heavy debt pressure overwhelms many cultivators. Many Duji cultivators may not be able to repay such a high debt, even if they practice hard for a lifetime. Deducing the cause and effect behind the heaven, King Lian's originally happy expression became depressed. "Husband, the way of heaven is a bit deceiving." King Lian said to satisfiedly. "Forget it, at least at that time, the way of heaven favored us, so we could have adventures, obtain various treasures, and rise to prominence." Lu Xuanji said, "As for other things, let's talk about it later." Returning to the Lu family quietly, Lu Xuanji and King Lian arranged everything. Later, Lu Xuanji cut through the void and entered the turbulent flower the void. King Lian also entered the turbulent flower the void later. Swish. Lu Xuanji took out the void crystal, threw it into the void, and then urged the mana to cause the void to fluctuate. The void was twisting and changing, and the power of space entered the void crystal. These stones were melting, and began to turn into a sphere. The sphere was twisting and changing, and mana was infused into it. God crystal, black iron, Ziran and other materials entered it one after another, constantly tempering and building. Gradually, in the endless void, a huge cave world appeared. At the beginning, the internal space of the cave world was very small, just the size of a watermelon, like a storage ring, but with the addition of various materials and the subtle manipulation of magic power, its structure was adjusted, and its framework was constructed and reorganized. The cave world is constantly expanding, gradually turning into a world with a round sky and a square earth. This cave world has a diameter of 100 kilometers and a small area. The space inside is quite desolate, mainly sand, without spiritual energy, and lacks the necessary living environment. Lu Xuanji took action, and threw a 5th grade spiritual vein into the cave world. The spiritual vein was like a giant dragon, lurking underground, and there was a 7th grade peach tree rooted in the center of the cave, starting to regulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and dredge the extreme natural environment. Some spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines were planted in it. A lake was also built in it, and fish fry were thrown into the lake to start breeding fish. Then, a palace was moved in, and some basic construction began. King Lian also joined in, and began to build and construct certain areas. Time passed, and 10 years later the initial construction of the cave was completed. The two of them flashed and entered the cave world. Looking at all this, King Lian frowned slightly and said, "Husband, the environment of the cave world is a bit extreme, not suitable for mortals and low-level cultivators. Only the lowest nascent soul cultivators can enter here to survive and develop. It's still a little bit short." Yes, it's still a little bit short. Lu Xuanji also frowned, feeling a little dissatisfied. Chapter 611. Building a cave world. At this moment, the cave world is a world with a diameter of 100 miles, which is just right. If the diameter of the cave world is expanded, the loss of various void divine stones, the loss of primordial mother iron, and the loss of spiritual veins are all quite huge. Controlling the diameter within 100 miles can save costs. With many arrangements, the cave world is initially formed. However, such a cave world has great defects. The spiritual energy inside is extremely rich, and the laws are incomplete, which is not suitable for ordinary cultivators to survive. The cultivators who enter the cave world are at least at the nascent soul level. When ordinary cultivators enter the cave world, they will suffer from spiritual energy poisoning, because the spiritual energy is too rich. The cave world still has defects, and needs to be further improved, said Lu Xuanji. This cave is enough for the time being. We can transfer some of the Lu family's skills, elixirs, and spiritual medicines here. We can also bring some geniuses in here, to practice hard for a period of time. The spiritual energy here is rich, and the speed of practice is advancing by leaps and bounds. However, the laws are incomplete, and not suitable for long-term practice. After practicing for 100 days, we must leave, and return to the Purple Mansion realm. King Lian said in surprise, with this cave, the Lu family has a solid foundation. Even if the family outside encounters a catastrophe, they can make a comeback with the help of the cave. With this cave, the Lu family can be said to have an indestructible foundation. It's not indestructible, but the ability to resist risks has been greatly improved, Lu Xuanji said. With a wave of his hand, he turned the divine will, spells, magical skills, etc. that he had comprehended into runes, condensed them into a piece of skills, and engraved them in the cave world. People with destiny in the future who enter here may get the corresponding opportunities. King Lian asked, what should this cave be called? Lu Xuanji smiled and said, then it's called King Lian Cave Heaven. King Lian smiled and said, you're really good at flattering. The cave world was initially built successfully, but it was only initially built successfully. Next, the two of them arranged many formations inside and outside the cave. One formation was superimposed on another, and the formations were layered and connected to each other. They were densely packed and numerous, gradually like a hedgehog, opening their sharp points, facing the outside frantically. After 30 years of construction, Lu Xuanji estimated that, if these formations were activated, they would be able to fight against cultivators at the 5th level of the refining void realm. After completing the formation construction, Lu Xuanji sat in the cave and activated many formations, and the formations started to operate immediately. Boom. It was as if the earth was roaring, as if the void was making a sound, and the free energy in the void gathered in the cave. Then, under the transformation of the formation, it turned into a trace of spiritual energy. At the beginning, the amount of spiritual energy was relatively scarce, presenting a mist, but as the spiritual energy gradually increased, it turned into liquid. The liquid spiritual energy was constantly compressed and condensed, turning into spiritual stones. The number of spiritual stones was increasing, and the grade of spiritual stones was improving. Some spiritual stones began to settle to the bottom of the cave, increasing the foundation of the cave. Some spiritual energy began to feed back to the purple mansion world. Woo woo woo. As a large amount of spiritual energy fed back to the purple mansion world, Lu Xuanji felt an indescribable sense of comfort on his body, as if he had opened the golden lock and removed some shackles, and his body felt indescribably relaxed. Above his head, the black calamity was gradually dissipating a little bit, and the karma was decreasing. The dust on the primordial spirit was gently brushed away. His expression was refreshed, and his understanding of the Great Way in the Dark was improved to a higher level. His understanding was abruptly improved by one level. Not only that, Lu Xuanji's blood was surging, emitting golden color, dazzling and bright, like pearls. The blood was surging like the waves, the blood was boiling like the tide, and the physical strength was slowly increasing. Running the technique, the speed of cultivation was much faster, the technique was running more smoothly and freely, and it was more mysterious and incomparable. Wonderful. After repaying the cause and effect of heaven and earth, my cultivation speed is accelerating, heaven and earth are closer to me, and the calamity is also dissipating. Sensing these changes, Lu Xuanji laughed, as if he thought of something, and directly took out the 33 heavens treasure with the help of the magic weapon, to absorb and refine the energy of the void. Woo woo woo. With the blessing of the magic weapon, the speed of refining the energy of the void is faster and more stable. The speed of refining spiritual energy continued to increase. 5 times, 10 times, 15 times, 20 times, and finally increased to 33 times. In other words, his speed of converting spiritual energy is 33 times that of ordinary cultivators of refining emptiness. With the birth of a large amount of spiritual energy, the spiritual energy of the cave heaven has been sufficient, and began to feed back to the world on a large scale. From birth to now, Lu Xuanji has practiced for more than 3,000 years. During this long period of time, the amount of spiritual energy absorbed is so huge. At this moment, he is tempering the energy of the void, transforming it into spiritual energy, and starting to feed back to the whole world, repaying the cause and effect of the past. Time is passing, and 200 years have passed unknowingly. The desolate and lonely world of the past has been transformed by a cultivator with secret techniques. The cave has become prosperous. There are many luxurious buildings in many places. Click, click. On this day, Lu Xuanji opened his eyes, felt the changes in his body, and couldn't help laughing. For 200 years, I have been sleepless, transforming spiritual energy day and night, to feed back to the world, and now I have finally paid off my debt. Looking at the area again, Kinglian is still sitting there, and the Kinglian above his head is flashing and changing. The rhizome of Kinglian is rooted in the void, constantly absorbing the energy of the void, and is transforming it into spiritual energy bit by bit, to feed back to the whole world. But her speed is relatively slow, and it will take another 200 years to pay off the debt. In this process, everything can only be done by oneself. Once, Xuanji planned to repay part of the spiritual energy on behalf of Kinglian. But at the moment of action, he gave up. Many things still have to be done by oneself. Others take shortcuts and often have to pay a price. The process of transforming spiritual energy and feeding back to the world is boring, but it is also a moment to touch the laws of heaven and improve one's own understanding of the Great Way. The benefits are indescribable. With a flashing figure, Xuan left the cave and returned to the Lu family. Closing his eyes, Xuanji felt the changes in himself, and his whole body was extremely relaxed, debt-free and light. His body was in harmony with all things, and his soul resonated with the way of heaven, especially his understanding of the pure Yang Great Way, which became clearer and more sensitive. But, at this moment, in the perception of the mind, he sensed a vast world. This world stands in the universe, as if it is the center of the universe, but it seems to transcend the universe, and become a brand new world. This world is vast and boundless, huge and endless, with no boundaries or ends. The purple mansion realm, in front of this world, is like a speck of dust facing the huge sun. This world exudes a strange magnetic field, attracting many worlds in the endless void, causing many worlds to change and move slightly. This world is the immortal realm. In the vast immortal realm, Xuanji felt extremely shocked, and felt his own insignificance. An inexplicable gravitational force came from this immortal realm, as if to guide him to ascend and enter the immortal realm, but at the same time, another gravitational force came from the purple mansion realm, making him stay firmly in the purple mansion realm. But, sensing the inexplicable gravitational force of the immortal realm, Xuanji practiced his skills, and suddenly runes appeared above his head. The runes were constantly condensing and changing, turning into a huge portal, which was the door to the immortal realm. The door to the immortal realm was engraved in the sea of consciousness. It has a wonderful connection with the immortal realm. After paying off the cause and effect of the heavenly Dao, the suppression of the purple mansion world on him reached its limit, and it was no longer possible to suppress him. Following the perception in the dark, he sensed the breath of the immortal realm, and with the help of this breath, he condensed into the gate of the immortal realm. He activated the technique, and the gate of the immortal realm was trembling slightly, making a hissing sound. At the same time, a great resistance came, as if it was stopping everything and suppressing everything. The pressure was increasing, the difficulty was increasing, and the intuition in the dark was advising him that it was time to give up. Give up everything, and it would be better to give up. Insistence is bound to fail. But Xuanji gritted his teeth, without the slightest thought of giving up, and continued to pull. At the same time, his mana was consuming violently, his body was trembling slightly, and sweat was coming out of his head. About a day later, the gate of the immortal realm trembled slightly, and a wisp of grey gas flew out of the gate of the immortal realm. Swish. It was just a wisp, about the length of a finger, but it was extremely heavy, like a mountain pressing down on one's head. It fell into Xuanji's palm, like a dragon struggling. Only because he was at the level of refining void, he could suppress the grey airflow. If it were a cultivator at the level of transformation, he would not be able to catch it at all. What a fairyland aura. Xuanji took a deep breath, and urged the secret method to start tempering this fairy aura. The fairy aura was twisting and changing, and finally turned into a green crystal, which was the fairy crystal. Fairy crystal. The cultivators at the level of refining void extracted the fairyland aura, tempered it, and condensed it into fairy crystal. For cultivators below the level of refining void, fairy crystals are useless and cannot be used, but for cultivators at the level of refining void, fairy crystals are supreme treasures. Cultivators can use fairy crystals to transform their blood and improve their qualifications. They can use fairy crystals to temper their souls and improve the grade of their primordial spirits. They can use fairy crystals to temper their magic power and comprehend the Great Way. After reaching the level of refining void, the speed of cultivators absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation will be outrageous. If they use fairy crystals for cultivation, the speed will be many times faster. Fairy crystals are also the hard currency for cultivators above the level of refining void to trade, and 99% of the items can be purchased with fairy crystals. It takes a year for a cultivator to extract the spiritual energy from the immortal world and turn it into immortal crystals, which is considered a standard unit of immortal crystals. In the past, Xuanji also used the 8th grade fruit tree to extract immortal energy to refine immortal crystals. As if he thought of something, Xuanji took out the 33 heavenly treasures. The Kyankan Gourd can nourish magic weapons. The Chaos Map can confuse the heaven secrets. The God-killing hammer, ultimate attack. The Optimus Prime, ultimate attack. The Shadowless sword assassinates the invisible. The Immortal Shield, unparalleled defense. The Dingshan Mirror immobilizes the enemy. The Dongshan Eye sees into the void. The Tongshan Bridge, escape. The Zanshan Axe, ultimate attack. The Fengshan Talisman seals the enemy. The Xuanshan Ladder, escape. The Dunai Map deduce the heaven secrets. The Year's Clock changes time. The Gate of All Wonders deduce the heaven secrets. The Dongshan Divine Spear, ultimate attack. The Heaven Secret Ball deduce the heaven secrets. The Avoiding Heaven Coffin avoid calculation of the heaven secrets. The Awakening Bell protects the soul. The Chaos Thunder Talisman absorbs the power of the heaven's calamity. The Book of the Earth, mainly defense. The Bushanding, mainly alchemy. The Swallowing Heavending can produce spirit stones. And the Zushan Armor, mainly defense. 33 treasures rose and fell. They were added to themselves, drawing out immortal energy. Woohoo. The gate to the immortal world trembled, and a trace of immortal energy was drawn down, and then another trace of immortal energy was drawn down. The speed of drawing was much faster than the body itself. In just one day, more than 50 strands of immortal energy were drawn, and the immortal energy was condensing and turning into immortal crystals. Running the exercises and refining the immortal crystals, the speed of cultivation was much faster. It's still a little short. I estimate that it will take another 500 years to enter the second level of refining emptiness. Xuanji thought, and walked out of the retreat. Ding ding ding. At this time, the bell rang. It rang 9 times in a row. Xuanji opened his mouth and transmitted his voice. This deity will preach at Xiang Mountain in 7 days. All Taoist friends can come to listen to the preaching. The voice spread to all parts of Chu State, and cultivators from all over the country felt it. The crowd was boiling. 7 days later, a sea of people gathered at the foot of Xiang Mountain. The monks of the Lu family went out to maintain order around them. They were arranged in order according to their cultivation level. Many monks stood respectfully below, looking up at the legend of the Chu State on the top of the mountain. Standing on the top of the mountain, Xuanji looked down at many monks. Among the crowd, he saw many monks of the Lu family, his 2 sons Lu Zion and Lu Fan, their Taoist partners, and many descendants. At this time, Lu Zion was already at the 3rd level of the spiritualization realm, and Lu Fan was almost at the 1st level of the spiritualization realm. In the crowd, there were 2 disciples, Zhao Qiwen and Li Qingwei. Zhao Qiwen, who had an immortal body and a long life to polish his foundation, had reached the extreme in each realm. He deliberately slowed down and practiced hard for more than 2000 years, but he was only at the peak of the Purple Mansion. As for Li Qingwei, this seemingly poorly qualified disciple, after years of hard practice, he also became a nascent soul cultivator. In the crowd, he also found 2 maids, Longzuan and Ningzu. Longzuan is already at the 7th level of the spiritualization, and Ningzu is at the 8th level. They still need to practice hard for 1000 years before they can reach the peak of the spiritualization and touch the barrier of the void refining. There are also some cultivators from the Wu Kingdom, some demon cultivators from the Yu Kingdom, some monsters from the 10,000 mountains, and some sea creatures from overseas, all gathered here. There are also some foreign cultivators who appear here. Suddenly, Xuanji saw a familiar figure. This is Yi Qingcheng. This former fellow Taoist is still alive and has entered the spiritualization realm. Xuanji smiled slightly with a hint of joy. He has lived for 3000 years, since he started practicing. Many of his predecessors have been outlasted by him, many of his peers have been outlasted by him, and many of his successors have also been outlasted by him. But now, seeing that Yi Qingcheng, his old friend, is still alive, he can't help but feel inexplicably happy. Chapter 612. Potential Limit, Breaking the Bottleneck. Looking at the familiar people and a strange cultivator, Lu Xuanji said, "I'm the Taoist of creation, and I will start to preach to you. The preaching will last for 3 days. After the sermon, you can ask questions freely." Lu Xuanji said some rules, and began to talk. He started from key training, then to foundation building, purple mansion, etc., especially the first few small realms, which were described in great detail. At this moment, the spiritual energy has recovered to its peak, and the spiritual energy in the world is unprecedentedly rich. The number of cultivators is increasing, but the cultivators in the 3 realms of key training, foundation building, and purple mansion still occupy the 999 levels. They are the mainstream of the world in the mainstream of the world of immortal cultivation. Similarly, for those cultivators with strong qualifications, these 3 realms are also extremely important. Only by laying a solid foundation can there be a broad future. If the foundation is not solid, the future is limited. In other words, it takes a huge price to make up for the lack of its own foundation. It took more than 2 days to focus on the description of these 3 realms, and some details were described in detail. After telling all this, he began to tell the secrets of the golden elixir, the skills of the nascent soul, the mysteries of the transformation of the spirit, and also talked about the secrets of the to refining the void. After saying this, he began to tell some popular exercises, and analyzed and understood them in detail. He also gave a detailed description of some great supernatural powers, supreme supernatural powers, etc. After the story was finished, some cultivators asked questions. Lu Xuanji also answered them. Many cultivators began to evolve their own methods, and began to ask questions. Lu Xuanji thought about it, and began to deduce and evolve. At the beginning, some cultivators were afraid, and did not dare to ask, but gradually they became bolder. They began to ask questions. Lu Xuanji also explained. At this moment, the 33 heavenly treasures were running, and gave corresponding answers. Similarly, the mobile phone was running, and destiny deduction was running violently, explaining some questions. 1 question and 1 answer. Some questions have answers, and some questions have no answers. It took 3 days, but time was constantly extending. Time was slipping away, and a year passed unknowingly. After asking, many cultivators had corresponding insights, and entered the enlightenment. The number of people asking questions was getting smaller and smaller. Lu Xuanji was sorting out his gains, and was also quite happy. 1 person's wisdom is short, but 2 people's wisdom is long. No matter how high a person's understanding is, no matter how outstanding his wisdom is, he can't catch up with the understanding and wisdom of a group of people. In the discussion of Taoism, these low-level cultivators certainly gained a lot, and had deep insights. In the discussion, in the constant collision of thoughts, many top cultivators had low cultivation, but their understanding of Taoism, the perception of supernatural powers, etc., also made Lu Xuanji's eyes bright, with a new understanding and analysis. Melting the wisdom of all living beings, various Tao enlightenment, etc. Lu Xuanji's spiritual realm was improving. Looking at the people who were in enlightenment, Lu Xuanji did not disturb them. After setting up barriers around them, he left quietly. Sitting in the cave, Lu Xuanji drank tea and waited patiently. While drinking tea and digesting the insights after preaching, at this moment, he heard the sound of the door. He immediately sensed the arrival of the person. "Greetings, Father." Lu Fan stepped forward and said, kneeling on the ground and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. Then he stood up. Lu Xuanji looked at his son, and couldn't help but said, "Child, you have grown up." He wanted to step forward and give him a pat on the head to kill him, but in an instant he thought of the child in front of him, who was already more than 2,700 years old, already considered an ancestor. As for his cultivation, he was already a powerful god, and was also considered the #1 powerhouse in the East Wilderness. As long as he didn't commit suicide, and didn't provoke some giants, he could dominate the world. Recalling the past, Lu Xuanji said, in the past, you were still a child, still a little immature. At that time, you were 27 years old, seemingly older, but still a child. But in the blink of an eye, 2000 years have passed. Your mother even passed away, and you have grown up to recalling the past. Lu Xuanji's emotions were fluctuating, indulging in memories. Lu Fan stood there, waiting quietly. After a long time, Lu Xuanji said, Feina, you are good. You have done a good job in Wu. I won't say much about the extra things. These are all for you. As he said that, he opened his storage bag and took things out. Everything was fake, only the treasures were real. Nirvana rebirth pill, fortune life pill, body enlightenment pill, bone shedding life pill, etc. Many 6th grade elixirs. Took out a lot and handed them to his son. He took out 1 million top grade spirit stones and handed them to Lu Fan. Lu Fan checked these treasures. His heart beat faster and he couldn't help but say, Father, these treasures are too many. There are too many good things. I'm unworthy of them. As he said that, he took out some things and put them back. Lu Xuanji looked at this scene and could only put some things away helplessly. After packing everything up, Lu Fan stepped forward and said, Father, there are some things that I don't know, and I need your guidance. He asked. Lu Xuanji also answered. At the beginning, the questions were relatively simple, but gradually they became more profound. The discussion continued, and the conversation continued. About half an hour later, Lu Fan left. Then, Lu Xan entered the cave and began to ask questions. Lu Xuanji also patiently answered. Finally, 2 more disciples entered and began to ask questions. Lu Xuanji talked about swordsmanship and magical powers and demonstrated them himself, expressing some of his own insights. There are differences between relatives and strangers, so let's give them special treatment at this moment. Finally, 2 female cultivators entered, one wearing palace clothes, gorgeous as fire, full of enthusiasm, the other wearing white clothes, with a cold temperament, like ice. It was Long Xuan and Ning Xu. After entering the cave, Long Xuan went straight forward, leaned on Lu Xuanji's left, grabbed his arm and said, Master, I miss you. Master, I miss you too. Ning Xu came forward, sat on the other side, and was also close to him. Lu Xuanji was not polite and directly hugged them on his legs, one on the left and one on the right, and said affectionately, I miss you too. It's been a long time since we last met. Long Xuan said, over the years, we sisters have often been in seclusion, and the master has often gone out to look for opportunities. We haven't been close for more than 200 years, and I miss you so much. Smelling the smell close at hand, the palm of his hand went forward to touch someone's face, as if recalling something. It seems a long time since we last met for 200 years. But for the spirit transformation, it is just a very short period of time. The stronger the cultivation, the longer the lifespan, the longer the corresponding time length becomes, and the perception of time becomes duller. Lu Xuanji said, yes, it's been a long time since we last met. If you are qualified to impact the realm of refining emptiness, I will give you a void order each. Thank you, Master. The 2 women looked at each other, and a trace of excitement flashed across their expressions. As their cultivation was improving, their horizons were also rising. The secrets that they didn't know in the past were now vaguely known, but it was precisely because of knowing that they understood the value of the void order more. Ning Xu said, Master, the void order is very valuable. If the price is too high, you can delay it appropriately. Lu Xuanji said, I still have a way to get the void order, but some people with a void order may not be able to prove the void refining Dao. The void order is just a qualification. Whether you can become a void refining Dao depends on your own foundation, your own talent, your understanding, and your destiny. Only a few geniuses are qualified to enter the void refining Dao. With your current qualifications and background, it is difficult to enter the void refining Dao, and the failure rate is even very high. Looking at the 2 maids, Lu Xuanji frowned slightly. The mobile phone is deducing, but, destiny deduction, the results of the 2 people are not very good. Destiny deduction. Long Xuan, with dragon blood, has the talent for transformation, but it is only the talent for transformation at the age of 1500. She entered the realm of transformation at the age of 3500. She entered the peak of transformation and reached the upper limit of potential later. After reaching the upper limit of potential, she fell into a bottleneck and stopped. Moving forward at the age of 5000, she was still stuck at the 9th level of transformation evaluation. Success or failure is due to blood, with dragon blood as the foundation. She has strong talent and a great advantage before the transformation, but when she impacted the moment of refining the void, she was shackled. Solution: refining powerful dragon blood, completing the transformation of life. Evolving into a powerful bloodline, and breaking the shackles with the potential of blood. Solution: cut off the dragon blood on the body, evolve into one's own original bloodline. Transcend the shackles of bloodline. The probability of entering the refining void is less than 1%. Ningzu, cultivating the pure yin holy body, has a strong physique, and has a double day off with Xuanji, so the speed is even faster. At more than 1200 years old, he will break the shackles and enter the realm of transformation. At 3200 years old, he will enter the peak of transformation and reach the upper limit of potential later. After reaching the upper limit of potential, he will fall into a bottleneck and stop moving forward. At 5000 years old, he will still be stuck at the 9th level of transformation. At 5000 years old, he will be shackled by the pure yin holy body and stop at the half step refining the void evaluation. His comprehension is slightly insufficient. His understanding of the pure yin true scripture is lacking, and he cannot perfectly match himself, resulting in a lack of laws and unable to enter the realm of refining the void perfectly. Solution: improve comprehension and understanding of the exercises. Solution: improve physical potential and transform the pure yin holy body. The probability of entering the refining void is less than 1%. All of this is the result of fate deduction. This probability is very low. Many cultivators have a probability of 5 levels before they can impact the realm of refining the void. If it is lower than 5 levels, it is a gamble. If the probability is less than 10, the probability is very low. As for the 1% probability, it is a gamble of life, and a gamble of life that is bound to lose. It may even lead to certain death. Human potential is limited. When you reach a certain level, you will be stuck in a bottleneck and stop moving forward. Obviously, the peak of the spiritualization realm is the upper limit of Long Xuan's potential, and the half-step refining void realm is the upper limit of Ningzu's potential. The so-called upper limit of potential is the highest level that a cup can carry. When it reaches this limit, if you pour more water into it, the water will only overflow and will not increase by a single bit. When Long Xuan and Ningzu reached their upper limit of potential, no matter how much spiritual energy they absorbed or how many pills they took, it would be useless and all would leak out. Refining void realm is a huge threshold. Long Xuan listened and said with a smile, "Master, to be able to reach the 9th level of the spirit transformation, I'm already very satisfied." Yes, Ningzu said, "In the past, I thought that I was a successful person because I became a purple mansion cultivator, but now I'm a spirit transformation master, and I may be able to touch the half-step void refining in the future. I'm already very satisfied. It is far beyond my own expectations." Xuanji said, as the saying goes, aim for the best and get the middle, aim for the middle and get the bottom. You have to work harder. If you don't. Long Xuan said, "Master, is there any way?" "Yes, Master has a way." Ningzu also said, "After reaching the spirit transformation, I feel the bottleneck, and the speed of improving my cultivation has become unprecedentedly slow. If I can break through, it would be best if I can accompany the master for a lifetime." Xuanji said, "I have a treasure that can help you enter the illusion and temper your mind. I also have a treasure that can help you polish your body and increase the upper limit of your potential. As for how many opportunities you can get in the end, it depends on your luck." Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, Xuanji activated the chaos diagram, confusing the perception of the two women. He also activated the magic weapon, escape one diagram, looking for a ray of hope in the dark. The bushinding was in operation and began to transform the bodies of the two people to make up for the shortcomings. But the 33 heavenly treasures started to operate endlessly, evolving into supreme creations, and formed a core around the chaos diagram, escape 1 diagram, Bushanding, etc., and gradually transformed and improved the upper limit of Longzuan and Ningzu's potential. Embarking on the road of cultivating immortals is not only to improve the strength of cultivators, but also to improve the upper limit of their potential. In the past, Xuanji only had the qualification of 3 spiritual roots, and his upper limit of potential was only the peak of foundation building. But with continuous hard practice, using various magic weapons to temper his body, using Bushanji to make up for the lack of foundation, and using various spiritual medicines to nourish, his upper limit of potential is increasing, and he has reached the level of immortals. The speed of the increase in the upper limit of potential far exceeds the speed of the increase in cultivation. Before becoming an immortal, there will be no major bottlenecks. Longzuan, Ningzu and others, however, were much worse. Their cultivation level improved quickly, but their potential limit did improve very slowly. Now they were gradually falling behind. Gradually, they could not keep up with his pace. At this moment, he could only use the 33 Heavens Supreme Treasure to constantly temper their foundations, help them break through bottlenecks, and improve their potential limit. Longzuan and Ningzu suddenly felt dizzy and gradually fell into a deep sleep. Under the influence of the chaos map, they entered the illusion. In the illusion, they polished their state of mind. The escape map was running, raising their comprehension. The heaven repairing cauldron was running, and a trace of heaven repairing ki turned into flowing water and entered their bodies, making up for the deficiencies in their foundations and aptitudes. The 33 Heavens Supreme Treasure was running, improving their state of mind, comprehension, aptitude, etc., raising their upper limit. Chapter 613. Dreaming into Xuanji, Empress Ningzu. In a trance, Longzuan and Ningzu entered the dream and started a new life in the dream world. I hope you succeed, Xuanji said. He could only use this method to make up for the lack of foundation of the two. At the same time, a trace of soul entered the dream and began to guide the lives of the two. Xuanji world, Dacian kingdom. In the palace, the emperor was waiting anxiously, with a somewhat anxious look, walking back and forth. In the room, the cry of a baby came. The door was then opened, and the midwife stepped forward and said, "Congratulations, your majesty, mother and child are safe, and concubine Hui gave birth to a princess." Princess, a princess again. The emperor flashed a trace of anger. "I want a son, not a princess. Why is it a princess again?" The emperor was a little angry, but still entered the room, opened the baby cloth, and looked at the child's bottom. There was no quiff. With a sigh, the emperor left directly. The concubine lying on the bed looked at the emperor who was leaving, and couldn't help crying. Looking at the baby in the maid's arms, she could not help but yell, "You are so disappointing. How come it's a daughter?" While yelling, the concubine also burst into tears. The maid held the baby and asked, "My queen, what should the princess be called?" "Let's call her Xiaoxu," the concubine said. The maid nodded, and there was a princess in the palace, named Ningzu. 3 years later, 7 years later, the concubine died of illness. Ningzu lost her mother, and was adopted by a concubine. Everything was unfortunate, but the concubine who adopted her treated her very well, and treated her like her own daughter. She often paid respects to the queen, and Ningzu went forward to pay respects respectfully. After the queen nodded, she gave some small gifts. She went to pay respects to her father again. After the father nodded, he waved and signaled to leave. Ningzu was slightly disappointed. Not long after, a prince was born in the palace. The emperor was very happy, and exempted the capital from taxes for a year to celebrate. In the palace, he rewarded many palace maids with some cloth, wine, meat, copper coins, etc. When she met her father again, Ningzu saw her brother, who was chubby and cute. She was happy, but she felt bitter in her heart. "Why am I not a boy?" Time passed like water, and she didn't notice it. In the palace, Ningzu seemed transparent. No servants or palace maids bullied her, and the queen didn't deduct her monthly salary. Similarly, the queen and her father didn't get too close to her. In the palace, she had a low sense of existence. As time passed, Ningzu gradually grew up. At the age of 12, She was canonized as Princess Ningdu. At the age of 14, Dakian and Dali had a war. In the war, Dakian suffered heavy losses, and the 200,000 troops were completely destroyed. The envoys of Dali entered the capital, arrogant and extremely domineering in the court, demanding that Dakian cede land, pay compensation, and marry. All the 12 states of Dakian were ceded to Dali. Compensation for Dali was 300,000 pieces of cloth, 100,000 stones of tea, and 3 million taels of silver. He also wanted to marry a princess as the consort of Dali. After a difficult discussion, Dakian agreed to many unreasonable conditions of Dali. Many princesses avoided him. Only Ningzu had no backing, and became a princess of peace. Ningzu did not resist. Her father had raised her for so many years, and it was time to repay him. She packed her wedding clothes, and prepared to get married. But no one expected that ceding land, paying compensation, or marrying was just smoke screen released by the king of Dali. While negotiating peace, sending troops to attack, the Dali army advanced rapidly and killed to the foot of the capital. The father was panicking and afraid, and reorganized his troops to prepare for a battle. But at this time, some generals directly surrendered to the king of Dali and opened the city gate. The Dali army rushed into the capital and the bloody battle began. Boom. With the sound of the battering ram, the palace gate was broken. The Dali emperor, wearing armor, rushed into the palace city, murderous. Greetings, your majesty. My father knelt on the ground, kowtowed and begged for mercy, like a dog wagging its tail for mercy. The greatly emperor said nothing more, and drew his sword to stab him. My father fell in the blood and soul, struggling to say something, but he couldn't, and his arms fell weakly. Tyrant. The queen cursed angrily. Tyrant, then I'll show you what a tyrant is. The greatly emperor walked forward indifferently, picked up the queen directly, and walked towards the palace. The queen patted him weakly, but she was weak and fragile, which aroused someone's desire to conquer. When they arrived at a room, the door closed. Soon there were sounds of taking off clothes, struggling, making love, and tossing. The guards stood outside, guarding firmly. Ningzu looked at this scene, her body trembling, as if she was afraid and worried, and there was a trace of resentment. You want to leave? I'll take you away from here. At this moment, a man in black appeared and said lightly, "Take me." Ningzu said, "Okay." The man in black nodded, grabbed Ningzu and left. Soldiers and generals along the way shouted, organized military formations, and attacked. The man in black held Ningzu in his left hand, and waved his sword in his right hand at a very fast speed, like a gust of wind. Wherever he went, armor shattered, weapons broke, and soldiers fell one after another. One man and one sword, he killed 100,000 troops, and left with Ningzu. When they reached the wilderness, the man in black took off his veil, revealing his handsome face. Ningzu's eyes were red and swollen, and her body was trembling slightly. It seemed that she had not woken up from such misery, and her expression was still in a trance. It was just that, after seeing the handsome face of the man in black, her heart was beating, and she wanted to say a lot, but in the end, she knelt down. "Senior, please teach me martial arts." The man in black said, "If you stab the sword 10,000 times a day, and persist for a year, I will accept you as my apprentice." "Thank you, senior." Ningzu knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. In this continent powerful warriors dominate the world, and even some emperors are afraid of them. Warriors are divided into third-rate warriors, second-rate warriors, first-rate warriors, acquired warriors, innate warriors, and grandmasters. In the palace, there is an innate warrior sitting in charge, and even the emperor respects him very much. Could this senior in front of him be a grandmaster? In order to avenge and kill the enemy, Ningzu began to embark on the road of martial arts. But on the first day, she almost failed. Holding a sword, stabbing a wooden stake, the moment she stabbed it 1,000 times in a row, her arm was numb. She wanted to lie down and rest, but at this moment, the teacher hit her body with the wooden stick in his hand and asked sternly, "Ningzu, have you forgotten the hatred of destroying your country and your family?" "No." Ningzu stood up and continued to stab the wooden stake. When she completed the stabbing of 10,000 swords, her body seemed to be exhausted. She felt indescribable pain all over her body. At this moment, the teacher came forward and began to pinch her arms and massage her shoulders. Her body began to feel numb and her aching body was relieved immediately. A wave of heat flowed through her body and her body felt indescribably strong. The second day, it was still stabbing. The third day, it was still stabbing. The fourth day, it was still stabbing. The fifth day, it was still stabbing. The sixth day, it was still stabbing. For a month in a row, it was still stabbing, and no other moves were learned. Ningzu was a little impatient. The man in black said, "You only need to learn one move in swordsmanship to be invincible in the world." Ningzu had no choice but to continue learning this move. After half a year, the meridians were opened up one after another, and the true key was nourishing the body, the membrane, the internal organs, the blood, bones, bone marrow, etc. The body was improving in all aspects, and the strength and speed were constantly improving. In half a year, it was to overcome various limitations and become a first-class warrior. "It's time to fight," the man in black said, and took him away to kill. Walking in Dakian, Dali, Shenfeng, Mingyan, Hualo and other countries, there were bandits robbing and killing people along the way. There were corrupt officials running rampant. They oppressed the people wantonly. There were also warriors who relied on their powerful military force to rob the people and dominate the market, collecting protection fees. There were all kinds of people Ningzu was killing. The man in black watched from a distance and did not intervene. Ningzu started her first battle. The first time she killed a flower thief, Ningzu's hands were shaking. But gradually, as she killed more people, her mood calmed down. Kill, kill, kill. Those who were killed were all people who deserved to die. If the heaven doesn't take you, the government won't take you. I will take you. In the killing, the man in black told some truths to prevent Ningzu from immersing herself in killing and losing herself. Her cultivation was improving, and she became an acquired warrior. 10 years later, Ningzu became an innate warrior and killed into the imperial capital of Dali with a sword. More than 1,000 bows and crossbows shot, and arrows rained down. Ningzu activated the black cape behind her, and the cape rolled up, and the crossbows and arrows counterattacked, and soldiers fell one by one. Another 3,000 heavy armored infantry, wearing heavy armor and holding long swords, were in unison, slashing towards Ningzu. Ningzu's footsteps flashed, and the sword light was like the wind, and the sword was so fast that you couldn't see its shadow. In just 10 breaths, she killed 3,000 heavy armored infantry. In front of the palace, 3 innate warriors appeared. Ningzu activated the sword and went forward to fight. The sword light was like snow, and after 100 moves, the 3 innate warriors were destroyed. The Emperor of Dali fell into darkness in astonishment. A corpse fell to the ground. Ningzu laughed and disappeared. When she saw her master again, Ningzu stepped forward and said, "Teacher, I have revenge." The man in black said, "In a short distance, I'm invincible. In a small space, everyone is the enemy. This is the way of martial arts. I should go." The man in black said, and disappeared. Ningzu chased after him, but she could no longer find the trace of her teacher. After revenge, Ningzu was at a loss, not knowing where the future would lead. As if thinking of something, Ningzu began to recruit the remnants of Dakian, and began to rebuild the Dakian Empire. After Dakian was rebuilt, Ningzu became the first female emperor. Then, she reformed the official system, established 3 provinces and 6 ministries, established the Plum Blossom Internal Guard to monitor all officials, established the Jinaiwari to monitor the people of the world in the strong men, and recruited young people, gradually more than 10,000 Wuwei, to teach their skills. The war began, and later destroyed the Dali Kingdom, the Shenfeng Kingdom, the Mingyan, the Huoluo, and the overseas countries. Wherever the army swept, it swept everything, and wherever it went, it looked down on everyone. One country after another was destroyed, and many armies were defeated. Countless warriors resisted, and unrest continued everywhere. The rioting warriors were suppressed by the Jinaiwari. Countless sects were destroyed, and many martial arts books fell into the palace. The riots of warriors, like flames, were extinguished one after another. It just stirred up a storm, and then it disappeared. Another innate warrior organized to assassinate the Empress Ningzu. However, the 18 innate warriors took action, but disappeared silently, and there was no news. The next day, Empress Ningzu still went to court. The world is changing. In just 18 years, Empress Ningzu has destroyed countless countries, unified the continent, and achieved eternal greatness. Empress Ningzu, with her powerful martial arts skills, became the strongest person on the continent. After the unification of the continent, Empress Ningzu cultivated Jade Emperor Ice, with an output of 3000 katas per mu, so that all living beings could have enough food and clothing, and every family could be well off. She also summoned scholars to edit the martial arts classics, spreading martial arts all over the world, and everyone could practice martial arts. Time passed, and 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Ningzu sat on the throne, but her expression was lonely, and a trace of unwillingness flashed across her. The lifespan of an innate warrior is only 120 years. Now I'm 140 years old, which is far beyond the limit of innateness, but my lifespan is about to end. Where are you, teacher? Over the years, I have been looking for you everywhere in the world, but I can't find any trace of you. Teacher, where are you? I know you are still alive, Ningzu said, with a pleading look on her face. At this moment, a black shadow flashed in the void, and a handsome boy appeared. It was the former teacher. Ningzu smiled and said, Teacher, I have done all this over the years just to get your affirmation. Am I doing well? The teacher nodded and said, I'm doing very well. Ningzu said, Teacher still looks like a teenager, but I'm old. Before I die, my biggest wish is to see you once. But why did you leave me? Why did you do this? I only love you in my life. You are my son, but why did you leave me and leave me? It seemed that the question was a little anxious, and she couldn't help coughing a few times. The teacher sighed and said, Zua, I've always been by your side, but you just can't see me. Ningzu was slightly surprised and said, I can't see. The teacher said, Zua, when you become a Grand Master, you will be able to see me. It's a pity that you are still a little short of it. You are stuck in the innate perfection for your whole life, and have not been able to touch the secrets of the Grand Master. Ningzu said, Grand Master? She clenched her fists, a little unwilling. Over the years, her cultivation has become more and more profound, and her strength has become stronger. She once killed 18 innate warriors by herself, and her strength was strong. But she is still in the innate perfection, which is still a little short of it. The teacher said, the innate lifespan is 120 years, but the Grandmaster's lifespan is 1000 years. You are still a little short of it. Ningzu said, Teacher, I'm sorry, I still failed you. After saying that, she seemed to have exhausted all her strength. At night, she sat on the spot. The man in black sighed, and the world shattered and dissipated. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 614, Second Life, Blue Silver Legend. The first life ended. The second life began. In the second life, Ningzu and Xuanji were born on the same planet, in the same village. They were childhood sweethearts, and were very close to each other. This planet has a unique cultivation system called Wuhan. At the age of 6, Ningzu awakened her Wuhan, which was the ice and snow goddess, with an innate soul power of 10, making her a top-level genius. Xuanji awakened his Wuhan, which was the blue silver grass, with an innate soul power of 3. With different levels of innate soul power, the two embarked on different paths. One became a top genius, joined a large sect, and became a true disciple of the sect. The other joined a low-level soul master academy, and began to study. The two often exchanged letters. The sect master often said that dragons do not live with snakes, and phoenixes do not live with snakes. He is not worthy of you, and is not worthy of your closeness. Ningzu was silent, but she also secretly distanced herself from him, and gradually the correspondence became less and less. Later, the letters also stopped. Ningzu was cultivating, advancing 3 levels a year on average. At the age of 12, she reached level 28. She began to join the Imperial Dao Academy, met various nobles, and embarked on a new life. As her realm was upgraded, her cultivation speed became relatively slow, becoming 2 levels a year, 1 level a year, 1 level a year, 1 level a year, and 1 level a year. but at the age of 13, she became a level 30 soul master. At the age of 17, she became a level 40 soul lord. At the age of 25, she became a level 50 soul king. At the age of 32, she became a level 60 soul emperor. At the age of 42, she became a level 70 soul saint. At the age of 62, she became an 80 soul Daoluo. At the age of 100, she became a titled Daoluo. The lifespan of a titled Daoluo is 300 years. After reaching the level of a titled Daoluo, each upgrade increases the lifespan by 100 years. It takes 100 years to become a titled Daoluo, which is a normal speed among the titled Daoluos of all generations. As for those who become titled Daoluos before the age of 50, most of them have gone through the divine test. In the spirit hall, all the angel spirit owners of all generations became titled Daoluo before the age of 50, more than twice as fast as other titled Daoluo, because the god test was accelerating. After becoming a titled Daoluo, Ningzu was full of energy and traveled around the continent, looking for the way to become a god. 10 years later, she found the inheritance of the ice god. After going through the ice god test, she became a level 1 god of ice. At the age of 130, she ascended to the god realm and became a legend. On the other side, Xuanji joined a certain early soul master academy and began to embark on the road of cultivation, but the beginning was not smooth. After a year, the soul power was only improved by 1 level, from soul master level 3 to soul master level 4. At this speed, he became a soul master at the age of 16, a great soul master in his 30s, and a soul master at the age of 50, and then his life would be over. He was a little unwilling, and began to read various books, trying to change everything. Reading may not change your destiny, but not reading will definitely not change your destiny. In the book, he learned a lot of news. At this time, the spirit hall dominated everything, and several other major sects dominated the area. The sea god had not yet become a god, and many plots had not yet begun. He tried to cultivate immortality, but was restricted by the laws, and could not practice. After reading many books, he understood many characteristics of martial souls, changed his meditation method, and changed his body tempering method. His cultivation speed increased a lot. At the age of 10, he became a soul master much faster than planned. Flipping through books, he gradually became familiar with the blue silver grass. The blue silver grass is indeed a useless martial soul. It has no strong attack power, no strong auxiliary power, and is extremely mediocre in all aspects. The only advantage is its huge number and terrifying vitality. On this planet, the most numerous soul beast is the blue silver grass. The blue silver grass is numerous and has low requirements for the living environment. It can grow in any place at will. There are still blue silver grasses near any village, in the city, and in areas with harsh environments. After countless years, all soul beasts on this planet have become extinct, but the blue silver grass still exists. Even after countless years, all humans on this planet have become extinct, but the blue silver grass still exists. This is the biggest advantage of the blue silver grass. When he arrived in the forest, he found a 400-year-old blue silver grass soul beast. After killing it, he obtained his first soul ring. His martial soul was evolving, and he also obtained his first skill, endless life, which can increase his vitality. His martial soul evolved, and his cultivation speed increased significantly. Soon after, he joined the Wuhan Hall, just because there were the most books there, recording a lot of detailed information. At the same time, he continued to improve the body tempering method and meditation method, and his cultivation speed increased. At the age of 15, he became a great soul master. At the age of 25, he became a soul master. At the moment of the second soul ring, he chose 1000-year-old blue silver grass. At the moment of the third soul ring, he chose 2000-year-old blue silver grass. With the absorption of soul beasts of the same attribute, the grade of his martial soul was improving, the upper limit of his martial soul was improving, and his innate soul power was increasing from 3 to 6. The second soul skill is disguise, which can change his appearance and disguise himself. The third soul skill is blue silver transformation, which can absorb the vitality of nearby blue silver grass and transform it into soul power. In particular, when he saw the third soul skill, he was quite surprised. With the help of the third skill, He walked in the mountains, absorbed the vitality of the blue-silver grass, and converted it into soul power, which was equivalent to a cheat for cultivation, and the speed of cultivation was increasing. Just 2 years later, at the age of 27, he became a level 40 soul sect. The soul ring he chose this time was still blue-silver grass, but it was changed to 5,000-year-old blue-silver grass. A new soul skill, flying, was born. At the age of 30, he became a level 50 soul king, and still chose blue-silver grass, but it was changed to 10,000-year-old blue-silver grass. The martial soul transformed again, transformed into a blue-silver king, and the innate soul power was increased to level 8. At the age of 40, he became a level 60 soul emperor, and still chose blue-silver grass, and the age of blue-silver grass was increased to 30,000 years. The new soul skill was Earth Escape, which could use the power of the earth to move 10 miles in an instant. At the age of 55, he became a level 70 soul saint, and still chose blue-silver grass, with an age of 60,000 years. After absorbing the soul ring, the martial soul completely transformed, and turned into a blue-silver emperor, and the martial soul's innate soul power was increased to level 10 full soul power. After killing 7 blue-silver grass soul beasts in a row, he finally changed his martial soul from blue-silver grass to blue-silver emperor. However, the price was also huge. Most of the skills of the first 7 soul rings were auxiliary, escaping, or saving lives, and there were no attack skills. Next, he fused 600,000 year soul bones, all of which were attack attributes. At the age of 60, he became a soul Daoluo. This time he did not hunt soul beasts again, either because the age was not enough or the attributes did not match, all of which were not suitable. He used the power of faith collected over the years to forge the God Soul Ring. The God Soul Ring not only matched the attributes, but also had enough age. At the age of 70, he became a titled Daoluo. It was still the power of faith that forged the God Soul Ring. Then, with the help of these accumulated power of faith, he melted it into the soul ring, to increase the age of the soul ring. The first soul ring entered 100,000 years, the second soul ring entered 100,000 years, and the third soul ring entered 100,000 years. When all 9 soul rings entered 100,000 years, the soul power level was automatically increased to level 99. At the age of 72, he became an extreme Daoluo. At the age of 80, he broke through the shackles, and became a 100-level strongman. However, he still lacked the 10th soul ring, so he was not a true 100-level strongman. At the age of 90, he condensed the 10th soul ring, and became a god-level strongman. At this time, he could condense the divine position, ascend to the divine realm, and directly become a first-level blue-silver god. On the eve of ascension, he gave up. To ascend to the divine realm, one must abandon the physical body. When he reached the divine realm, he used the energy of the divine realm to condense into a divine body again. It is difficult for the yin spirits of 10,000 calamities to become saints. The divine realm made the gods, but the divine realm also restricted the gods. He did not ascend to the divine realm, but continued on the Daoluo star. After becoming a 100-level god, he continued to improve his cultivation to 101st, 102nd, and 110th levels, and condense the 11th soul ring. Tempering the physical body, and absorbing the energy of the starry sky, his cultivation was rising step by step, and he condensed 11 soul rings, 12 soul rings, and 13 soul rings one after another. The age of the soul rings is also increasing. The first soul ring turns golden, the second soul ring turns golden, and the third soul ring turns golden. Although the Daoluo soul master system is very backward, titled Daoluo is only equivalent to the foundation building level. Extreme Daoluo is only equivalent to the peak of foundation building. The 100-level gods are only the golden elixir level. Even the God King is only the peak of the golden elixir. But it does not mean that this system cannot produce real strong people. After reaching the 100th level, you can self-condense soul rings, and continue to condense soul rings to improve your cultivation. When you condense 15 soul rings, and become a 150 level strong man, you can become a God King. When you condense 17 soul rings, and become a 170 level strong man, you can become a God Emperor. When you condense 20, 30, and 40 soul rings, how powerful will you be? He couldn't guess it. He just guessed that the universe is very big, the Daluo planet is very small, and the God realm is also very small. In the vast universe, Daluo star is just a planet of life. The God realm only ruled over 108 life planets, just a tiny galaxy civilization. But in the previous life's cosmology, there were 500 million life planets in just one Milky Way galaxy. There were hundreds of billions of galaxies like the Milky Way in the universe. The Daluo God realm, placed in the vast universe, was just a speck of dust, insignificant. In such a vast universe, some powerful civilizations and powerful monks must have been born. The so-called God King and God Emperor might just be village bullies. They were just a group of village bullies, but they were arrogant and thought that the God King was really invincible in the universe. How ridiculous and pitiful this was. Time passed, and I didn't know how long it had been. Suddenly, the planet was shaking slightly, and a god was taking over the core of the plane, trying to take over the spirit of the world and completely control the Daluo planet. At this moment, he was completely awakened. When Xuanji flew out, he saw a man and a woman who wanted to completely refine this world. Without saying much, Xuanji waved his hand and pinched the two men and women to death. Boom boom boom. The void descended, and a god wearing a blue battle armor descended. It seemed to be the sea god, and it seemed to be the Azure god, with the cultivation of the God King. In anger, the God King urged the sea god trident to stab. He waved his hand and punched out. The sea god trident was broken, and the God King died. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the gods descended one by one in the void. The god of destruction, the god of life, the god of evil, the god of kindness, etc. About hundreds of gods descended. He just took a look, punched out, and blew up a god. Another punch was thrown, and another god was blown up. One punch after another, sweeping across the gods. The gods' initial anger turned into fear, and they began to run for their lives, but it was of no use. They were all killed. The temple is small, the demons are strong, and the water is shallow. There are many turtles. This group of gods amused themselves, and thought they were invincible, and he was too lazy to pay attention. But some people wanted to refine Daluo Star, and wanted to drive him out. Then kill them. Just a group of gods, one punch to kill a kid. As for his cultivation, it was only level 183, which was still insignificant in the universe, even a weak existence. But it was enough to destroy the so-called God realm. Xuanji, it's me. At this moment, a certain first level goddess said. The appearance seemed familiar, but it seemed that she had forgotten it. However, she still subconsciously sealed the god and threw it aside. In less than a quarter of an hour, hundreds of gods were killed. The entire god realm was destroyed, and Daluo Star was horrified. Xuanji landed on Daluo Star and urged his magical powers to transform the planet. The area of the planet was expanding, and the level was rising. The strongest could carry the God Emperor. That is the level of the Dragon God. Is the Dragon God powerful? Very powerful. Belonging to the God realm, the ceiling level existence. But in the entire universe, the Dragon God is only at the level of a village tyrant. Landing on Daluo Star, Xuanji began to talk about the avenue. The Soul Master system has problems, and is full of loopholes. To improve your realm, you need soul rings. To become a god, you need someone to give you the godhood, or you need to condense the godhood yourself. There are various elements in the world, but the meditation method, that has lasted for hundreds of thousands of years, is still very poor. There is a lack of secret methods to smelt various elements. Absorbing soul rings, souls, etc. will lead to impure martial souls and affect the upper limit of potential. Soul power lacks the transformation of the physique and the upgrade of life. The lifespan of a titled Daluo is only 300 years, and the lifespan of an ultimate Daluo is only 1000 years. It's too short. The reason for all this is that the Soul Master system was not created by all living beings, but by the gods. In order to exterminate soul beasts, the gods created the Soul Master system. Such a system is certainly not good for soul beasts, but it is also extremely bad for humans. I created a method that can temper the internal organs, temper the blood, temper the bones, temper the bone marrow, and improve the upper limit of life. It can absorb the power of the stars and directly condense soul rings. There is no need to absorb soul rings or souls. You can become a god directly without inheriting the godhood. Xuanji began to preach, describing his understanding of the spirit master system. He made this system full of loopholes reasonable and perfect, and raised the upper limit a lot. The same titled Daoluo, according to his system, the titled Daoluo who cultivated, can easily defeat the past 20 titled Daoluos. 10 years after preaching, Xuanji disappeared, and went to the depths of the vast universe. Looking at the figure going away, Ningzu looked dazed and felt disappointed. Chapter 615, Immortal King of Creation, Alien Invasion. The third life begins. In this life, Ningzu was born on the blue star. There is no supernatural power on this planet, only advanced technology and entertainment to death. Xuanji and Ningzu Cheng are schoolmates. After graduating from school, Ningzu became a singer. Her fame grew, and she gradually became a generation of singing queen. But Xuanji was unknown, and still played a supporting role. About half a year later, the two separated completely. You go your way, I go my way. In the third life, Ningzu became a killer, and was ordered to assassinate a marquis, but failed and lost her virginity. At the beginning, she was a little reluctant, but gradually began to lose herself in it, and became the concubine of this marquis. In the fourth life, Ningzu became a fox demon, fell in love with a scholar, and was obsessed with this scholar. In the middle, she was intercepted by a big demon, blocked by her parents, and encountered secular prejudice. She encountered many interceptions. The two finally got together and stayed together. In the fifth life, he was the leader of the Ming cult, and wanted to overthrow the Yuan dynasty. She was a princess of the Yuan dynasty, and wanted to destroy the Ming cult. The two fought, and quarreled with each other many times, but gradually developed feelings for each other in the mutual hatred. In the end, they stepped on the hatred of the country and the family and walked together. In the sixth life, Ningzu was the leader of the demon cult. She killed people like crazy and was ruthless, but she accepted a disciple. Gradually, she developed a little affection with this disciple and they fell in love. But in the end, she was cruel, and killed her lover, forgetting her feelings. But at the moment of killing, Ningzu felt that she had lost something. 10 years later, the 10 major sects besieged the demon cult, and she died on the spot. When she died, she thought of her former lover. In the seventh life, Ningzu was the eldest lady of martial arts family, and he was just a horse slave who raised horses for him. The Ning family was besieged by powerful enemies and was destroyed. She fled, and only this horse slave followed her. This horse slave had a love heart for him, but she turned a blind eye. Until that day, this horse slave blocked a sword for her, and died on the spot. She realized what she had lost. In the eighth life, she was just a commoner. She joined a martial arts sect, and worshipped King Feng Sword Saint as her teacher. However, she gradually fell in love with this master. However, the master turned a blind eye to her. She began to turn evil under hatred and practiced magic. Finally, she had a decisive battle with her teacher at the top of the Forbidden City. When the long sword pierced her teacher's heart, she felt that she had lost a lot. In the ninth life, she became the saint of the immortal way, and he became the saint of the magic way. The two loved and killed each other, and finally gave up their hatred, and lived in seclusion together. They gave birth to children, and enjoyed a good life. However, the immortal way sect and the magic way came, and killed their children. They both died for love. In the 9 reincarnations, the two played different roles, sometimes as master and apprentice, sometimes as childhood sweethearts, sometimes as master and servant, and sometimes as enemies. They loved and killed each other, and always for various reasons. They ended up in tragedy. Their love for each other was quite a bitter drama. After experiencing all kinds of love and hate entanglements, all kinds of lingering, they were deeply trapped in it. After spending a long time together, they gradually immersed themselves in it, and gradually lost everything. It was not until the sound of the treasure of the 33 heavens that the two woke up. Ningzu opened her eyes, her mind was in a trance, and tears flowed from her eyes. Husband, Master Ningzu spoke, still immersed in it, unable to extricate herself. She was too deeply into the play, and she could not distinguish between reality and illusion, because those were too real. At this moment, Long Xuan also woke up, also in a trance, unable to extricate herself. In the illusion just now, she also experienced 9 reincarnations. In the illusion just now, thousands of years had passed, but in the real world, it was less than a breath. Ningzu asked, "What did you experience in the dream?" Long Xuan said, "I won't tell you." Ningzu asked again, "Master, can you control everything in the illusion?" Xuanji smiled and said, "I just created the corresponding illusion. As for controlling everything in the illusion, it is impossible. When entering the illusion, I also obscured my own memory. Only in this way can it appear real. Of course, I also gave myself certain plugins, such as awakening some memories of the previous life, or some skills engraved in the memory. It's not that I'm penniless and starting from scratch. Otherwise, how can I rise in the illusion? Talent is important, aptitude is important, and comprehension is even more important. However, none of them is as important as plugins. What are plugins? Plugins are essentially cheating. In the Daoluo world, his martial soul is only blue silver grass, and his innate soul power is 3. If there is no accident, becoming a great soul master of more than 20 levels is the limit, but he broke the shackles, and became an existence beyond the realm of gods, relying on plugins, memories of past lives, high-dimensional perspectives, and some knowledge of cultivating immortals. These are his cheats. The configuration of the 7 blue silver grass soul beasts in the front directly evolved the martial soul to the extreme, and later, he used the knowledge of cultivating immortals to forge 2 divine soul rings. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to find a 100,000-year soul beast, and it would also be very difficult to hunt it. Even if you are lucky enough to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast, the attributes are not compatible, which brings huge hidden dangers. In the later period, when you become a god, you need to use some knowledge of cultivating immortals. Ningzu said, "Master, is everything you experienced in the dream real?" Xuanji frowned and said, "I don't know. My treasure can evolve illusions, but I can't be sure of what the illusion is like. As for the truth or falsehood, I don't know." Ningzu nodded. Long Xuan said, "Master, I have some insights recently, and I'm going to retreat." Xuanji said, "Go. If there are any treasures you need, you can apply to me." Long Xuan nodded and disappeared. Ningzu also said goodbye and left. They each returned to the cave and began to retreat and comprehend. After returning to the cave, Long Xuan began to comprehend, but her head ached slightly. A huge amount of memories entered her mind, and she felt a bit like an explosion. Most mortals have bad memories and are prone to forgetting the past. But it is not the case for cultivators. They remember everything in the past clearly. At this moment, she clearly remembers everything that happened in the 9 reincarnations in the dream. Because it is too clear, she is a little lost. Everything that happened in the dream is not like a fictional world, but like a real world. In the dream, she has lived for 9 lifetimes for a full 120,000 years. At this moment, all the memories of 120,000 years poured into her mind, eroding the memories of the past 2,000 years. The two are mixed together, and the boundary between reality and illusion is blurring. In the confusion, it is hard to tell what is reality and what is illusion. Did Xuanzao meet the butterfly in the dream, or did the butterfly meet Xuanzao in the dream? Recalling everything that happened in the dream, the cultivation system and cultivation techniques in the dream, many of them became blurred, but a few techniques were still clearly visible. At this moment, Long Xuan is going to test whether the techniques in the dream can be used in the real world. I have lived through 9 lives, all in the same universe. In that universe, spiritual energy is thin, cultivation is difficult, and immortality is hard to find. The cultivation techniques of that world are more like martial arts. In that world, people give up the pursuit of longevity, and if I pursue combat effectiveness to the extreme, the cultivators of that world are more like the devil. Long Xuan frowned slightly. What is the purpose of cultivating immortals? It is for immortality and cultivation. As for combat effectiveness at the same level, it is not taken too seriously. As long as the cultivation speed is fast enough, the enemy can be easily suppressed. What's the matter with being invincible at the same level? It's just invincible at the same level. If you are 2 or 3 levels higher, you can be easily suppressed. But that world still has its merits, that is, the pursuit of extreme power. As long as the power is strong enough, you can easily break through the level and easily prove the Tao. Long Xuan pondered. In that world, Danshan is opened up into the two yin and yang of life and death. The 5 internal organs evolve into the 5 element of birth and death. The 4 limbs evolve into the 4 images of infinity. The spine evolves into the 9 changes of the dragon. And the sea of consciousness evolves into the creation of the heaven. That exercise is called the Tao Sutra. That exercise is not special. There is no powerful killing, no strangeness, but it is moderate and peaceful. Thinking of this, Long Xuan urged the secret technique and began to evolve the scripture. Buzz buzz buzz. The 2 energies of life and death are transformed. The 5 elements are born and die. The 4 images evolve into earth, water, wind, and fire. The 9 changes of the dragon evolve into the mystery of Yi, and the heaven is high in the void, commanding the 8 wastelands in 6 directions, billions of stars, and millions of living beings. The cultivation has not changed, but the foundation of the self is improving, and the combat effectiveness is steadily upgrading. Back in the cave, Xuanji was also experiencing the dream, and feeling everything that happened in the dream. 9 reincarnations, 9 lives of good fortune. To be precise, it was 18 lives of good fortune. Not only did he experience Ningzu's 9 lives, but he also experienced 9 lives, which were memories of up to hundreds of thousands of years. The complexity of the memories and the number of memories were enough to make people lost. In order to prevent mental disorder, most of the memories could only be sealed, and only a few memories. Close your eyes, and the few memories will appear. In the memory, a man named Good Fortune descended on the world of covering the sky. That was the ancient times, when the Western Emperor had just passed away, and the suppression of heaven and earth still existed. He was born on Ziwei Star, with the physique of the first generation of God King body. He embarked on the road of cultivation. In just 300 years, he broke the suppression of the Western Emperor, and became a great emperor. Then he forged the Emperor's 33 heavens treasure, and destroyed the 7 forbidden areas with his own strength, shocking the world, and the heroes trembled. It was in this world again that he opened up the method of eternal life. On the day of the creation of the method, the universe brought down a terrible disaster, but it was all carried through. Then, in the universe, the cultivation system began to spread. The secret realm method is very difficult to cultivate. Just opening up the wheel C is difficult for many human beings. Maybe only 1 or 2 out of 1,000 humans can open up the wheel C. The immortal method has a relatively low starting point. The 10 realms of the physical body progress step by step, constantly polishing the physique. When entering the first level of the supernatural power, it is only barely comparable to the realm of the bridge of the gods. When you cultivate to the first level of immortality, in terms of combat power, it is only at the level of a saint, but the lifespan is 10,000 years long, comparable to the lifespan of the emperor. When you reach the 6th level of the immortality realm, you can obtain some cosmic authority, comparable to some of the Heart of Heaven marks. When you reach the 7th level of the immortality world realm, you can be comparable to the combat power of ordinary emperors. As for the latter, the combat power is constantly improving and upgrading. The most important thing is that the 2 systems can be cultivated together to make up for the shortcomings of each system. Especially when you reach the secret realm of immortality, you can absorb immortal energy to make up for the lack of immortality substances and extend the life of the emperor. After practicing for 1,000 years, you can directly enter the secret realm of the mortal immortal and the immortal immortal. Then, 10,000 years later, he entered the realm of the secret law immortal king and became the golden immortal of the eternal law. 100,000 years later, he entered the secret realm law quasi-immortal emperor and became the supreme immortal of the eternal law. 300,000 years later, he entered the realm of the immortal emperor and became the heavenly lord of the eternal law. 500,000 years later, he directly entered the realm of transcendence and became the immortal king of the eternal law. The 2 major systems merged into one, killing the 10 great ancestors and creating eternal peace. Recalling these memories, some memories were very clear, but some memories became blurred, as if a law in the dark made him forget certain things. But those memories that were preserved were still a huge gain. Xuanji urged the spell and continued to sacrifice the 33 heavenly treasures. The treasures were changing, the number of runes was increasing, and the arrangement of each other became closer. The operation of the formation was more harmonious and stable. With the upgrade of the magic weapon, the power of creation surged from the magic weapon and infused into the Taoist's body, and the body was buzzing. The blood was boiling, and the precious blood was flashing with brilliant light. The mana was increasing, like a tide, one wave after another. But, at this moment, a terrifying force rose up. The bottleneck was completely broken. The breath on Lu Xuanji's body rose up, and then quickly converged back, turning into a calm appearance. The second level of Liangsu was completed. It was also thanks to the 33 days of treasures to cover the breath. Otherwise the breath would leak out, which would alarm some people, and reveal some of his own cards. After stabilizing his cultivation, Lu Xuanji began to sort out the magical arts, and put an end to many magical arts. There are many kinds of magical arts and various killing moves, and the types are even more complicated. But because of the large number, it is messy and unsystematic. Now we have to summarize these secrets and continuously upgrade and optimize them. The 9-colored divine sword, the creation fist, the 9 changes of the fish and dragon, the 3 great divine forms, the pure yang heavenly fire, etc., are constantly comprehended and melted into one. Time passed, and another 200 years passed. At this moment, a violent noise suddenly came from the hills of Chu State, and the void was shaking. Then, the void shattered like glass, and a dark void passage appeared. In the beginning of the world, the void passage only lasted for a quarter of an hour before it broke. Then, the void was torn apart again, and the void passage became huge, about 10 meters high and 3 meters wide. The void was shaking, as if it was about to break again. At this moment, a strong and stable force suppressed everything, and the shaky passage began to stabilize. After just a few breaths, a group of monks appeared near the passage, sensing everything here, cheering, and began to set up camp. And in the vicinity, they began to build a stable formation to defend against the enemy. At the same time, some monks began to lurk deep into Chu State. Chapter 616, Eastern Wilderness Conference, Heavenly Merit Order. The monks from other worlds came, and in less than a quarter of an hour, the monks from the human race came. Boom boom boom. The flames were rising, evolving into a terrifying fire, emitting a scorching color, burning everything. There was also a sword energy rising, piercing everything. There was also a strong wind surging, turning into wind blades, annihilating everything. Many magic weapons were flying in the void. Flying swords were crisscrossing, long knives were slashing, iron bars were smashing, and the two sides were fighting. These newly established formations collapsed in less than a quarter of an hour. The two sides were fighting, urging their magic power to kill the enemy. The monks of Chu were quickly mobilizing troops, and the monks were encircling and suppressing. In less than an hour, all the invading monks were strangled. Many monks breathed a sigh of relief. However, before they could take a breath, news came that a void channel appeared in another location, and strong men from another world invaded again. The two sides fought again, and the monks of Chu easily defeated the enemy. But this was not the end, it was just the beginning. Void passages appeared in many places, about a dozen in total, and powerful people invaded. These invading monks were just the vanguard, just a group of foundation building monks and purple mansion monks. They were just used as cannon fodder to test certain people. After the initial confrontation, the two sides began to stabilize their positions, and began to confront each other. At the same time, the news of the invaders was also spread to the Xianling sect and the Lu family. The invaders are coming. Lu Xuanji frowned slightly. He held a jade slip in his hand, which recorded the information of the invaders. It was 500 years earlier than expected. Lu Fan was reporting some intelligence. Father, these invading cultivators are from the Fiu world. In this world, there are many races, such as the Feather Demon Clan, the Monster Clan, the Human Clan, the Sky Demon Clan, the God Clan and so on. The human race is just a small clan in this world. The Feather Demon Clan has dominated this world for more than millions of years. Hundreds of these invasion channels have been discovered, and we don't know how many have not been discovered. These invading feather demons are just some vanguard troops, used to test our details, and obtain some intelligence. At the same time, I also sent some cultivators, to enter the Fiu world, to begin to explore certain intelligence. Because the time is very short, the intelligence obtained is limited. All this information is recorded in the jade slips, and father can take a closer look later. Those channels have strict restrictions and can only accommodate the peak of the Purple Mansion. If a giant cultivator forces his way through, he will be suppressed to the Purple Mansion realm. Now the number of invading enemies is small, and the danger is relatively small, but it is hard to say in the later period. Really? Xuanji flipped through the jade slips and quickly browsed through the information. Feina, there are some things you don't understand. Xuanji said, the origin of the Purple Mansion realm is still there, and it suppresses the cultivators from the outside world violently. The stronger the cultivation, the greater the suppression. Cultivators below the golden core stage are almost not suppressed when they enter the Purple Mansion realm. But if a powerful person who has achieved the Dao or a powerful person who has passed the tribulation force forcibly enters, his cultivation will be suppressed to a combat power of less than 3 levels. At that time, he may be easily killed. Only in the later period will the origin of the Fiu world be gradually eroded, affecting the changes in the laws of the Purple Mansion realm, and relaxing the suppression on the cultivators of the Fiu world. Only then will a real war occur. Similarly, the Fiu world will also devour the Purple Mansion realm. The opportunities are equal, it depends on which side can devour the other. This is an opportunity for the Fiu realm, and it is also our opportunity. When the Purple Mansion realm encounters a great catastrophe, it will relax its suppression on the cultivators, and the difficulty of the heavenly tribulation, human tribulation, and life tribulation will also decrease. The cultivators' cultivation speed will be much faster. For many cultivators, this is an unparalleled opportunity. Lu Fan asked, how long will it take to complete the devouring of the other party? That's hard to say. Xuanji pondered. In the past, the Purple Mansion realm only had one continent, Zhuzhou, surrounded by oceans. However, there were many wars and the world was swallowed up many times. The world area was constantly expanding and became the current 9 continents and 4 oceans. In the process of swallowing, the origin of the Purple Mansion realm was becoming more and more solid, and the number of strong people born was also increasing. According to previous cases, the swallowing of 2 worlds from the beginning to the end lasted for 10,000 years at the shortest, and 100,000 years at the longest. Lu Fan smacked his tongue and said, this time is too long. Xuanji smiled and said, yes, the time is a bit long, so long that it is insignificant to the lower level cultivators. The lifespan of the golden core is 1000 years, the lifespan of the nascent soul is 2000 years, the lifespan of the spiritualization is 5000 years, and the lifespan of the refining void is 10,000 years. Many cultivators have too short a lifespan, and may not be able to see the final result when they sit and die. Only cultivators above the refining void will be affected. Xuanji said again, if the Purple Mansion realm is defeated and swallowed up, our status will decline. The weak may survive, but the strong will inevitably be killed. At that time, the major races in the Purple Mansion realm will become slaves of the Feather Demon clan, and become the objects of captivity. Lu Fan gritted his teeth and said, the human race will never be a slave. Xuanji smiled and said, in the Fiu world, there is a human race, which is said to come from a big world. It's just that that world clashed with the Fiu world, and was finally swallowed up. It also became a small race in the Fiu realm, following the lead of the Feather Demon clan. Among the races that invaded the Purple Mansion realm, there is this human race. Lu Fan said, Father, don't say this. I don't want to hear it, and I don't like to hear it. How to arrange everything, you tell me. Okay, I won't say much. Xuanji said, next, enter the military control. All the cultivators will be registered, and gradually form the cultivator army, conduct regular patrols, and regularly investigate the corresponding situations. Organize monks to search some void passages, and deploy defenses and monitor some important locations. Organize reserve troops to rescue certain areas at any time, and establish a corresponding system. Talking about the plan, he began to lay out everything. At this moment, Xuanji seemed to sense something and said, Feina, go down and arrange it. Someone summoned me. Lu Fan was slightly stunned and turned away. A moment later, King Lian appeared. King Lian looked nervous and said, they are coming. Xuanji said, the war between the 2 worlds has officially begun. Not long ago, some refining cultivators summoned us, saying that they would discuss the future arrangements. King Lian said, will you participate? Lu Xuanji said, of course I will participate, but I will send out a clone. You should also send out a clone. King Lian nodded and said, okay. The stronger one is, the more he cherishes his life. The stronger one is, the more he must hide his tracks and the more careful he must be to avoid being ambushed by certain people. If a strong person summons them to a meeting, they will naturally attend. It's just that the main body will not be dispatched, but the clone will be dispatched. Safety first. Swish. At this moment, the void broke, and two shadows disappeared into the endless void. Sensing a certain coordinate, they moved forward. After moving forward in the void for a while, they sensed a cave. The two figures flashed and entered the cave. A cultivator appeared in front. The aura of this cultivator was powerful, and he was a powerful cultivator of the void refining realm. He smiled and said, two fellow Taoists are here, come this way. Lu Xuanji and King Lian looked at each other, and entered the palace. From the outside, the palace seemed very small, but when they entered, they found that it was very large. The palace was luxurious and huge, with golden and magnificent scenery. There were seats set up inside, which were intertwined with each other, as if they were going to hold a meeting. These seats were of different heights and levels. In the palace, there were seats one by one, and in front of the seats there was a table, on which spiritual tea, snacks and other items were placed. The seats were divided into 3 levels this time. The golden seats were gorgeous and elegant. They were the highest and most conspicuous, and were in the center. The silver seats were scattered around, slightly lower, and more in number. Around them were bronze seats, which were the largest in number, but also the most complicated. Some monks were already sitting on these seats. This Taoist friend, please ascend the golden seat! Exclamation mark. Said the monk. Lu Xuanji said, thank you. Under the guidance, Lu Xuanji sat on a golden chair, and King Lian sat next to him on another golden chair. One after another, cultivators came and were led to different positions. Liangsu cultivators sat on golden chairs. Huashan cultivators sat on silver chairs. Yuanying cultivators sat on bronze chairs. As for Jiandan cultivators and lower level cultivators, they were not worthy of attending this meeting. Many cultivators gathered here, in large numbers and densely packed, at least millions. In the crowd, Lu Xuanji saw some familiar shadows, such as Lu Fan, Lu Xian, and many cultivators of the Lu family, and some cultivators of the Lu family did not come. He also saw some cultivators from the Chu state, some cultivators from the Yu state, some cultivators from the Wu state, and cultivators from other countries. In the East Wilderness, about 7 layers of forces gathered here, which can be said to be a gathering of strong men. But, at this moment, the void was flashing, and a tall man appeared, wearing silver armor, with an ancient and vicissitudes of breath, holding a long sword in his hand, appeared in the hall. In the void, a purple gold throne condensed. The silver-armored man stepped forward, climbed onto the purple gold throne, and sat on it. A unique aura pressured the whole audience. This high-dimensional life on low-dimensional life caused pressure. The monks present bowed their heads to avoid the pressure. Lu Xuanji also subconsciously bowed his head, feeling his soul trembling, and his blood in fear. This silver-armored monk, it seems to be only the first level of refining emptiness, but his aura is extremely powerful, like an immortal. This is a clone of the great master of the tribulation. In terms of cultivation, it is only the first level of refining emptiness, but in terms of power, it is unfathomable. Lu Xuanji thought, and at the same time secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. What came here is just a clone. Even if he died here, it would be just a small matter. At this time, the silver-armored monk said, I'm the Taoist Xiaoyao, the 8th level of the cross-tribulation cultivation, and I'm a monk born in the East Wilderness, once sleeping in the land of the East Wilderness, but now it was awakened by the invasion of the Fiu world. The situation we are facing is critical. If the Zifu realm is destroyed, we cultivators will lose our foundation. The worst case is extinction, and the lightest is becoming a slave race. Once, there was only one UMO clan in the Fiu world, but after swallowing up multiple worlds in succession, there are many small races such as the human race, the Cheyenne Mo clan, the Man Mo clan, the Blood Demon Pearl, and the God clan. These small races are all slaves of the UMO clan. Once, these races lost their former big worlds and their protection, and became vassals. The few races that chose to resist were also exterminated. Or, they were simply kept together and hunted at some point. Fellow Daoists, you don't want your family or sect to become a vassal of the UMO clan, or even a captive livestock. If you don't want these, then fight hard. Fight for the Zifu realm. Fight for the human race. In order to resist the Feather Demon clan, many Daoists who have crossed the tribulation stage and Daoists who have reached the integration stage in the East Wasteland have united together and gradually formed the East Wasteland Alliance. Together, they resist the invasion of the Feather clan. This is a heavenly merit list. By killing strong men from other worlds, you can obtain heavenly merit. As long as there is enough Xiangong, you can exchange for anything, even becoming an immortal, said the silver-armored monk, and with a wave of his hand, a huge list flew out. The list was changing, and turned into a huge screen. On the screen, many exchange quotas appeared. Xiaoyao Xuanji, once left by an ascended immortal, the price is 10 million Xiangong. 6 to Xuanji, once left by an ascended immortal, the price is 12 million Xiangong. Yin-Yang transformation, once left by an ascended immortal, the price is 13 million Xiangong. 6 paths of reincarnation, once left by an ascended immortal, the price is 18 million Xiangong. 6 extinction sword due, left by an ascended sword immortal, the price is 20 million Xiangong. 1 key transformation into 3 purities, can evolve into 3 clones, at the moment of battle, lasting from 1/4 to 2/4 of an hour, the price is 10 million Xiangong. Dao furnace, can evolve into the supreme furnace, refine demons, the price is 8 million Xiangong. 5 element divine light, can evolve into the supreme killing technique, can obtain many treasures, the price is 7 million Xiangong. Great refining treasure technique, can deepen the compatibility with the magic weapon and exert 100% combat effectiveness. The price is 12 million Xiangong. Suppressing tribulation pill. There is a probability of achieving succumbing tribulation. The price is 10 million Xiangong. Hideo pill, can increase the probability of achieving Hideo by 2 levels. The price is 1 million Xiangong. Asking void pill, can increase the probability of proving Dao and refining void by 3 levels. The price is 1000 Xiangong. Yuan Shen pill, can increase the probability of achieving Hua Shen cultivator by 3 levels. 100 Xiangong. Building Dao pill, can help cultivators condense the Dao body. The price is 100,000 Xiangong creation pill, a 7th grade pill, can make up for the foundation of the cultivator. The price is 120,000 Xiangong. Can cover, an immortal weapon, can be used to trap people. The price is 1 billion Xiangong. Chun Yang sword, an immortal weapon, can be used to kill powerful enemies. The price is 1.5 billion Xiangong. Soul destroying bell, an immortal weapon, can kill the enemy's soul. The price is 2 billion Xiangong. God slaying stone, a 9th grade spiritual treasure. The price is 50 million Xiangong. God destroying sword, an 8th grade spiritual treasure. The price is 5 million Xiangong. Note, the skills can be exchanged separately and do not need to be exchanged at once. Note, killing a Yuanian cultivator can get 1 to 10 Xiangong points. Killing a Huashan can get 100 to 500 Xiangong points. Killing a Liangsu can get 10,000 merit points to 100,000 Xiangong points. Killing a Hideo cultivator can get 10 million to 50 million Xiangong points. Killing a Duji cultivator can get 100 million to 1 billion Xiangong points. Looking at the Xiangong list, many cultivators were shocked. On the Xiangong list, there are top level skills, many elixirs, various spiritual treasures, and immortal weapons, etc. As long as there are enough Xiangong points, they can be exchanged. The skills recorded on it are at least at the Liangsu level. Others are too low, and are not worthy of being displayed on it. In the past, many treasures, elixirs, etc. on the list needed to be found in some dangerous places and competed in auctions. They were often out of stock. But now, as long as you have enough Xiangong, you can easily exchange them. It seems a little exciting, but more of it is confusion and puzzlement. At this time, a Yuanian cultivator stood up and said, "Greetings senior. Can the many treasures on the Xiangong list really be exchanged?" especially those immortal weapons. Do you have immortal weapons? How can you guarantee that all this is true? Taoist Xiaoyao smiled and said, I don't have immortal weapons either. I may exchange them for immortal weapons, but they are evil. Take the path of cultivating immortals, walk on the unity of heaven and man, and comprehend the changes of the way of heaven. After reaching the unity of heaven, you can sense the information passed down by the way of heaven, as well as responsibilities, obligations, and many constraints, etc. Your realm is low, so you can't sense it. However, with the help of the Xiangang list, low-level cultivators can also sense the way of heaven. The Xiangang list was not made by me, but given by the way of heaven. You can use the heavenly merit list and heavenly merit to exchange various treasures from heavenly Dao. As long as you have enough heavenly merit, even immortal tools can be exchanged. Taoist Xiaoyao said, fellow Daoists, you can receive the heavenly merit order, and you can ask about the things later in the heavenly merit order. After activating the spell, one after another heavenly merit order fell into the hands of the cultivators present. Swish. Xuanji also grabbed a heavenly merit order. He activated his divine thoughts and immediately refined the heavenly merit order. In terms of grade, the heavenly merit order is only a 4th grade spiritual treasure. It has no extra functions, only the ability to record and communicate. Record your own heavenly merit and communicate with the heavenly Dao at the same time. After killing a cultivator in the Fiu world, activate the heavenly merit order to collect the cultivator's body, which is to obtain the corresponding heavenly merit. In the exchange, only tokens are recognized, not people. The heavenly merit order is free of charge for the first issuance. But if you want to obtain it for the second time, you have to pay 10 heavenly merits. At this moment, you have to owe 10 heavenly merits before you even open the business. As long as you have heavenly merits, you can buy any treasures, elixirs, immortal scriptures, etc. If you can't buy them, it means that you don't have enough heavenly merits. There are even rumors that, as long as you have enough heavenly merits, you can even ascend to become an immortal. Chapter 617. The prototype of the world, the power of the world. In the cave, the white jade forged walls emit a soft light. On the ground, the floor is forged from the spirit wood of life, and the rich vitality exudes, lush and green. On the left is an incense burner, with smoke curling around, and a faint fragrance coming from it. On the coffee table, there is a teapot. In the teacup, the tea leaves float on the water, emitting a faint light. In the tea, there is a faint fragrance. Picking up the teacup, Xuanji took a sip of tea, but his left hand was still swinging the Xiangang order. His divine thoughts flashed, constantly scanning, and constantly insight into the essence of the Xiangang order. These days, I have a little knowledge of some of the functions of the Xiangang order, and I'm familiar with it, and have some control over it. But the more familiar I am, the more I'm afraid of it, and the more doubts I have in my heart. There is no way. In the previous life, I was often cut leeks. The more times leeks are harvested, the more IQ they will increase, and they will be more defensive. Xuanji has always been skeptical about the rewards on the Xiangang list. Forget it. If that's the case, let's experiment. Xuanji waved his sleeves, and 3 corpses appeared on the ground. Their cultivation was at the early stage of the nascent soul. He took out the heavenly power token, and the golden light on the token was flashing, shining on the 3 corpses, and then the corpses disappeared. At this moment, words appeared on the token, and the words were changing, turning into 9. The heavenly power is 9. To activate the token is to sense the illusory screen that appears in front of you. There are many treasures arranged on the screen, and various treasures rise and fall, constantly changing, and can be exchanged at any time. With a thought, the light on the token disappeared. Xuanji's expression did not change, but he was thinking about the meaning. Looking up, he saw the endless sky. The sky is blue. It seems beautiful and moving, but it is high and far with a sense of alienation and a sense of indifference. The way of heaven is high above, looking down on everything, and all living beings are just leaks in his eyes. The way of heaven is running in the dark, but the speed of running is very slow. Many things cannot be done by oneself. It needs the help of billions of sentient beings to go and kill the strong ones from other worlds. The more strong ones killed from other worlds, the more rewards and benefits will be obtained. Is this the way of heaven? Lu Xuanji urged his divine thoughts and threw pieces of void crystals into Danshan. Danshan was expanding. From the outside, Danshan still looked the same, but the area of Danshan was constantly expanding, layer by layer, like a maze. The volume of Danshan was constantly evolving. At the beginning, the diameter was 10 miles, and gradually expanded to 20 miles, 50 miles, 100 miles, 200 miles, and finally directly to 1000 miles. When it expanded to its potential, the area of Danshan stagnated. At this moment, the Danshan space turned into a huge cave space, but it was deserted, and there was no life at all. There was only sand on the ground, and at the end of the space was grey fog. Yin and Yang divide the day and night. Lu Xuanji's mind moved, urging the Yin and Yang to change. The Yin and Yang key rose in the cave. The pure key rose, and turned into the sky. The turbid key descended, and turned into the thick earth. The earth became thicker and thicker, like a mountain, constantly settling down. The pure key rose violently, constantly rising upward, and the sky became more and more ethereal. The Yin key turned into an illusory moon, and the Yang key turned into an illusory sun. The sun rose and the moon set, and there were more Yin and Yang changes in the cave world. The 5 elements are born and die, evolving the boundless universe. Lu Xuanji activated his magic again, infusing the power of the 5 element into the cave. The cave was changing dramatically. The power of earth was evolving, turning into mountains, plains, hills, and valleys. The power of water was evolving, turning into rivers, mist, lakes, and underground rivers. The power of gold was evolving, turning into mineral veins, settling deep in the earth. The power of wood was evolving, turning into large trees, grasslands, weeds, mosses, etc., floating on the ground. The power of fire was rising, turning into rolling magma, into active volcanoes, and extinct volcanoes. The 5 elements were born and died in different ways, evolving in the cave, and the originally dull world became a little bit alive. The environment of the cave became extremely good, allowing cultivators to survive and multiply, and even ordinary mortals could live here, suitable for many creatures to survive. Inject the power of the primordial magnetism. Lu Xuanji injected the power of the primordial magnetism again, and the world suddenly changed slightly, becoming more coordinated and running more smoothly. Power of space. Power of time. Lu Xuanji urged the technique and infused the magic power into the cave heaven. The cave heaven was changing violently and undergoing a shocking transformation. The great 5 element yin yang elemental magnetism universe extinction divine sword, this supreme magical power, was obtained by him in the purple mansion stage, and he has been practicing it until now. At present, many magical secrets, supreme killing moves, etc. have become useless with the improvement of cultivation. Only this magical power, at the level of refining emptiness, still has a strong combat power, and it has not fallen behind until now, and it still has a strong killing power. Not only that, it can also help cultivators understand the power of the 5 element, the power of yin and yang, the main force of the primordial magnetism, the power of time, the power of space, the power of extinction, etc. When these powers are infused into the cave heaven, the development and growth of the cave heaven is accelerated. In just a short period of time, the cave heaven world is growing rapidly. There is also the power of creation. Lu Xuanji seemed to have thought of something, and urged the power of creation, to infuse it into the cave. Woo woo woo. The cave was making a violent sound, making a crisp sound, as if a house was about to collapse at any time. Crack, crack. It seemed to be running to the extreme. The cave exceeded the limit. The cave began to break, and began to collapse. At the moment of collapse to the limit of human beings, the cave began to repair and recover. The cave became more solid, and a layer of fetal membrane appeared on the outside of the cave, protecting the world. The cave was breathing slightly, like a baby. The void was vibrating slightly, making bursts of sounds, and the power of starlight in the universe descended, and at the same time, the energy of nothingness descended and merged into the cave. The cave was making a thumping sound. It was constantly developing and growing. But, at this moment, the 33 heavenly phenomena turned into a stream of light, merged into the world of the cave, and gradually merged with each other. As the fusion intensified, the cave world was completely broken apart, turning into 33 cave worlds, which were superimposed on each other, layer upon layer, evolving many mysteries. The 33 heavenly treasures flashed and entered the cave world one after another. Each treasure sat in a layer of the world, suppressing the cave world. The cave world was changing slightly, and a trace of grey energy was derived. This trace of grey energy was absorbed by the cave world as soon as it appeared. After absorbing the grey energy, the cave world became more stable and solid. A trace of grey energy was born every day, and 33 cave worlds could produce 33 grey energies. Grey energy, what is it? Xuanji was curious and puzzled. The next day, another trace of grey energy was born. This time, the grey energy was not absorbed by the world, but fell into Xuanji's hands. Swish. The grey energy turned into a spiritual light and entered the body. Xuanji frowned slightly, sensing the changes in his body, but there was no change at all. He turned on his mobile phone, which was performing deductions, and found the answer. Name, world power, feature. When the time comes to cross the tribulation period, the cave world of the cultivator can be directly transformed into the real world. The real world can give birth to the world power. The world power has great fortune and can create all things with the help of the world power. The premise is that the things created cannot exceed the level of the world. Feature. The world power can be converted into mana to make up for the loss of the cultivator in battle. Feature. With the help of the world power, the development and evolution of the world can be promoted. Feature. Sufficient world power can make the cultivator's physique evolve to the extreme. Feature. Sufficient world power can be tempered into world stones, which are the hard currency of the Hideo cultivator. The mobile phone was running and gave the answer. Xuanji was slightly surprised. I didn't expect it to be like this. It seemed that he kept adding various energies and laws, causing the cave world to begin to transform into the real world. To be precise, it was a prototype of the world between the cave world and the world. It failed to transform into the world only because Xuanji's cultivation was too low. He was only at the second level of the refining void realm and could not bear the strong backlash after the cave heaven was transformed into the world. During the refining void realm, the cultivator opened up the cave heaven and then continued to expand and cultivate the cave heaven. When it came to the crossing tribulation stage, the cave heaven would transform into the world. The worlds repelled each other, causing the cultivator to have to ascend. However, he was only at the second level of the refining void realm, and his cultivation was too weak, whether it was his soul, his body, or his magic power. Once the cave heaven was transformed into the world, the huge suction force would directly suck him dry, and he would perish on the spot. For the sake of self-protection, the cave heaven world was stuck in the stage of the embryonic form of the world. But as his cultivation level improved, when he reached the crossing tribulation stage, the embryonic form of the world would automatically transform into the real world. But Xuanji operated the 33 cave heavens, and the cave heavens rose and fell, constantly operating and dying, and then disappeared at a certain spatial node of his body, hiding temporarily. At this moment, he no longer had any flaws. In the fierce battle, even if his arms were broken, his head was smashed, his heart was shattered, and his body was torn countless times, he could still be resurrected on the spot and continue to fight. As long as the spiritual energy contained in the cave world in his body is not consumed, he is immortal. If you want to kill him, you can only find the hidden place of the cave world among the many nodes of the body and destroy it. It is very difficult to find the cave world. This also means that it is difficult to kill cultivators above the refining void. In the battle, you want to be worn out continuously, or after the battle, seal it completely in a certain position, and continue to refine it. It's time to fight. Xuanji disappeared in a flash. In front of a space channel in the Chu state, a dark cave was running, constantly born and destroyed, like the mouth of a giant beast. There was no light in the cave, only eternal darkness. In front of the cave, a trace of terrifying murderous aura was leaking out, and there was residual blood on the ground. A great battle had taken place here. Roar. In the cave, a terrifying aura was transmitted, as if threatening something. But here, the cultivators of the Chu kingdom did not change their expressions. They ignored these things, and walked back and forth, arranging the formation. The formations were stacked layer by layer, and they were constantly superimposed on each other. 70 large formations were combined together to form a killing formation. Behind the formation, many military camps were built. Many Purple Mansion cultivators were combined together to practice military formations. 5 people formed a squad, 10 people formed a squadron, and 100 people formed a battalion. When a 10-man squad was combined together, it was again centered around a giant and cultivator, and they could hunt down giant and cultivators. Behind the camp, cultivators came one after another. At this time, the Huashan cultivator descended and began to issue orders. The eyes of the cultivators around them immediately lit up, and then they began to attack the passage and invade the Fei realm. At this time, the void was flickering slightly, and Xuanji descended into the void, but he was just hiding under the cover of the secret technique, like air. There were many cultivators coming and going around, but no one noticed his presence. There is some danger on the other side. Let the clone take action. 9 changes of fish and dragon. Xuanji urged the secret technique. His palms were pinching the seal. The seal was changing. The runes were rising and falling, and gradually a clone condensed in the void. The clone's cultivation level kept falling to the peak of the Purple Mansion realm, and then holding a token, it turned into a stream of light and entered the passage. The void was changing, and the clone entered the passage and shuttled. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly there was a light in front of me, and I landed immediately. Xuanji opened his eyes and saw that there was a fight in front of him. The cultivators of the Chu Kingdom and the cultivators of this world were fighting together. Both sides were fighting bloody battles, and the realms were mainly Purple Mansion. The sword energy was boiling, the killing moves were surging, the energy of destruction was continuing, and the violent shockwaves swept everything. The two sides were fighting fiercely, and there were always cultivators of the Chu Kingdom dying, and at the same time, there were also cultivators of the human race dying. Xuanji ignored all this and urged the golden light to disappear, leaving the battlefield quickly. After advancing 10,000 miles, he turned again, moved his feet, and constantly changed his position. It was not until a long time later that he stopped. Is this the Fei realm? There are actually 2 moons in the sky. Xuanji looked up at the sky, slightly surprised. It was because in the sky, there was a blood red moon slowly falling, and at the same time, there was a purple moon rising to the middle of the sky. The 2 moons illuminated the world together, giving people an indescribable sense of enchantment. Sensing the void was filled with spiritual energy, starlight, murderous aura, evil spirit, death, etc. While urging the skills, Xuanji frowned slightly, as if his body was like an insulator, and it was difficult to absorb a trace of spiritual energy, and he could only consume the spiritual energy stored in his body. The world was rejecting and suppressing him. Chapter 618 Hunting Humans. Heaven and earth suppress, the world rejects. In such an environment, it is difficult for the cultivators in the Purple Mansion realm to absorb a trace of spiritual energy. Without a trace of external supply, they can only consume their own mana or use spiritual stones for replenishment. Not only that, Xuanji felt a little suppression, and his cultivation could only be raised to the peak of the Purple Mansion at most. If he raised his cultivation to the Golden Core realm, he would be suppressed by the origin of the world. At that time, there were only 2 choices. One was to use powerful means to directly break the suppression of heaven and earth, and the other was to be suppressed by the world. No matter which choice was made, there would be a shocking vision, and then a strong man would appear to suppress it. 33 Heaven's Treasure. Xuanji seemed to have thought of something, and began to activate his body in the 33 Heaven's Treasure. Suddenly, 33 phantoms appeared on his body. The phantoms were flashing and changing, and a trace of strange rule power was evolving, changing his own aura. The chaotic picture emerged, with scrolls flashing on the picture. Countless runes rising and falling, constantly evolving and changing, distorting its own key. The escape diagram was running and changing, looking for a ray of life in the dark, looking for the flaws and loopholes in this world. The door of all wonders was flashing and changing, sealing its own key, and absorbing the key of this world to cover it up. The sky avoiding coffin appeared, and the phantom changed in the void, distorting time and space, and changing its own key. Other magic weapons were also running, covering up their own breath, and suddenly the ki of this incarnation was changing, similar to the local natives, without a trace of ki from another world. The breath on the body was rising and changing, like bubbles making sounds, just a slight sound, breaking the shackles, and entering the Jindan realm. Jindan early stage, Jindan middle stage, Jindan late stage, Yuanying early stage, Yuanying middle stage, Yuanying late stage, Yuanying peak. After the cultivation level was raised to the peak of Yuanying, it felt that its own ki was a little unstable, as if it was about to break the restrictions of the magic weapon and reveal its origin. He quickly restrained his own ki and paused at the peak of the nascent soul. The peak of the nascent soul is the limit that this and the clone have recovered to. The peak of the nascent soul is enough for the time being. You can be the king in some remote places. As long as you don't commit suicide, you will be safe. Xuanji sensed his own ki and disappeared as a stream of light. He began to go deep into the Fiu world and investigate intelligence. Xuanhuang domain. This is a certain domain of the Yumo world. It seems to be only a corner of the world, but the area is quite huge, about 1,000,000 miles long and wide. In this area, there are plains, hills, river valleys, lakes, mountains, etc. Many terrains are intertwined together, which looks patchwork and unique. There are many mineral veins buried here, rich in spiritual stone ores, and many spiritual medicines grow in the mountains. There are fierce beasts walking around, emitting a destructive ki. In the mountains, there is a human tribe scattered around. The men of these human tribes are all wearing animal skins, holding bone sticks, and their blood is extremely strong. They often walk in the mountains to hunt fierce beasts. Using the blood of fierce beasts, they awaken the totem secrets and become totem warriors. Totem warriors walk in the mountains, fierce beasts appear in the mountains, and the two sides are fighting all the time. On the plains outside the mountains, it is built into a piece of arable land, and the arable land is endless. There are humans cultivating on it and planting high-yield spiritual rice. With the increase in food production, the population on the plains has increased, and the increase in population has laid a certain foundation for the increase in the number of totem warriors. In the middle and west of the plains, there is a huge city forged with black divine stones, about 30 feet high, and there are black armored knights patrolling back and forth around the city walls. These black armored knights, wearing heavy armor, walked back and forth, making the sound of armor leaves colliding. They all have strong auras, exuding a trace of evil spirits, and those with weaker cultivation are also bronze knights. In the center of the city, there is a huge high-rise building, which is 500 feet high and the tallest building. On top of the high-rise building, an old man looked up at the starry sky, with a hint of melancholy in his expression and a hint of despair in his eyes. His eyes flickered and changed, his pupils flashed with light, and he saw everything above the sky. Above 100,000 meters in the sky, there is a faint film, through which you can see the starry sky, the stars flashing, the sun rising, the two moons rising and falling, the meteors in the sky flashing, leaving beautiful traces, and some cosmic dust. However, everything is far away from him. Once, he flew to an altitude of 10,000 meters, and tried to break the film, and walk towards the starry sky. But the seemingly fragile film is extremely strong, and even if he is a platinum warrior, he is powerless to break it all. With his eyes, he saw the city, where people were walking and doing business, and it was very lively. He saw some young men working in the courtyard, tempering their blood and bones. He also saw farmers working on the land outside the city, merchants coming in and out, and mountain tribes selling wild goods. He also saw ferocious beasts appearing and drowning a human tribe, with about hundreds of people becoming food. He looked at all kinds of creatures, and saw the end of the human race's territory, but he saw grey mist rising, and could not continue to watch. Dada. At this moment, there was a slight sound of footsteps, and a young man came over. He was only in his 20s, with bronze skin, rough and cool. He approached the old man and said, "Master, I have recently entered the Golden Warrior." There was unspeakable joy in his words. Among the human race, the practice of totems is the foundation, and totems are sacrificed to obtain totem blood. With totem blood as the foundation, totem patterns are carved on the body, further inducing the transformation of the physical body, thus breaking the shackles of the physical body, and becoming a totem warrior. Totem warriors are divided into black iron warriors, bronze warriors, silver warriors, gold warriors, and platinum warriors. Platinum warriors are also the pinnacle of totem warriors. This young man is only a little over 100 years old, but he has become a gold warrior. Naturally, he is indescribably happy. At this moment, he reports to the teacher, and also means to show off. The old man sighed and said, "What about the golden warriors? The great catastrophe of heaven and earth is about to begin." The young man said, "I have read some books before, and there are descriptions of the great catastrophe of heaven and earth in the books. It says that every time there is an interval of time, there will be invasions from foreign demons, and they will begin to invade our human territory and kill people wantonly. Every time, the strong men of our human race have to pay a huge price to repel the foreign demons and keep the fire of our human race alive. According to the time calculation, the great catastrophe of heaven and earth will come in a dozen years at most, but my disciple is not afraid. He must fight to the death with the foreign demons." The old man smiled and said, "Child, you should be a little afraid. I can live to this day because I cherish my life. I always avoid the catastrophe when I encounter it. Only in this way can I live to this day. As for those warriors who are not afraid, they have long died at the hands of foreign demons. Many times, efforts are useless and struggles are futile. Child, you have to learn to adapt." The young man said, "Teacher, I can't do it." The old man smiled and said, "You are still too young. When you live to be 500 years old, you will understand all this. Avoiding all this is not fear, but the only way. There are not many choices in life. Do you want to know the truth of the world? The truth of the world?" The young man frowned slightly and said, "Teacher, what do you want to say?" The old man said, "We are just foreign demons, captive livestock." The young man shouted, "Impossible, impossible." The old man smiled and said, "Nothing is impossible. Now I will show you the truth of the world." He urged the secret technique and tapped on the disciple's shoulder, connecting his soul. Immediately, his own perspective was connected with that of the disciple. The young man saw the sealed formation in the sky, the grey fog at the end of the world, and the foreign demons patrolling back and forth on the periphery of the world membrane. These demons have beautiful wings behind them. Some wings are white, some are silver, some are golden, and some are blood red. The more wings, the stronger the cultivation. The perspective is changing, and you can see their lips moving slightly, as if they are talking about something. Because he understood lip reading, he could read what the two were talking about. But it was precisely because he understood that the young man's heart was trembling, and he was angry. It seemed that his anger had reached its peak. During their conversation, every once in a while, a monk would enter this world to harvest livestock. These livestock would be used as medicinal materials to refine pills. At each harvest, 99% of the human race would be harvested, and less than 1% of the human race would be left behind to be cultivated as seeds. After waiting for a period of time, when the human race recovered and the population returned to its peak, it would be harvested again. Time after time, the cycle continued. The visual connection disappeared, and the young man said angrily, "Teacher, they actually treated us as livestock. I want to kill them." The old man laughed. "Haha, I also want to kill them, but no, it's impossible. The totem method of our cultivation system here was taught by those evil demons from outside the domain. The method has drawbacks and defects, and it is easy to be restrained by the evil demons. Similarly, the upper limit of the totem cultivation method is only a platinum warrior. But in the eyes of the evil demons from outside the domain, the platinum warrior is just a medium-level strong man. The evil demons from outside the domain, as long as they send out a strong man, they can kill all our strong men. Of course, those powerful evil demons will not, but directly let some juniors enter this pasture and continue to hunt and hunt us, to hone the geniuses among the evil demons. Once, my father and my brother also wanted to fight back, but they all died in battle. I survived by hiding in some secret places, and I managed to escape. Over the years, I have been practicing hard, trying to break the shackles and step into the platinum warrior, but I failed. This world is suppressed, and the highest is the platinum warrior peak. How could those evil demons allow livestock to transcend control?" The old man said, with a flash of anger and helplessness in his eyes. He once resisted, but the so-called resistance was weak and powerless, unable to hurt the enemy, and gradually became numb. Child, I have opened up a secret realm that can perfectly conceal your own aura, allowing you to avoid being hunted. As for me, I'm already 1200 years old, and I can only live for 100 years at most. I will fight before I die, and hunt some evil demons from outside the domain. The old man said, let them know that even livestock have angry moments. If you piss off livestock, they will bite them a few times. As he said, the old man patted the young man's body and he fainted. Silly child, it's not a big deal to be passionate when you are young, but people will grow up eventually. When you grow up, you will understand everything. The old man sighed, picked up his apprentice and disappeared, and finally put him into a special space and disappeared. Over the years, the evil demons from outside the domain have invaded many times, and it is by relying on this secret space that they have escaped the hunting of the evil demons. How dare you not bow your head when you are under the eaves, child, you must understand. After the old man finished speaking, he sat upright on a tall building, practicing the skills and waiting patiently. Outside the film, a group of monks stood high in the sky, high above, overlooking this domain. These monks have wings on their backs, and runes on their wings. The runes change up and down, evolving many mysteries. They all have different expressions, high above, looking at the group of livestock below. My fellow Taoists, this ancient domain is about to be opened. Once we get there, we can go down and hunt as many prey as we want. But you must be careful. If you die in it, you deserve it. No cultivator will rescue you. Because the weak do not deserve to live. The blonde woman spoke. She was slender and wore golden armor with silver patterns on it. The armor was attached to her graceful body, highlighting her graceful figure. Her eyes were charming, and there was a hint of domineering in her charm. Her phoenix eyes sparkled, and under her slender nose, her slender snow-white neck was like a swan. Her chest was full, and she held a golden sword in her hand. She wore a golden helmet on her head with golden needles standing upright, and she had an extraordinary aura of majesty. The blonde woman said, the humans kept in captivity in this ancient domain practice the totem method. They have a short lifespan and grow fast, but they consume their own potential, and have relatively strong combat power. They are just your whetstones, and you can go down and hunt them now. This hunt is just a small task before the expedition. In the near future, we will set out for the Purple Mansion world. There are many races in that world, including 2 branches of our demon race, the Blood Demon race and the Sky Demon race. In that world, the majority of the population and the huge base of people are none other than humans. In that world, the human race has produced more than 18 immortals, or even more. Those humans have powerful cultivation and powerful combat power, which is far beyond the reach of these captive humans. You have to be careful. After giving the instructions, a jade talisman appeared in the palm of the blonde woman's hand. As she activated the magic weapon, light flashed. A golden light shone on the void, and landed on the void film. There was light flashing and changing on it. The void was slightly twisted. Countless runes were fluctuating and changing, constantly evolving and changing, and constantly combining and changing, turning into a golden portal. Above the golden portal, there was a strange and powerful aura, which led to an ancient domain. Thank you, senior sister. I'll pay attention to it. Senior sister, I understand. Many cultivators of the Feather Demon clan responded one after another, turning into a stream of light, and entering this ancient domain, one after another. They looked arrogant, with contempt for everything, and indifference to everything. Entering this ancient domain, they began to hunt prey. Countless cities were heading towards destruction. Countless tribes were being destroyed. Countless human cultivators were being killed. Flames were burning. Destruction was continuing. Mountains were breaking, and the earth was collapsing. The battle started quickly, and countless human beings were killed. The blonde woman looked at everything indifferently, without saying a word, like a sculpture. Raw. At this time, accompanied by the aura of destruction, countless powerful human beings appeared in the destruction. Black iron warriors, bronze warriors, silver warriors, gold warriors, platinum warriors, etc., gathered together, quickly combined together, and turned into a huge army formation, and began to attack the monks of the Feather Demon clan. The monks of the Feather Demon clan started to kill smoothly, causing the monks to be scattered everywhere, unable to gather together, just like scattered fists. The light of destruction was flashing. The first Feather Demon clan was killed. The second Feather Demon clan was killed. The third Feather Demon clan, and the fourth Feather Demon clan one after another, and soon more than 100 Feather Demon clan monks were killed, and blood was scattered on the ground, turning into corpses. The blonde woman looked at this scene, still without the slightest expression. Instead, she took out a coffee table, sat aside, and began to drink tea, and adjust her mood. She looked at all this indifferently, watching the monks of the same race being killed, without a trace of expression. In the ancient domain, the captive human cultivators have poor cultivation methods, and their cultivation system has drawbacks, and their magical skills have many defects. But the cultivators of the Feather Demon clan have undergone systematic learning, and whether it is cultivation methods, magical powers, or various secret arts, they are all first-class powerful. In this state of decline, they were still killed by those prey, and they deserve to die. The Feather Demon clan does not raise waste. If you can't even pass the trial in front of you, then just die directly. Living is a waste of air and resources. It is better to die directly. The resources they breed are just to supply some powerful cultivators. The killing continued. After a group of Feather Demon clan cultivators died, after the panic, the Feather Demon clan began to gather together, gather troops, condense strength, and turn into a tide, to fight with the human warriors. After just a few breaths of fighting, the human army was defeated. Countless human cultivators scattered, and began to flee. The Feather Demon clan monks also scattered and hunted down the human cultivators. Countless humans were killed, and their bodies were collected as prey. Kill, kill, kill. The hunt began, and the hunting continued. Until one day later, the hunt was over. The Feather Demon clan monks evacuated one after another. Chapter 619. Preaching in a Dream. A powerful celestial being. In the sky, the strong wind was blowing, making a whirring sound, like a steel knife. A meteor fell in the distance, rubbing out a bright fireball, falling to the ground. There was also a dark light passing by, turning into a flash in the void. There was also a red glow changing in the void, beautiful and charming, looking quite moving. The blonde stood in the void, with the strong energy surrounding her body, resisting all kinds of damage. With a cold expression, she waited for the final result. At this moment, the void flickered slightly, and the golden portal emitted a ray of light. With a flash of light, a Feather Demon clan monk walked out. He looked a little tired, and there were still some injuries on his body, but his spirit seemed to have improved a lot. In the past, he was just a flower in a greenhouse, but now he has become a small tree that has experienced wind and rain. The blonde nodded, very satisfied. There was another noise, and another monk walked out, but his condition was a little bad. One arm was broken, and one wing was broken in half. There was fear in his eyes, as if he had experienced brutal battles in this ancient domain, and his spirit was beaten in the battle. The blonde said nothing, but she had given up on him. Such a guy has a bad state of mind, and is not worth cultivating. The portal was flashing again, and the light was changing. One by one, the monks walked out, with different expressions. Some of them were shaking, some were terrified, some were afraid, some were happy, and some were a little crazy. Everyone came forward, counting the prey, and reporting their own results. The blonde woman counted. Her expression changed slightly, and she locked on some good seedlings to focus on training. At the same time, she chose to give up on some scum. Counting the number of people, about 1,000 UMO clan monks fell, and they were killed by the prey. The blonde woman said, "The battle is over. We are going to another venue to meet up, and conduct military training. We will turn many monks into a whole, improve their coordination, and increase their combat effectiveness. I hope you can survive to the end." With a wave of her hand, she led everyone away. The catastrophe of heaven and earth only lasted for one day. The Feather Demons only hunted prey for one day. After one day, they would automatically evacuate. The Feather Demons left. But in the Xuanji domain, it was left in a mess. Countless cities were broken, the walls were collapsing, and countless humans were buried inside. The mountains and rivers were collapsing, the rivers were blocked, and many rivers began to change their course. There was no blood or corpses on the ground, but there was evil spirit and death in the void. The ancient domain, which was originally populated, has now become sparsely populated and empty. Under the invasion of countless evil demons, only 1 in 100 humans survived, and most humans were killed as prey. Only a few humans survived. They survived not because the UMO tribe was kind-hearted, but because they left seeds and waited for 100 years for the population to multiply and then come back to harvest. Crack, crack. At this moment, a certain space was making a violent noise. Along with the noise, the man who was sleeping in it woke up, as if he thought of something, and walked out of this space directly. Sensing everything outside, the once prosperous city has become a ruin, and countless human corpses are buried under the ruins. There was once an almighty strong man who stood high in the sky and struck in the air, so the entire city went to destruction, and turned into a ruin, with countless deaths and injuries. The evil spirit was surging, and countless human resentful souls and regrets were surging, as if telling of anger. The man shouted unwillingly, "No, how could this happen? Teacher, how can you die? I'm not dead yet, how can you die?" Yang Feng looked at everything around him, with endless unwillingness. Everything recorded in the books of the past was cruel, but it was nothing compared to what he experienced in reality. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Yang Feng gritted his teeth and said. The void was changing. In the sky, Xuanji watched this scene. He saw the blonde woman commanding everything. The gate of the void opened and began to invade the ancient domain. She began to use the human race as prey and hunted prey in large numbers. Then he saw the human race being slaughtered in large numbers, looking miserable. Xuanji sighed slightly. The human race in this world is really miserable. Their ancient books of civilization were destroyed, their cultivation system was destroyed, and their civilization heritage was destroyed. Then they were kept in this ancient domain, living like livestock. A formation was set up on the periphery to isolate everything, and they were kept in captivity without knowing it. Not only that, the UMO clan also taught these human races the totem cultivation system, which can be said to be harboring evil intentions. The totem cultivation system not only has great disadvantages and consumes its own potential, but also has many shortcomings. After practicing the totem system, human cultivators will become more delicious and more suitable for some people's tastes. Looking at this scene, Xuanji was depressed. If the Purple Mansion realm was breached, the human race in the Purple Mansion realm would also be kept in captivity, like livestock. It won't be miserable, it will only be more miserable. It's a pity that I can't save you, Xuanji said apologetically in his heart. In the Xuanhuang ancient domain, this formation is set up on the periphery. The level is a level of the god transformation, and it requires a strong god transformation to break it. However, his incarnation is only at the peak of the nascent soul, unable to break the formation and save these humans. Not only can he not save them, but he can only watch them being slaughtered silently. I can only use the method of entering dreams to teach some things. Xuanji apologized in his heart, and his figure flashed and hid in a mountain. Activating the 33 heavenly treasures, countless phantoms were flashing, the void was changing, and countless runes were changing and operating. The soul began to blur and fell into sleep. To preach in dreams is the greatest help to fellow human beings in the alien world. At night, Yang Feng had just eaten meat, his stomach was slightly swollen, and suddenly his eyelids were a little raw, and he couldn't help feeling sleepy. He began to get up, and went to bed. Just a moment later, he fell into a deep sleep, and began to enter the dream. The void was changing, and the dream was all white, without a trace of color, without any extra embellishment. At this moment, the void was changing slightly, the whiteness disappeared, and turned into a plain, a mountain, and a stream of people. Like a scroll, the world became colorful. Yang Feng stood on the plain, as if he thought of something, and seemed to have forgotten something. At this moment, a man appeared in front of him. The man was tall and upright, standing there like a cypress, with a majestic aura, just a back figure, but it gave people a feeling like Mount Tay, giving people a sense of stability in their hearts. It seems that all difficulties, all obstacles, and all ups and downs are nothing. After the wind and rain, there must be a rainbow. After the hardships, there must be blessings. Meet the senior. Yang Feng stepped forward and said, You are good. You are very good. The man spoke, as if he had insight into something, and said, you are actually a golden holy body. The golden holy body is one of the ancient physiques, with golden blood in the body. It is born with strong ki in blood, and a strong physique, like a human-shaped real dragon. At the moment of battle, the combat power is strong and the killing is amazing. Not only that, the golden holy body also has a blessing on itself, which can increase the speed of the cultivator's cultivation, faster than many cultivators. Those cultivators with golden holy bodies, as long as they are not too useless, as long as they are not too unlucky, will definitely achieve the golden elixir, and there is also great hope for the nascent soul. It's a pity that you took the wrong path and actually walked on the totem martial arts. The more Xuanji observed the man, the more he felt sorry. In the Purple Mansion realm, there are very few cultivators with special physiques, and they can be said to be the darlings of heaven. Not only is the lower limit very high, but the upper limit is also high. It's a pity that they were born in the Phi realm, and were kept together since childhood, which delayed too much. This time, he activated the secret technique, and used the method of entering the dream to enter someone's dream, which was arbitrary. However, there is certainty in the randomness, and he will enter the dream of monk with strong qualifications. As for those monks with poor qualifications or average qualifications, he will not enter the dreams of those monks at all. Why do many monks choose geniuses instead of ordinary people or losers when recruiting disciples? Because geniuses have a higher success rate, and the resources and costs are less, but it takes more resources and time to train an ordinary person or loser into a strong person. This Yang Feng is a genius, and he even has a golden body and a strong qualification. Yang Feng was slightly stunned, but still asked, Senior, what is the golden elixir, what is the nascent soul, and what is the golden holy body? Xuanji smiled, and began to do popular science. The universe is vast and boundless, with many galaxies, and in the galaxies there are many life planets. On different planets, different life is derived, and there are corresponding cultivation systems. There are many cultivation systems born in the universe, and there are dozens of famous ones. There are thousands of unknown ones that are dying out, or even more. Among the many systems, the immortal cultivation system is the most popular, with the largest number of practitioners and the highest upper limit. It is divided into many realms, including refining ki, building foundation, Purple Mansion, Golden Elixir, Nascent Soul, Transformation, Refining Emptiness, Unity of Tao, Overcoming Tribulations, and Becoming Immortal. There are many realms above the immortals. I don't know, so I won't say more here. As for the totem system you practiced, the number of practitioners is small, the upper limit is relatively low, and the defects are relatively large. Huge. The highest is only a platinum warrior, and the platinum warrior is only equivalent to the peak of the nascent soul. But in the same realm duel, the platinum warrior will only be easily killed by the nascent soul cultivator. Not only is the combat effectiveness low, but the lifespan is also short. The lifespan of a platinum warrior is at most 1,500 years, while the lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator is at least 2,000 years. When practicing, it constantly consumes its own blood and ki, and constantly reduces its own potential, which has great disadvantages. The totem system has a fast training speed, low combat effectiveness, a relatively low upper limit, and many defects. Those UMO clan monks will not practice, but instead send them to some slaves, to cultivate cannon fodder and some pigs. Yang Feng thought of the word slaves and pigs, and couldn't help but get angry in his heart, and said, Senior, how to teach me? Xuanji said, how can the human race be slaves? I will teach you the method of cultivation, which can let you break the shackles, break the cage and escape, seek the free world outside, and live with dignity. Pointing a finger, a stream of light flashed, and fell on the position of his eyebrows. A cultivation method, a body training method, and some three-way magical secrets. Yang Feng closed his eyes, and digested this knowledge. White Tiger Tang Shenju can refine the spiritual energy of gold, and temper it into Zhengjin magic power, and can be cultivated to the peak of the transformation of the spirit. Immortal Golden Body Ju can use the blood to temper the body, and cultivate to the highest level, can regenerate broken limbs, can be indestructible, can be reborn with a drop of blood. Killing sword Jew. Hone swordsmanship in killing. The grade is a great magical power. Wind escape technique. Can be used to escape. Blood demon transformation. Can burn blood and use it to fight desperately. Constantly experiencing these techniques, I just feel that I have been enlightened and my wisdom has been greatly opened. The knowledge that was unfamiliar and vague in the past has become clear. Compared with the totem martial arts, I feel that the totem martial arts is extremely simple, with great shortcomings and drawbacks. In the cultivation system, as long as you reach the foundation building level, you can practice fasting, but in the totem system, even if you reach the platinum warrior, you still need to eat meat. If you don't eat for 3 consecutive days, you will feel hungry. Thank you, senior. What's your name? Yang Feng said gratefully. I'm the Taoist of creation. Xuanji said, go. At this moment, the dream began to break. In a trance, Yang Feng opened his eyes and touched his surroundings. He was on the bed. Recalling the dream, everything that happened in the dream was clear. But when he recalled it carefully, he couldn't remember the appearance of the senior. It seemed to become extremely vague. The more he recalled, the more vague it became. He seemed to have forgotten his appearance and only remembered the Taoist name of the Taoist of creation. The skills in the dream, can't it be real? Yang Feng choked and stood up. Sitting upright on the bed, he practiced the White Tiger Tang Shenju. As the skills were running, the spiritual energy around him was like good water, entering the acupoints one after another, wandering in the body, dredging the 8 extraordinary meridians, various small meridians, and various subtle acupoints. Some blocked meridians were opened one after another, and some closed acupoints were also opened. After practicing for a night, he felt the changes in his body. There was mud and stench on his body. He entered the bath and washed himself. His body became clean. He felt comfortable all over. He only practiced for 1 night and reached the peak of ki refining. He could enter the foundation building stage at any time. But he was suppressed, and the impulse in his heart was constantly polishing his foundation. If the foundation is not solid, the earth will shake. He needs to go through 100 days of polishing to the extreme, and becoming more rounded, before he can enter the foundation building stage. This is the 100-day foundation building. After 100 days of polishing, the ki in his body is transforming and entering the foundation building stage. It is only the foundation building stage, but the ki is more original and smooth. The cultivation is more stable, and the improvement of himself is more significant. After waking up from the dream, Xuanji looked at the Xuanhuang ancient domain and sighed slightly. The human race was kept in captivity, and he was full of resentment in his heart. But after the resentment, he could only turn into silence. He could not save these trapped human races, so he could only use the method of dreaming to help some people. Leave this ancient domain and travel to other areas. This is also the only thing he can do for the human race in this world. Walking around, he saw a lot of things. The Feather Demon clan was preparing for war and turned into a huge military camp. The strong men of one world gathered near the Void Passage to launch an attack on the Purple Mansion realm. The war had just started, and it was full of gunpowder. While walking, he collected information about the Feather Realm. There are many small races in the Feather Realm. They are confined to a small area. Not only are the territories and resources limited, but they are also regularly exploited or harvested by the Feather Demon clan. Not only is the number of strong men limited, but the upper limit of the strong is also limited. For example, in the Xuanhuang ancient domain, the strongest human cultivator can only become a platinum warrior, that is, a peak nascent soul cultivator. As for the higher levels, either the road is broken, or the resources are insufficient, and it is not enough to develop the corresponding strong men. Even if an accident occurs, a strong man breaks the shackles and enters a higher realm, but he will soon be surrounded and killed by the Feather Demon clan, and finally perish. In this world, there are many small races, but most of them are in captivity, and the Feather Demon clan is the only one in the dominant state. Within the Feather Demon clan, there are the Immortal clan and the 8 Saint clans. In the Fiu world, the world level is half a level higher than the Zifu realm. Because of half a level, a Celestial Immortal level strongman can be born. Celestial Immortal is a more powerful existence than a strong man who has passed the tribulation. In the Zifu realm, if you can't pass the 9th tribulation, you will turn into ashes directly, and everything will end, and there is no need to say more. But if you pass the tribulation, you will be summoned by the gate of the immortal realm, and forced to ascend to the immortal realm. Therefore, in the Zifu realm, the strongest person is only a strong man who has passed the tribulation. But the Fi'ai world is different, because the world level is half a level higher. When a cultivator passes 9 consecutive tribulations, and becomes a celestial immortal, he can use the origin of the world to temporarily block the power of the gate of the immortal realm, and stay in this world. In the Fi'ai world, there is a celestial immortal. Because of the presence of this powerful celestial being, he has swallowed up some powerful worlds in the War of World Invasion many times. For example, the world of Lanayou God Realm is mainly inhabited by the gods. In the universe, the gods are a rare but powerful race. Many gods are born with the golden elixir cultivation, and with a little effort, they can become a powerful cultivator of the refining void, or even stronger. In the Lanayou God Realm, the population of the gods is less than 1 million, but among the top masters above the refining void, they occupy as many as 6 levels. However, the powerful Lanayou God Realm was attacked and destroyed by the Fi'ai world. Just because a celestial being took action, everything was destroyed. It's a big trouble, a big problem. Someone is cheating. If the celestial being takes action, can the cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm withstand it? Xuanji thought. Thinking about the information in the intelligence, he felt a little tingling. In the early stages of a battle between cultivators, there is still the possibility of a cross-level war, but in the later stages, the difficulty of a cross-level war is increasing, or even impossible. In the Zifu realm, the strongest person is only at the 8th level of the tribulation. How can he be a match for a celestial being? Theoretically, after a cultivator has passed 9 tribulations, and ascended to the fairyland, he can use the energy of the fairyland to transform his body into a fairy body, his soul into a fairy soul, and his magic power into fairy power, so that he can become a celestial being. But in the Fi'ai realm, the immortal celestial being, after passing 9 tribulations, forcibly resisted the guidance of the fairyland, and continuously absorbed the fairy energy, transformed his spirit, and entered the realm of celestial beings. Both in terms of powerful magic power and combat intensity, they have far surpassed the 8th level of the tribulation. If a war really breaks out, can they really win? Xuanji was nervous, and couldn't help thinking about running away. If it really doesn't work, we can only fly into the starry sky and escape into the starry sky. But it's not appropriate after all. In the vast universe, it is so huge and boundless, that it is very difficult to find a planet with life. It is even more likely to encounter a cosmic storm, and get lost in the endless starry sky, and may die of exhaustion. Many cultivators left the mother world, and wandered in the endless starry sky. When their lifespans were exhausted, they did not encounter a planet with life. The lifespan of a cultivator who has passed the tribulation is 100,000 years. It seems that the lifespan is long, but it is too short for the distance in the universe. After all, the time to calculate distance in the universe is often calculated in light years, and light travels a distance in 1 year. But a cultivator who has passed the tribulation is just a stronger cultivator, and his speed is far inferior. Even the void teleportation is only 1/10 of the speed of light. Analyzing this information, Xuanji's mood became heavier. The only thing I'm thankful for is the suppression of the world. The origin of the Purple Mansion realm is strong. Even if a powerful celestial being descends, he will be suppressed to the 8th level of the tribulation crossing, or even lower. In the short term, that immortal celestial being will not descend to the Purple Mansion realm. Only when the two worlds are completely connected, the laws of the Purple Mansion realm are eroded by the Feather Realm, and the suppression of that celestial being is very small, will they completely attack the Purple Mansion realm. Chapter 620. First encounter with the gods. In the World Erosion War, the human race was in a disadvantageous situation at the beginning. Why not surrender? Xuanji suddenly had a thought. He just gave up at the beginning. Many times, it is not easy to be a traitor or a surrenderist. You must have value to be qualified to surrender. After all, if you accept someone's surrender, you must transfer some of your interests to the surrenderists. If the interests transferred are not enough, the surrenderists will inevitably rebel, or bury hidden dangers again. All these things are destined, that the human race cannot surrender, and the Xifu realm must fight to the end. In the Phi realm, the descendants of the immortal left behind founded a family called the Immortal Clan. In addition, there are 8 holy clans, all of which are ruled by tribulation cultivators, with huge power, and are the most powerful races second only to the Immortal Clan. In addition, there are some small families, small forces, etc., which are attached to these 9 forces. These forces are intricate and intertwined, forming the current power structure of the Phi realm. The 8 holy clans, although seemingly powerful, are actually just the dogs of the immortal and the slaves of the immortal. Thinking about this information, Xuanji disappeared, walking in the Phi world, constantly investigating intelligence, and killing some strong people by the way, and obtaining Xiangang. Because he was only at the nascent soul level, Xuanji chose to keep a low profile. In fact, he had to keep a low profile. This world, whether it is land area, population, resource breadth, or the number of strong people, far exceeds the Xifu world. A mere nascent soul peak is nothing. If you are cautious, you can still survive. If you are too high profile, you will easily perish. Walking in the Phi world, you feel that the class is solidified, and there is inequality. A large immortal clan and 8 holy clans occupy more than 7 layers of resources in the Phi world, and occupy the most fertile areas. There are some barren lands left, and many small races and small forces are fighting all the time, fighting blood all the time, and the internal circulation is unprecedentedly severe. Xuanji was walking, and when he walked to an area, he suddenly sensed something, and his footsteps flashed, and he went to the scene of the crime. In a mountain range, a group of cultivators were moving forward, one of them holding a compass in his hand, as if calculating something. Zhu, is your information really accurate? This is a remote place, a marginal place, with scarce resources and thin spiritual energy. There is no great opportunity here? A man with dragon horns on his head questioned. The other 4 looked at a cultivator with evil temperament, black hair and handsome appearance. This person was Zhu. Zhu smiled and said, according to my calculations, there is a tribe of gods hidden in this mountainous area. The tribe of gods, impossible. Impossible. The other 4 said it was impossible, but their breathing was rapid and their eyes flashed with burning colors. Zhu's eyes also flashed with burning colors, and he said slowly, yes, it is the gods. The gods are born strong, and as long as they reach adulthood, they will become powerful cultivators of the refining realm. Once we obtain the blood of the gods, we can cleanse our hair and marrow, improve our qualifications, and help us break through the bottleneck. As long as we become a cultivator of the transformation of the gods, we will also be big figures in the sect. There are many strong people in the Phi world, but the number of strong people of the transformation of the gods is still rare. As long as you become a powerful god, you can be considered an upper middle class figure even in the Phi world, and you have a certain say. One of the monks asked, how long will it take us to get there? We've arrived. The hunt has begun. As long as we hunt the tribe of the gods, we will be rich. Zhu smiled slightly, his figure flashed, and he walked forward. The remaining 3 followed closely behind him, and soon entered the depths of the mountains. They arrived at a valley, but it was empty and there was nothing there. Zhu, is this really the place? A blood-haired man frowned slightly. He urged his eyes, and his pupils shot out rays of light, seeing through everything. His eyes can see through many illusions, but under his pupil technique, he didn't see anything. It seemed that the valley was just a valley. They hide very cleverly. I'll do it. Zhu smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and punched forward. Huolala. The void was breaking, and the golden barrier in front was breaking. A tribe appeared in front of them, with a population of less than 1,000 people, but they were all powerful. The men were handsome, and the women were stunningly beautiful. A man's eyes flashed with greed. Gods. It's really gods. A tribe born with the blessing of heaven and earth, and it's still alive. Great. I actually met a living god. Ha ha ha. Gods, born strong, blessed by the universe. As long as the gods are just born, they have the ability to cultivate the golden elixir. At the same time, as time goes by, they can continue to grow. In theory, every strong man of the gods has the potential to advance to become a powerful cultivator, and each of them is a cultivation genius. No matter in which world, as long as the gods appear, the gods will be extremely glorious, dominate the world, and even become the master of a world, but they will soon decline. The gods are rising with their blood, but blood is also a shackle for the gods, especially in the later period. If you want to make progress, you must evolve your blood, and improve your blood level. In addition, the blood in the gods is golden, and has a strong vitality. If it is the blood of the gods, refining pills can improve the qualifications and potential of the cultivators. Many top-level masters have strong qualifications, but their children may not have outstanding qualifications. They may be ordinary or even relatively poor. But if the elixir is refined with the blood of the gods, it will become a top genius. In order to rise, many masters often slaughter the gods crazily, extract their blood, and constantly smelt their essence to improve their own qualifications, so as to go further. No matter which world the masters are in, they will directly hunt and kill the gods when they encounter them. Unless the gods in that world are extremely powerful, so powerful that the world is afraid of them, and so powerful that the world dare not take action. The man is innocent, but he is guilty of holding the jade. The guilty are never the jade, but the man, but the weak. Why don't you let us go? We have already escaped here. Why don't you give us a way to live? The voice of an old man came. He had golden hair, and his breath was mighty and domineering. Zeus said coldly, "It's just because you are weak. If you had the cultivation of a god, I would be the one running away now, but unfortunately you are not. Surrender. As long as you surrender to me, I can spare your lives. We will not kill all the gods. As long as you hand over 30 gods as food every year, you can be allowed to live. Otherwise, today is the day when your gods will be exterminated." The other four were silent, but they were full of murderous intent. It would be a pity to kill all the gods if they met. It would be better to keep them like livestock. Haha, the gods are born noble, how can they be slaves? The old man flashed a trace of murderous intent. "Since you come to hunt our gods, then all of you will die here." The old man roared, and countless golden runes appeared on his body. The runes rose and fell, evolving a trace of terrifying murderous aura. A long knife appeared in his hand, and the aura on his body was also rising, bursting out with the cultivation of the 5th level of the nascent soul. Swish. In an instant, he appeared in front of Monk with 3 eyes, and slashed out with a long sword with terrifying force, as if he wanted to kill the 3-eyed strongman with one move. The 4 people's faces changed, and they urged their magic power one after another, and powerful spells blasted out. A monk urged his blood and ki, and a long bloody river floated above his head, and corpses rose, and fell in the river, and murderous auras evolved and died. The eyes between the eyebrows of a monk opened, and countless mysterious runes rose and fell, condensing into a ray of destructive light and blasted out. A monk urged the spell, and the stars above his head flashed, evolving a huge vision. Wings appeared behind a monk, and the golden runes on the wings were changing, causing the spiritual energy to fluctuate violently. The 4 strong men joined forces and blasted out. The void was exploding, and the destruction continued. Bang! A trace of blood appeared at the corner of the old man's mouth, and he fell behind. He was injured, but after being injured, his aura became even more violent. The long sword in his hand danced, turning into a fierce and incomparable relic, beheading a cultivator, and the Genki talisman on the cultivator's body shattered on the spot. His body was cut into 2 pieces in an instant. But at this moment, the other 3 strong men also took action, and the killing moves bombarded the old man's body. The old man's body was broken and flew backwards. As for the cultivator, who was cut into 2 pieces, his body was quickly condensed and turned into a body again, and he was urged to kill again. In such a battle, it is almost abnormal if the body is not torn 7 or 8 times. The hands and feet are not broken 7 or 8 times. The head is not broken 3 or 5 times. And the heart is not broken 3 or 5 times. The injuries in the battle can be healed quickly. The 2 sides clashed with each other. The arms were broken, the body was broken, the head was broken, the chest collapsed, etc. But they could be healed quickly under the urging of the secret technique. This is the Yuanian cultivator. The Yuanian cultivator is not only powerful in combat, but also has a particularly strong vitality. During the battle, all kinds of injuries to the body can be healed quickly. As for the head, heart, etc., they are not flaws at all. The only flaw is the nascent soul. As long as the nascent soul is not seriously injured, and the mana is not exhausted, the battle can continue. Not bad prey. At this moment, a black-robed man with a horn on his head appeared in the void, emitting the terrifying power of the 9th level of the nascent soul. No, this is the 9th level of the nascent soul. Everyone run away. The old man shouted unwillingly, reminding the tribe members frantically. At this moment, a series of lights were flashing. About 700 golden elixir auras were flashing, fleeing in all directions. The newly born baby of the Protoss cultivator has the golden core cultivation, and the qualifications are even stronger, but the disadvantage is that the reproductive ability is poor. It is very difficult for a pure-blooded Protoss couple to have a child. Even if they are pregnant, it takes 100 years of pregnancy for a child to be born. In addition, some powerful gods have become powerful and do not like to have offspring. They are also being hunted by powerful people, so they are often prone to genocide. Want to escape? No way. A net of heaven and earth. The one-horned man said indifferently, urging magic to form a huge fishing net with him as the center. It fell from the sky, and silk threads pierced the bodies of the gods. These gods flashed golden light and resisted the invasion, but they were not very useful. The golden light was collapsing, and they fell to the ground one after another, becoming fish in the net. At this time, a blonde, blue-eyed, hot-bodied, pretty face with a childish, but a hint of stunning appearance of the god's woman burst out. The cultivation of the early nascent soul burst out, the long sword in her hand, cut off the net, and was about to escape. Interesting. The one-horned man was slightly surprised. You are at the 1st level of the nascent soul, but you have burst out with the 5th level of the nascent soul. This is an unparalleled Avildoa. It's a pity that your realm is too low after all. If you have the 5th level of the nascent soul, you may be able to defeat me, but now you can't. He urged the net to sweep down. The blonde woman resisted, and the long sword cut off one after another, but soon new ones emerged, continuous and endless. The old man shouted frantically, Zumuan, run away. The King Blood God clan, haha, it's actually the King Blood God clan. As long as I kill her, extract her blood and soul, and turn it into a big pill, I can cleanse my own qualifications, and even have a chance to become a great power of the head AO. The one-horned man laughed, as if he had seen a supreme treasure. The God clan is divided into the Mixed Blood God clan, the General God clan, and the King Blood God clan. The Mixed Blood God clan only has some God clan blood, and the qualifications are higher than many cultivators. The General God clan is just a pure-blooded God clan. At the worst, they can become a powerful person who has achieved the state of refining emptiness. This is the lower limit. As for the upper limit, it is hard to say. The King Blood God clan is a God clan. At the worst, they are powerful people who have achieved the state of harmony. This is a guaranteed lower limit. Generally speaking, even a million God clan may not be able to give birth to a royal family. The probability is too low. Boom boom boom. The net fell down and blocked it. A trace of despair flashed in Zumuan's eyes. He turned into a ray of light and fled away, but was trapped in the big net, like a prey caught by a spider. The grey light hit Zumuan's body. Zumuan suddenly felt his body go weak, and he was completely unable to use his strength. His mana faded inch by inch, and despair appeared in his beautiful eyes. Interesting. At this moment, a man's voice came. Who? The one-horned man looked at the source of the voice, and saw a man standing there. He was very ordinary as Passabier and Passabibi, so ordinary that people could forget him. It was difficult to remember his appearance, and he was an object that could be ignored at any time. The one-horned man asked sternly, who are you? A Blood King God clan is very useful to the cultivators of the refining void and even the cultivators of the combined way. Only the cultivators of the crossing tribulation have reached perfection, and do not need the Blood King of the gods. Since this man has discovered the Blood King of the gods, then kill him. I'm here to kill you. Xuanji smiled slightly, took a step forward, his body blurred, and in an instant, he appeared in front of the one-horned man and punched him. There were no extra changes, only one punch to break all laws. The one-horned man's face changed, and he urged to kill the shield in front of him. The runes on the shield were flashing, turning into a strong energy that was rising and falling. But Lu Xuanji punched down. The strong energy was broken, the shield was broken, and the one-horned man's body was broken. Swish. He stretched out his hand again and grabbed a Yuanying in his hand. A slight pinch, the Yuanying died. The cultivator of the 9th level of the Yuanying died. The Xiangang order was changing. 1500 became 1508. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 621, Invasion of a Country. With 2 moves, he killed a 9th level nascent soul cultivator. He continued to attack and killed the remaining cultivators. In the battle, he was clean and neat, easily killing the enemy. The King Blood God clan has the most powerful cultivation physique among the God clan. It is so rare that it is pitiful. As long as she is given time and resources, she will grow into a powerful person who has achieved the Dao in the future. There is no doubt that she will become a powerful person who can overcome the tribulation, or even become an immortal. The divine blood in her body is also the most top level treasure, which can enhance the potential and upper limit of cultivators. Her qualifications and potential are almost the ceiling of the world. Lu Xuanji stared at Zhu Muan with a slightly excited expression. The God clan is the dwelling of the world, and the King Blood God clan is even more of the son of the world, loved by heaven and earth, and has the potential for endless evolution. Zhu Muan is only 15 years old and is already in the early stage of the nascent soul. Such a cultivation can be called against the sky. This is still in a place with thin spiritual energy. If it is in a place with rich spiritual energy and more abundant resources, the cultivation speed will be faster. Zhu Muan stepped forward and said, Senior, if you let my people go, I will cooperate with you to extract my own blood, so that the elixir refined in this way will be more perfect. If I don't cooperate, the quality of the elixir will drop by 1 or 2 levels. Let her go. I can cooperate with you to extract my blood and soul. Let him go. I'll do it. I'll do it again. The cultivators of the God clan spoke one after another, vying for the first place. The number of God clan is small, which means they are destined to be very united. Zhu Muan is a member of the King Blood God clan and their king, so he naturally doesn't want to die in Lu Xuanji's hands. Lu Xuanji looked at Zhu Muan, his eyes flashing with burning color. Zhu Muan, you are very good. I'm very interested in you. As long as you become my maid, I can protect your branch of the God clan and let you have a safe territory. Zhu Muan was slightly surprised and said, you are not going to extract my god's blood. I'm a member of the King Blood God clan. The blood in my body is also useful for the strong people of Hedao. It can improve their potential and increase the probability of entering the tribulation, or even becoming stronger. Lu Xuanji said, your god's blood is important, but I value you. Thinking back to the Lu family, among the cultivators in the Lu family, King Dian's probability of entering the refining void realm and achieving Hedao may be less than 1%. As for the other cultivators of the Lu family, there are less than 10 cultivators who are qualified to enter the refining void realm, and the probability of entering Hedao is even lower. But this King Blood God clan, as long as he does not die, the probability of entering Hedao is 100%. As for the remaining 700 odd gods, the probability of them entering the realm of refining emptiness is also very high. By winning them over, one can expand the power of his own. In the world of cultivating immortals, one's own cultivation and strength are very important, but the corresponding helpers, subordinates, and comrades are also very important. He doesn't want to be surrounded by a siege one day without a comrade who can do anything. As for extracting Zhu Muan's blood and refining it into elixirs, it can certainly improve someone's qualifications. But there are losses in this process, and the qualifications and potential limit of this cultivator are not as strong as the living Zhu Muan's qualifications. Why do you want to do this? Zhu Muan said, aren't you afraid of raising a tiger to cause trouble? When you enter the realm of refining emptiness, or even the moment of harmony with the Tao, aren't you afraid that I will bite you back? No. Lu Xuanji said, in my life, I have always wanted to find some geniuses who can walk with me, and you are such an existence. Of course, you have the opportunity to betray me, but you have to be careful. When you betray me, I will kill you without mercy. As he said, the terrifying murderosaurus swept over. Zumuan stepped back subconsciously, her expression slightly nervous, her beautiful eyes flashing, and she stepped forward to greet him and said, meeting the master, I can be your woman, but according to the agreement, you have to treat my people well. I will be loyal to you all my life, and I'm willing to be your sharpest knife. You are the butcher and I'm the meat. Now is the best result. He urged the secret technique to force out a drop of blood, carved runes, and condensed a contract in the void. The void was making a slight sound, and the two were connected together. This is the king's contract. The master will not let me down, and I will not let the master down. After Zumuan signed the contract, his expression was a little depressed, but his eyes were exceptionally bright, and he said, I hope so. Lu Xuanji said lightly. Sensing the connection between the two, he frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. Is the contract useful? It is really useful, but it is really not very useful. As long as Zumuan reaches a state of unity, he can easily break the bondage of the contract. With a wave of his hand, he sent out a stream of good fortune power that was infused into the bodies of these gods. Their aura was rising, and their injuries were mostly healed. Many gods looked at each other and said respectfully, greetings, master. Lu Xuanji said, got it. Thank you, master, for saving my life. Many gods thanked him. Once a god is discovered, it is basically the fate of countless strong men to hunt them down. Most of them will have all their blood extracted and die of blood exhaustion, becoming someone's wedding dress. Unless the gods give birth to a peerless lurker who intimidates the world will be afraid and dare not move forward. No matter what the purpose of this senior is, now letting Zumuan go, and these gods, gives them a chance to breathe and a chance to rise. Lu Xuanji said lightly, from today on, you can call me the Taoist of good fortune. After reaching the golden elixir, most cultivators use Taoist names, and hiding their names is to conceal their own secrets. The fluctuation of your luck is still not enough to attract some hunters to hunt you. Lu Xuanji frowned slightly. He suddenly understood why those cultivators discovered the existence of the God Clan. Because the God Clan cultivators have a huge amount of luck. Especially the God Clan tribe of hundreds of people, the luck they have condensed is more powerful, and it is easy for some cultivators to spy on it with the art of heaven. Unless there is a powerful person who can distort and conceal his own energy in the God Clan. Swish. Lu Xuanji urged the secret technique, and the powerful luck covering the God Clan tribe was mostly covered up, isolating some cultivators from prying. This God Clan tribe is temporarily safe. After explaining some things and sending some cultivation resources, Lu Xuanji disappeared with Zumuan, intending to train this little maid. This little maid is only a child of 15 or 16 years old, and her worldview has not yet been formed. It is just right to take this opportunity to reshape her worldview. This little maid has excellent qualifications and good comprehension, but these alone are not enough to become a top powerhouse. It is also necessary to cultivate their state of mind, temper their will, and hone their fighting skills, all of which require long-term training. Otherwise, if the state of mind is not enough, even if the talent is against the sky, it may become a stepping stone for some geniuses. On the road of cultivating immortals, talent is very important, which can determine a person's lower limit and affect a person's upper limit, but talent is not important. After embarking on the road of cultivation, the talent of the cultivator is constantly evolving and transforming. When many cultivators just started, their talents were not good, their talents were just average, or even very poor, but when they become top-level masters, their talents and physiques will inevitably be upgraded to the top. A few months later, the two arrived at a battlefield. Two cultivation kingdoms, fighting together. Boom boom boom. The void was exploding, and the two sides clashed together. Foundation building cultivators, purple mansion cultivators, golden elixir cultivators, Yuanian cultivators, etc., all clashed together. The two sides were fighting, and this was a bloody battle between two cultivation kingdoms. Countless cultivators perished, and the two sides were fighting fiercely. Lu Xuanji smiled and said, interesting. Zhu Muan asked curiously, Master, what are you going to do? Lu Xuanji said, I have been in this world for a while, and it is time to build a foundation. Zhu Muan said, you want to control these two small countries? Exactly. Lu Xuanji smiled. Not long after, the two small countries had a fierce war. In the war, Yuan Kingdom suffered a catastrophic disaster, and all 5 Yuan cultivators were killed. As for other cultivators, the losses were countless. While Song Kingdom suffered relatively small losses, only 3 Yuan died. But with the help of this war, Song Kingdom also destroyed Yuan Kingdom in one fell swoop, and expanded its territory. In the war, the 4th prince, who was originally unknown, rose in one fell swoop, and became the new emperor. The fierce battle between the two countries for about 100 years finally came to an end. Song Kingdom was like a beast, silently devouring and digesting food. In the palace, Lu Xuanji sat on the throne, wearing a royal robe and a crown on his head, flashing domineering. Next to him, stood a woman, Zhu Muan. Zhu Muan said, congratulations, master, you finally became the emperor of Song. Lu Xuanji said, really? But such a throne seems a bit useless. Not only useless, but also useless. How many good things can a Yuan cultivation country have? Here, it is also extremely poor. Some big forces disdain to occupy here. I can sit here safely. Zhu Muan said, in that case, why doesn't the master take the opportunity to occupy some big cultivation countries? Lu Xuanji sighed, impossible. These small cultivation countries have little impact and do not attract attention. I can be a substitute, but if I take action against some Huashan countries, the probability of being discovered is very high, and I may expose myself. Not only will I be discovered, but the danger is also very great. But occupying this country can at least collect some intelligence. We can also obtain some resources. Let's go to the treasury now. Zhu Muan nodded. Lu Xuanji got up and went to the treasury. Entering the treasure house, his mind was flashing, and he was seeing everything in the treasure house. After just a moment, he showed a look of disappointment. The treasures here seemed quite shabby. Most of the resources were useful to nascent soul cultivators, but they were extremely useless to avoid refining great power. This is green jade spiritual essence. Suddenly, Lu Xuanji saw a piece of corroded stone. From the outside, it looked like a 4th grade spiritual material, blue sky white jade, which could be used to forge some nascent soul instruments. But when he crushed the jade, a sticky green liquid was revealed inside. The green liquid had a faint fragrance. Just smelling it, a wave of comfort came from the soul. Green jade spiritual essence can be used to forge a pill called blue sky pill. After taking it at the peak of the spiritualization realm, it can increase the probability of entering the void refining realm by 1 layer. This is a blood dragon fruit, which can stimulate the blood and enhance the blood potential of the dragon race. It is very beneficial for dragon cultivators. Just give it to Longzuan. In the Zifu world, blood dragon fruit is regarded as a top-level divine material, which can be used to help cultivators temper their blood, which is very beneficial for dragon cultivators. But in this world, there is no dragon race, which means that the blood dragon fruit is destined to have a very low value. Diamond can be used to forge 7th grade spiritual treasures in the Zifu world, but here it is just a low-level divine material, and is not a treasure at all. Forbidden divine stone can be used to temper the soul and enhance the strength of the soul in the Zifu world, but in this world, it is just an ordinary material. Lu Xuanji wandered around in the treasure house, constantly searching. His expression was changing. He didn't have much hope at first, but gradually found that the harvest was not small. In the Zifu world, many precious treasures are priceless, but in the Fiu world, they are very common and worthless. Many precious divine materials and some spiritual medicines have not been found to have corresponding value in the Fiu world. Sensing the difference between the two worlds, Lu Xuanji began to search for various treasures, slowly and happily. This is the world stone. Lu Xuanji held a piece of stone, his expression slightly excited. After careful inspection, he confirmed again and again that this is a world stone. It looks very inconspicuous from the outside, and it makes a dull sound when it is knocked continuously. After careful inspection again, there is nothing strange. It looks only the size of a fist, but it is quite heavy, weighing 30,000 pounds. It's a good thing they don't know the goods, otherwise, how could a piece of world stone fall into my hands? Xuanji was slightly excited. The circle determines the vision of the cultivator. Whether it is Song or Yuan, it is only a Yuanying level cultivation country, and the strongest is only the peak of Yuanying. The cultivation is limited, and the circle of contact is also limited. Many top level divine materials cannot be seen in the hands. What kind of treasure is this? The world stone is a top level divine material that can be used to expand the cave world. Many cultivators need to consume mana and spend a long time to slowly expand the cave world, but once they obtain the world stone, they can quickly expand the area of the cave world and increase the height and depth of the cave world. Having a huge cave world does not necessarily mean a strong cultivation, but the larger size of the cave world can increase the cultivator's foundation. Whether in combat or logistics, it is very useful. For cultivators above the refining level, it is a priceless market. Many cultivators digest the world stone internally as soon as they get it, and rarely circulate it outside for sale. In the Zifu world, many refining masters will fight to the death for this world stone. Not to mention other things, just this world stone is worth the trip. Xuanji packed up everything and walked out of the treasure house. At this time, a civil official came to pay his respects and said, "Your Majesty, if we destroy the Yuan kingdom, it will attract the fear and suppression of the Holy Light Ancient Kingdom. It will be very dangerous." The Holy Light Ancient Kingdom is a god-level cultivation kingdom with a god-level master sitting in charge. This incarnation god, named Xuanji Patriarch, is the overlord of the nearby area. In the past, Song State, Yuan State and more than a dozen other cultivation countries were all vassals of the ancient country of Xuanji. The ancient country of Xuanji pays attention to the balance of power. They are most reluctant to see the major cultivation forces annex each other. Once some forces annex each other, they will take the initiative to interfere. Xuanji sneered and said, "Don't worry about them. Now is a special time. Fiahu world is about to invade Zifu world. Two worlds are at war. There is no retreat. One step back is a cliff. Moreover, there are enemies in the ancient country of Xuanji. I don't know how many people are eyeing it. Xuanji Patriarch dare not go out in person. We are very safe." Over the years, he has been investigating intelligence and has a deep understanding of the nearby countries. The ancient country of Xuanji is extremely domineering and has offended countless races and major forces. If it weren't for the Xuanji Patriarch, the ancient country of Xuanji would have been torn to pieces by countless powerful races around it. But even so, the situation is critical. Moreover, the Holy Light Ancient country was in a state of decay, arrogance, and chaos, lack of ambition, internal contradictions and various conspiracies. In the ancient country, many geniuses were killed by their own people as soon as they emerged, and now it is in a period of transition. There is only one god of transformation sitting in the seat, and the other nascent soul masters are also disunited. There is only one trigger, and a shocking collapse may occur. Xuanji said, "Besides, now is the time of the world's great calamity. Various forces are reshuffled, countless masters have fallen, and even the monks who have crossed the calamity may perish. This is the best of times, and the worst of times. We can wait." The civil official sighed, retreated, and said nothing more. About a month later, a silver warship flashed in the void, descended from the sky, and came. This is a warship of the Holy Light Ancient country. Wherever it goes, it is enough to make many masters retreat. Xuanji changed his appearance and led the civil and military officials to wait. At this moment, a ray of light flashed, and a tall, handsome, and arrogant man with blonde hair and short golden hair slowly emerged under the protection of more than a dozen strong men from the Holy Light Ancient country. The man looked down at Xuanji from above and said coldly, "You are the king of Song State. You are so brave that you dare to start a war and destroy Yuan State without authorization. Kneel down and accept the punishment." As he spoke, a cultivator came forward, holding a chain with ghost runes on it, looking at Xuanji as if he was looking at prey. The ministers of Song State all changed their expressions and flashed with fear. The Yuanian cultivator smiled grimly and directly urged the chain to stab Xuanji. Lu Xuanji's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he punched out casually. The cultivator was killed on the spot and his body was scattered on the ground. The blonde man laughed. "You dare to resist?" Lu Xuanji laughed. "I did resist. What do you want?" The blonde man sneered. "You actually dare to kill people? You actually dare to kill people from my ancient holy light country? You are dead. No one in heaven or on earth can save you. Not only will I kill you, but I will also kill your entire family." Lu Xuanji smiled and said lightly, "You won't be able to see whether I live or not, but you will definitely die today. Come on, go forward and kill them." With a wave of his hand, the Imperial army attacked. Chapter 622, Holy Light Ancient Country. With a wave of his hand, the Imperial Guards attacked. The Imperial Guards only had 500 people, and the lowest level was Jinden. The two leaders were still Yuaniying. With an order, the Imperial Guards gathered together, and their ki connected together, to form a supreme formation, turning into a real dragon. Roar. The real dragon roared, and attacked the blonde man. The monks guarding the blonde man tried to resist, but it was useless. In just a moment, 7 or 8 guards were killed. The blonde man looked at Lu Xuanji's murderous eyes, and his heart was cold. For the first time, he felt the danger. "Wait, you kill me. By then, there will be no room for maneuver." Lu Xuanji said coldly, "If you have the ability, let the Holy Light Ancestor come to kill me. He is old and his deterrence is declining." The Imperial Guards attacked again. Boom boom boom. The terrifying energy clashed with each other, and the two sides were engaged in a fight. The monks of the Holy Light Ancient Country were defeated, and fled for their lives. But the next moment, the formation of the Imperial Guards changed, and they attacked from another angle, cutting off their chance of escape. In just a moment, they were all killed. At this time, a civil official stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, we killed the envoy of the ancient kingdom of Holy Light. This is a big trouble. The ancient kingdom of Holy Light has always been domineering, and has destroyed many hostile forces over the years. We killed the envoy of the ancient kingdom of Holy Light. Once the Holy Light Ancestor takes action, our Song Kingdom will perish." Lu Xuanji smiled and said, "You don't understand. If I killed the envoy of the ancient kingdom of Holy Light like this in the past, the next day the ancient kingdom of Holy Light would send strong men to destroy our family. By then, I would have been on the run. It's a pity that the war between the two worlds broke out. Not long ago, I got some inside information. All the cultivators above the god transformation in our Fi realm must report to the immortal ancient city and serve on the battlefield between the two realms. The god transformation cultivators must serve for 1,000 years, and the refining void cultivators must serve for 2,000 years. Our holy light ancestor is also within the scope of service and conscription. Since the Fi realm is so large, some areas are difficult to connect and travel. This Saint Light Patriarch has 10 years to prepare, and must serve in the army within 10 years. At this point, Saint Light Patriarch has no time to care about us. The battlefield between the two realms is extremely dangerous. Even the Transcendence Patriarch may fall, let alone a mere transformation god. Saint Light Patriarch has to serve for 1,000 years. Can he survive in such a fierce battle on the front line? Lu Xuanji sneered and talked about the latest information. Transformation god cultivators seem to be extremely powerful, but in the battlefield between the two realms, in the fight on the front line, they are just soldiers, just bigger cannon fodder. As for those below the transformation god, they are not even qualified to be cannon fodder, and are not qualified to serve on the front line at all. In the fierce battle on the front line, the death rate of transformation god cultivators is very high, and they may die on the battlefield at any time. Until now, this Saint Light Patriarch has been very busy collecting some top grade spirit stones, some top grade spirit medicines, or top grade elixirs, etc., to reserve supplies for the battle not long ago. As for other small matters, there was no time to care about them, and there was no way to care about them. Many ministers listened, their expressions changed slightly, some were happy, and some were nervous. The civil official persuaded again, "Your Majesty, be careful. Even a dog will jump over the wall when it is desperate, let alone a great cultivator of the transformation of the spirit." Lu Xuanji smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Even if the holy light ancestor attacks suddenly, I can take the opportunity to escape. As long as I'm alive, I can rebuild the Song dynasty. Similarly, the Holy Light Ancestor will not attack the Song dynasty before he is absolutely sure to kill me. Many times, there is no need to defeat the enemy, nor is there a need to have the power to compete with the enemy. As long as there is a certain deterrent force, it is enough. Many ministers nodded and left nervously. About 100,000 miles away from the Song dynasty, there is a piece of divine land. This piece of divine land has spiritual veins buried underground, which crisscross like blood vessels in the human body. Under the transformation of the spiritual veins, the soil exudes purple black, which is quite suitable for the growth of spiritual medicines and rice. About 30,000 years ago, a group of feather demons established a cultivation kingdom here, opened up a capital city, built formations, planted spiritual medicines, multiplied the population, and gradually became a great cultivation country. With the help of powerful military force, they conquered the nearby cultivation kingdoms. After killing many cultivators, they established their own dominant position, and were named the Holy Light Ancient Kingdom. However, in recent years, the Holy Light Ancient Kingdom has been unstable. In the capital, in the ancient palace, a guard was reporting the news. Your Highness, the King of Song violated the laws of our country and privately destroyed the Yuan Kingdom. Our country sent an envoy to warn, but the King of Song actually killed the envoy and provoked our country. Your Majesty, please destroy the Song Kingdom and its 9 clans. A man stood in front, wearing a royal robe, a crown on his head, a majestic aura, a golden sword on his waist, a majestic and domineering aura, and said, I know. The guard nodded and retreated quietly. The man frowned slightly, stood up and went to the gate of a garden. He stood outside and reported, Father, I have something important to report. Come in. At this moment, an old voice came. The man entered the garden and looked forward. He saw an old man with grey hair and an old face, but his back was straight and his aura was mighty and domineering. Greetings, Father. Recently, some forces have been provoking our Holy Light Ancient Country, the Emperor said respectfully. He is the king of the Holy Light Ancient Country, but this father is the master of the Holy Light Ancient Country, dominating everything in the Holy Light Ancient Country, and suppressing all powerful enemies around. He told his father what happened and explained the ins and outs of the matter in detail. Damn it, damn it. A trace of anger flashed across the eyes of the Holy Light Patriarch. This King of Song State has seized the opportunity and taken advantage of the fact that I'm about to go to serve. It is extremely hateful. If I'm not mistaken, the King of Song State is now hiding temporarily with his elite troops and his direct confidants. Even if we take action and destroy the Song State, it will be difficult to damage the foundation of the Song State. On the contrary, they will take advantage of my departure to attack our ancient Holy Light Kingdom. Our ancient Holy Light Kingdom is in danger. The King of Holy Light asked, Father is going to serve on the front line. Shouldn't the immortal venerable guarantee our safety? There are policies from the top and countermeasures from the bottom. The Holy Light Patriarch side, the time when the two worlds are at war is a time of chaos. Small places like us can't come here at all. The King of Holy Light said, Father, is there any way to avoid the call to the front line? The Holy Light Patriarch sighed, I'm just a mere god transformation. I'm just a small figure in the eyes of that adult. A small figure has no bargaining power. If I don't know the current situation and forcibly avoid conscription, there may be a strong man coming the next day to kill me directly, killing the chicken to scare the monkey. The Lord of Holy Light said, Father, you leave the ancient country. It is very dangerous for the family to lose a strong man to take charge. The Holy Light Patriarch sighed, the moment I leave, that is, the moment when the Holy Light Ancient Country falls into emptiness and its power is relatively weak. The best choice at this moment is to shrink the power, compress the territory, rely on the formation to guard a few areas, and hold on until I return. Also, I will consume some resources recently to help you enter the God transformation realm. The Lord of Holy Light said happily, Thank you, Father. The Holy Light Patriarch sighed, more than 7 resources of the ancient country are occupied by me. I'm a little sorry for you. The Lord of Holy Light was silent, but did not say anything. The Holy Light Ancestor sighed and said, in the Fiu world, all kinds of high-level resources are occupied by the 9 major forces, and the remaining scraps can only be snatched. The ancient country of Holy Light is located in a barren area. Because of the scarcity of resources, the competition is extremely fierce. According to the resources accumulated by the ancient country of Holy Light, it is enough to train 5 God transformation cultivators, but if all the resources are distributed among the 5 God transformation cultivators, each God transformation cultivator will have a lower realm due to insufficient resources. But if the resources are concentrated on 1 God transformation cultivator, the cultivation of this God transformation cultivator will advance by leaps and bounds, and the speed of progress will be fast. In the early years, the ancient country of Holy Light dispersed its resources and trained 3 God transformations, giving birth to 1 God transformation at the 2nd level and 2 God transformations at the 1st level. However, when encountering a powerful enemy invasion, 2 God transformations died in battle, and 1 God transformation was seriously injured. It was also this experience that made my father understand the truth. The world of cultivating immortals has never looked down on the competition of numbers, but the competition of masters. In order to train a top powerhouse, it is worth it to die thousands or tens of thousands of low-level cultivators. After that incident, the Holy Light ancient country no longer dispersed its resources, but concentrated them on me. I alone consumed more than 7 layers of resources from the ancient country. After the concentrated use of resources, my cultivation progressed rapidly, and now I'm at the 5th level of the spiritualization. Relying on my powerful cultivation, I suppressed more than a dozen nearby small countries, and made them our vassals. At the same time, the nearby Great Jin ancient country, the Holy Ming ancient country, the Fengyuan ancient country, etc. Although there are many spiritualization cultivators sitting in the ancient country, they are not as high as my realm, and not as strong as my combat effectiveness. When the ancient countries clashed, these ancient countries chose to retreat. When they encountered the Holy Light ancient country, they also took advantage of certain opportunities to invade the territories of these ancient countries. If we were not afraid of the high level predators, we could even have destroyed several nearby ancient countries. When he said this, the Holy Light ancestor was silent. Under the long-term unfair distribution, many middle and low-level people were extremely dissatisfied with the upper level. At this moment, the Holy Light ancient country was like a volcano, and civil wars and various foreign wars could break out at any time. If he was suppressing everything would be fine. But he was leaving to fight on the front line. All kinds of conflicts would completely erupt after he left. The Lord of the Holy Light said, "I understand. I will make the ancient country as stable as possible." The Holy Light Patriarch nodded and opened the treasury directly. A large amount of resources poured down to cultivate this sun. Strive to let this sun enter the state of transformation within 10 years, so that the Holy Light ancient country will have a little self-protection power. The Song Kingdom killed the envoy of the Holy Light ancient country, and the nearby countries were all shocked. It seemed that everyone saw that the Holy Light ancient country sent a large army to suppress everything, flattened the Song Kingdom, and killed the Lord of the Song Kingdom. Many people imagined the miserable appearance of the Song Kingdom. However, what was surprising was that the Holy Light ancient country was silent, did not send troops to fight, and had no other reactions, and seemed calm. But the calmer it was, the more horrifying it was. The storm is coming, and the eve of the storm is always calm. Interesting. In the palace, Xuanji was drinking and frowning slightly. The reaction of the Holy Light ancestor was somewhat beyond my expectations, but it was also within my expectations. As if thinking of something, Xuanji opened an invitation. On the invitation was written a line of words: "Invite Song Pinggan to attend the banquet." Just a few simple words, but there was a breath of transformation. Interesting. Is this the anti-Holy Light ancient country alliance? Xuanji smiled and urged his divine thoughts. The divine thoughts fell on the invitation, and immediately felt the coordinates of the void. But the void was changing, and the next moment it entered an illusion space. It was grey and endless. At this moment, a purple-haired man with a single horn on his head appeared in the void. He was quite handsome, and stepped forward and said, "I'm the Lord of the Great Jin Kingdom, named Jinrang. I'm glad that you have joined our alliance. The world has suffered from the Holy Light ancient country for a long time. Now it is time to settle everything. Greetings, senior," Xuanji said respectfully. In the divine sense, Jinrang is a powerful god transforming cultivator, with the third level of god transforming cultivation. The emperor of the ancient Jin kingdom said, I evolved this illusion with the help of a secret treasure. I can enter and exit at any time and conduct various trading activities. It is absolutely safe here. After reaching the nascent soul stage, cultivators cherish their lives. They will not go to some unfamiliar places, but often stay at home, using the formations at home to resist foreign enemies. Even when they go out, they hide their tracks to avoid being ambushed by the enemy. In this illusion, they can communicate with each other perfectly. There will be no major danger. Follow me, Jinrang said, and walked forward with Xuanji. Soon they arrived in front of a palace and entered it. At this moment, there were already many cultivators in the palace, each standing in a corner, fearing each other. Here, there are 12 cultivators, all of whom are at the peak of the nascent soul stage, just a little short of entering the god transforming realm. In the purple mansion world, as long as you have enough money, you can still buy the Yuanshan pill. But the Fiu realm is more involuted, and the control of materials such as Yuanshan pills is more stringent. They rarely flow out, causing many cultivators to be stuck at the peak of the nascent soul and unable to make any progress. If there is no Yuanshan pill, the success rate of directly attacking the god transformation is less than 1%, which is a gamble with life. In fact, the higher the realm, the more difficult and dangerous it is to attack. Without enough pills to break through the level and save your life, the failure rate of attacking the level is very high. Looking at the people present, Xuanji searched his memory and found some familiar faces. They were all wanted criminals, wanted by the Holy Light ancient country, and ordered to be hunted down for a long time. They had a deep hatred for the Holy Light ancient country. Chapter 623, Leaderless, Chaos. True Lord Red Scorpion, whose true form is a scorpion, once devoured 2 million feather demons in the Holy Light ancient country, and was wanted by the Holy Light ancient country. True Lord God Tower, originally the prince of the Holy Light ancient country, his father was a genius, but he was killed by an insider. In anger, True Lord God Tower betrayed the Holy Light Empire and specifically opposed the Holy Light ancient country, killing countless people. True Lord Xuanji, this is a beautiful woman, wearing a purple dress and a charming smile. His sister died at the hands of a playboy in the Holy Light ancient country, so he hated the Holy Light ancient country. True Lord Baimu, this is a tree demon, with a withered face, like a dead tree. He has no hatred for the Holy Light ancient country, but simply dislikes the Holy Light ancient country. True Lord Beifeng, this is a phoenix. His family was hunted down in the past, and he is full of hatred for the Holy Light ancient country. True Lord Blood Phoenix, this is a blood phoenix, also an alchemist. He was once famous for alchemy, and was imprisoned by the Holy Light ancient country for a period of time. After escaping, he began to retaliate against the Holy Light ancient country. True Lord Black Knife, this is a swordsman, once ventured into a secret realm, and encountered a genius from the Holy Light ancient country. The two sides fought each other, and as a result, True Lord Black Road killed the genius, and thus also stirred up a hornet's nest, beating the grandson and the son, and killing the son and the father, one after another. After killing so many, he was also put on the wanted list. True Lord Stone Wolf, whose original form is a wolf, also has hatred with the Holy Light ancient country. There are other True Lords who have some hatred with the Holy Light ancient country, and they are constantly entangled with each other. Under Jinrang's enticement, they gathered here. Jinrang looked at everyone present and said, my fellow Taoists, most of those who should have arrived have arrived. Here, I will also tell you the latest intelligence. Because of the call up to the front line, the gods must go to the front line to fight and serve in the army for 1,000 years. No one can avoid it. If you refuse the call up, that adult will kill the god, or even kill his family. The ancient kingdom of Holy Light and the Holy Light ancestor are only a little more powerful than us. In the eyes of those bigwigs, they are nothing at all. The Holy Light ancestor did not dare to refuse the call up. It's just that after he leaves, the ancient kingdom of Holy Light will be empty and attacked by powerful enemies. So, the Holy Light ancestor made two decisions. One is to abandon a large amount of territory, continuously shrink the troops, and stick to some limited areas. The other is to cultivate new gods and sit in the ancient kingdom of holy light. These two policies are very wise. If they are implemented, they can really be held for a while. True Lord Beifeng asked, shrinking the troops and giving up the territory means giving up a lot of resources. Without a lot of resources, can the royal family and other officials of the ancient kingdom of holy light still maintain a good life? Jinrang nodded and said, that's the reason. Because of these, there are still constant disputes within the holy light ancient country, but everything is suppressed by the holy light ancestor. But 10 years later, it's hard to say. Fellow Taoists, when the holy light ancestor leaves in 10 years, it will be the time for us to launch an attack on the holy light ancient country. We hate the holy light ancient country very much. Kill the holy light ancient country. Kill a purple mansion cultivator. You can get 3 purple yang pills. Kill a golden core cultivator. You can get 2 golden cores. Kill a nascent soul cultivator. You can get 2 nascent souls. If you can kill 10 nascent soul peaks in a row, you can get a Yuanshan pill. Of course, if you don't want pills, you can exchange for other things. This is the exchange list. As he said, he waved his hand and threw out a scroll. The scroll opened, and one bounty after another appeared. As long as you hold the body of a cultivator from the holy light ancient country, you can exchange for the corresponding reward. This is a large-scale bounty. It is not a bounty for a single person, but a bounty for a large group of people. Everyone looked at the bounty and their expressions changed. Later, the trading of goods began. Xuanji watched everyone trade, but did not step forward. About half a day later, everyone left one after another. Interesting. After his divine consciousness returned, Xuanji sensed everything that happened in the illusion. His expression fluctuated slightly, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. Wait, 10 years later, we'll talk about other things. Xuanji smiled. Time passed, and after a brief calm, waves followed. The holy light ancient country was converging its forces and giving up a large amount of territory. With the abandonment of a large amount of territory, many small forces began to settle in it, began to fight, and fought, and had a lot of fun. With these fierce battles, countless strong men perished in it. The holy light ancient country, which was originally the focus of everyone, diverted some of its attention, and was temporarily safe. At the moment of the 5th year, accompanied by the flashing of terrifying lightning, the calamity clouds in the void were condensing. Dark and overwhelming, lightning was flashing, flames were rising, and annihilating everything. The calamity descended, and the terrifying calamity swept everything, one after another, and a figure was fighting in the calamity. About a year after the calamity dissipated, Yuanming, the ruler of the ancient country of Shengguang, appeared in front of everyone, showing the cultivation of the first level of the incarnation. After the incident was reported, everyone was terrified, and then became silent. But then near the imperial capital, a large formation rose up, like a huge turtle shell, and like a hedgehog showing its hideousness. In the 7th year, the ancestor of Shengguang left. He had to serve on the front line for 1,000 years. Of course, if he used his military merits, he could reduce his service time. But in the current situation, it was very difficult. 10 years later, the ancestor of Shengguang and the incarnations of several other nearby major forces all went to the front line. Many forces only had newly advanced incarnations in charge. Many powerful forces became weak overnight. Countless dormant small forces began to rebel and counterattack some big forces. The ancient countries of Shengguang, Dajin, Shengming, and other big forces were invaded by some forces one after another, and wars continued around them. These ancient countries fought back, relying on their rich heritage, to kill some strong men. At the same time, they also suffered heavy losses, and many monks were killed. Without a leader, the world was in chaos. In this ancient domain, it was completely plunged into chaos and war. It's a mess. The situation is completely messed up. But it's good like this. Heroes rise in troubled times. If there is no troubled times, the order is stable, which also means that the class is solidified. Heroes have no place to stand out, and heroes are just bears. But now it's a mess, and the opportunity has come. Lu Xuanji said, while flipping through the booklet in his hand. Zhu Muan said, Master, what should we do next? Lu Xuanji said, of course, we should take advantage of the situation, constantly snatch resources, and take the opportunity to enter the God of Transformation. Zhu Muan, you have grown up and are already at the 9th level of the nascent soul. You are also a top-notch warrior in this ancient domain. As long as you are not too unlucky, there will be no major danger. You should go out and explore. Zhu Muan said, but I still can't bear to leave my master. Lu Xuanji said, go out. You are a member of the King Blood God clan. You must rise in the bloody battle and make progress in the fight. This is the fate of the King Blood God clan of all generations. It is impossible to succeed by lying down. Go out. Opportunities, opportunities. Only by venturing outside can you encounter opportunities. If you sit at home, there will be no opportunities. At home, my luck will suppress you, and your progress will be very slow. Zhu Muan was a little reluctant, but he still nodded and agreed. Some people are born in Rome, and some are born as mules and horses. Zhu Muan is a member of the King Blood God clan, and his qualifications are top-notch. With such qualifications, 1 day of cultivation can be equivalent to 10 years of cultivation for others. There is no bottleneck before the tribulation, and you can embark on the road of becoming a saint. However, becoming a saint by doing nothing is hopeless, and winning by doing nothing is also dying by doing nothing. Bloodline advantage is an advantage, but it is a disadvantage in more cases. Relying on bloodline advantage to become a powerful person of Hideo many times are not as good as those with average qualifications, but rely on their own efforts to become a Hideo cultivator. It's like, one relies on his own efforts to become a billionaire, the other relies on inheriting the family business to become a billionaire. Comparing the two together, the former is naturally more powerful. If you don't want to be the weakest group of Hideo cultivators, it is extremely important to fight outside. Before leaving, Lu Xuanji activated the secret technique, which sealed part of Zhu Muan's blood and part of her aura. As long as you don't have a cultivation of refining emptiness, you can't see through her reality. He also gave some secret treasures, some forbidden tools, things to escape, some elixirs, etc. as gifts. With tears in his eyes, Zhu Muan left. Looking at the girl leaving, Lu Xuanji was a little reluctant, but soon turned into determination. He didn't need a vase. This King Blood God clan shouldn't be a vase either. Now, it's time to harvest some monks. Lu Xuanji's figure flashed and disappeared. Holy Light Ancient City, the imperial capital of the Holy Light Ancient Kingdom. At this moment, many formations rose up in the periphery, and light films were changing. Many runes were changing, and killing formations were opening. The 5-element killing formation evolved into the 5-element sword key to kill the enemy. The fiery formation, the flames of destruction rose and fell, burning the enemy. The death formation turned into death energy to attack the enemy. The vast formation turned into a force of vitality to make up for the injuries of the monks in the city. On the city wall, Yuan Ming's eyes were flashing, looking at the situation outside the city, and a trace of calmness flashed across his face. Outside the city wall, the emperor of the ancient Jin kingdom, Jin Yu, led the army of 18 nations to the city, set up a large formation, and began to attack the ancient city of Shengguang. Many monks combined together to form a military formation and a killer move to attack the ancient city of Shengguang. After a year of continuous attacks, the ancient city of Shengguang remained unmoved. The damaged formations were being repaired quickly. Many spare formations were still dormant and there was no need to activate them. With the help of the formations, the ancient country of Shengguang suffered less losses, but the enemy suffered heavy losses. Yuan Ming said, Dao Yao, you should retreat. Our ancient country of Shengguang has a strong foundation, deep roots, and many formations. It is not something that a mob like you can break through. According to Dao Yao's current attack strength, I can still hold on for 100 years, but can Dao Yao hold on for 100 years? Give up. Jinyu smiled and said, let alone 100 years, I can only hold on for 10 years at most. Because of the huge losses and the loss of many monks, I couldn't stand it in the end. But Dao Yao, you know that the most solid fortress is always broken from the inside. Do it. After he finished speaking, violent explosions sounded in the ancient city. Boom boom boom. Countless formation bases were broken, some formation flags were broken, and some formation points were broken. The formation that was originally rising, and had a solid defense, was shaking, and its power dropped to as much as 3 layers. Do it. At this moment, Jinyu smiled, and an axe appeared in his hand. The light on the axe was flashing, as if it was going to cut everything. Buzz buzz buzz. When Jinyu raised the axe, he felt that most of his mana was consumed. But the axe was shining with golden light, like a sun rising, and finally setting on the ancient city. Crack. Crack. The ancient city was broken into pieces, and countless formations were broken and stopped. Kill. At this moment, the coalition forces outside attacked the ancient city of Zion from the gap. This impregnable ancient city was breached at this moment. Anger flashed in Yuan Ming's eyes, and he looked at a certain place in the distance. Yuan Linghei, why did you betray my holy light ancient country? The silver-haired man sneered. My name is not Yuan Linghei, but Yuan Qianhei. My father is Yuan Lingshan, a peerless genius of the ancient country. He had the hope of becoming the 5th half-step Yuanying, and even had a glimmer of hope to enter the realm of transformation. As a result, he was framed and slandered by your son, and my father was beheaded. My mother and sister also died in humiliation. At that time, I vowed to destroy your entire family at all costs. I even changed my name and endured living in seclusion. Do you know how I have been through these years? A long time ago, I found the king of the Great Jin Kingdom and became a member of the Anti-Holy Light Ancient Country Alliance. Didn't your son slander my father as a traitor? Now I really become a traitor. The people around listened, just frowned slightly, but there was no extra expression. They have encountered many such things and have long been accustomed to them. Habits become natural. At this moment, a purple-haired man sneered. So, you are the bastard from that year. It's a pity that I'll let you escape that year. I should have killed you back then. But your mother and sister are really kind. Go to hell. At this moment, a black-haired monk said, urging his long sword to chop and kill. The long sword flashed, but it chopped and killed a Yuanying monk next to him, instantly cutting him in two. Boom boom boom. At this moment, some monks attacked the nearby monks. Yuan Mingyu, you also betrayed. Yuan Lang, you also betrayed. Yuan Xiao, you also betrayed. Some monks attacked one after another, and were injured in the surprise attack, and some died directly. At this moment, the Lord of the Ancient Kingdom of Holy Light was surprised to find that there were so many traitors. Boom boom boom. The two sides clashed together, and the bloody battle continued. Kill. At this moment, Jinyu urged the axe to kill Yuan Ming. Yuan Ming sensed the danger, and swung his long sword, which flashed blood red. The blood red light flashed, and the murderer Sora rose up, and he chopped and killed. Swish. The two clashed with each other, changing their shapes, and fought again. Chapter 624 Return to the Purple Mansion World. The void was exploding, and the destructive energy collided with each other. The two gods clashed with each other. The axes were flashing and changing, as if ghosts and gods were walking. Each axe was ingenious and natural. Wherever the axe moved, the void was buzzing, and the huge force suppressed everything, and wiped out all laws. The long sword was flashing, and the long sword was fierce and decisive. Wherever the sword light went, it was where the destruction spread. The two people were changing their bodies quickly, and their killing moves fell out, bombarding the enemy. According to the regulations of the immortal ancient city, the gods must go to the front line, be recruited accordingly, and go to serve in the army. But there are still loopholes. Those gods who were born after the conscription order avoided the conscription, and did not go to serve in the army. Whether it is Yuan Ming or Jinyu, they are all newly promoted gods, but only the first level of gods. But the residual waves of power that burst out destroyed everything around. Under the aftermath of the energy, the giant and cultivator was killed instantly, and the Yuanying cultivator was seriously injured. Only the peak Yuanying cultivator could fight back. The cultivators around evacuated one after another, forming a vacuum zone in the middle to avoid being affected by the battle. In other places, fierce battles were also taking place, fighting each other. Jianden and Jianden dueled, Yuanying and Yuanying dueled. The battle was extremely tragic, and cultivators were falling all the time. The two sides fought very tragically, but in the confrontation, the Holy Light Ancient Country soon fell behind. In the past few thousand years, the Holy Light ancient country has been growing stronger and constantly encroaching on various forces, resulting in many enemies. If the Holy Light ancient country had been strong, everyone would have had to grit their teeth and endure it. But now that the Holy Light ancient country showed a weak look, countless tigers and wolves immediately pounced on it. Divine axe opens the sky. Jinyu urged the axe. The blood and ki in his body were boiling, and the mana flowed into the axe like water. The light on the axe was flashing, and the formation and runes engraved inside started to work. The blood red light on the axe became more and more intense, emitting a blood red enchanting light. 1 foot in front, 1 foot behind, both arms raised the axe. The muscles of the whole body were tense, and the spirit was condensed into a point. The axe made a buzzing sound, and chopped directly out. Heavenly sword cuts the world. There was a trace of blood at the corner of Yuan Ming's mouth. His body was already injured, but he forced himself to increase his ki. The magic power was rising violently, and the power of ki and blood also exploded. From holding the knife with one hand, to holding the knife with two hands, the weight of the knife was increasing, becoming extremely heavy, like the weight of a mountain pressing on it. The originally sharp blade light was completely restrained, turning into a plain appearance, returning to its original simplicity, and containing a peerless murderous intent in the ordinary. Swish. The magic weapons collided with each other, and the destructive ki hit the bodies of the two people, and the violent power exploded in the body. Yuan Ming vomited blood on the spot. Jinyu also vomited blood. Both sides were seriously injured. Come again. Yuan Ming said angrily. Haha. Jinyu sneered, as if he was laughing at something. At this moment, the shadow under Yuan Ming's feet flickered, and a black shadow appeared in the shadow, stabbing Yuan Ming's back. It appeared quite concealed, and the moment of stabbing was invisible. Only at the moment of stabbing, the murderous aura burst out, turning into a terrifying killing move that swept over. The murderous aura was soaring. Yuan Ming's figure flashed, avoiding the vital point of the heart, but the sword still pierced his shoulder. Even though he was wearing top-level armor, he was still pierced by the dagger. The terrifying curse on the dagger burst out, turning into black energy, sweeping over. Bitch. Yuan Ming said angrily, waving his hand and punching. The assassin was hit on the spot. His body was torn into pieces, and he died on the spot. At this moment, the axe came again. Yuan Ming mobilized his magic power, and was about to fight back, but his magic power receded like a tide, less than the 7th level at his peak. Under the curse, his strength was affected. He resisted hastily, and slashed with a long sword, but was knocked out on the spot. The axe chopped down, shattering the protective ki, and the remaining force hit his body. Yuan Ming flew backwards, and a huge bloody wound appeared on his body, almost splitting his body in two. Urging his magic power, the wound was healing quickly. At this moment, the axe chopped down again. Yuan Ming flashed and dodged the attack, but his magic power was consumed again, less than the 3rd level at his peak. Forget it, as long as the Green Mountains are there is no fear of running out of firewood. Yuan Ming's eyes flashed with decisiveness, and a thunder talisman appeared in his hand. The thunder talisman was flashing and changing, and the runes on it were twisting, turning into terrifying thunder and lightning, sweeping over. Jinyu suddenly felt a great danger, and activated the golden shield. The shield's aura was rising and guarding around his body. With the sound of crackling, the aura was shattering, and the shield made a crisp sound, and shattered on the spot. The remaining force hit his body. The robes on his body offset most of the force, and his body flew backwards. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Jinyu stood firm, but found that Yuan Ming was already 1,000 meters away, and was about to escape. Mist Talisman. Yuan Ming activated the talisman again, and mist suddenly rose around him. The mist spread over 1,000 miles, and everything beyond 3 meters was blurry. Even the divine consciousness was disturbed, and it was difficult to see farther away. Run for your lives. Yuan Ming shouted loudly, everyone, just accept your fate. At this moment, the remaining monks of the Holy Light ancient country began to break out. Yuan Ming's eyes flashed with unwillingness, and he also ran away. The ancient city of Holy Light finally fell. The speed of its fall was beyond his imagination. Before leaving, his father had prepared for the possibility of the capital falling, so he spent his blood and energy to draw 3 talismans to save his life at the critical moment. He activated the third talisman, the Great Teleportation Talisman. In an instant, he was teleported 100,000 miles away. The void was changing, and Yuan Ming's feet landed on the ground. There was a mountain range here. Yuan Ming sighed. I'm finally safe, but I'm sorry for my father. The ancient kingdom of Holy Light is still lost. At this moment, a voice came. Please die, fellow Taoist. At the moment of the battle between the two sides, Xuanji quietly sneaked into the ancient city of Holy Light. The ancient city of Holy Light has a huge array of formations, and even the incarnation of the spirit cannot sneak in. But for Xuanji, whose main body was at the refining void stage, and whose clone was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, he only needed to slightly activate the phantom of the 33 heavens supreme treasure to enter the city, transform into a stream of light, and start heading to the treasury of the Holy Light ancient country to search for treasures. A phantom was flashing, and soon arrived in front of a bronze gate. On the gate, a bronze lion was carved, and the lion's mouth was open, ferocious and terrifying. Interesting. Xuanji looked at the bronze gate and smiled slightly. There was a solid formation on the gate. If you don't know the way, even a divine transformation cultivator would find it difficult to break through. Escape map. Deduce. A magic weapon appeared above Xuanji's head, and the magic weapon rose and fell, constantly changing and deducing. After deducing for a while, he found the floor, and turned into a stream of light, to enter the treasury without alarming anyone. But after entering the treasury, he frowned slightly when he looked at the shelves of goods around him. The shelves for storing elixirs were all empty. The shelves for storing spirit stones were all empty. The shelves for storing spiritual materials were all empty. The shelves for storing magic weapons were also empty. The shelves for storing talismans were also empty. Many places were empty without any items. Only a few shelves still stored some treasures, but they were also of low value. The number of treasures stored in the entire treasury of the Holy Light ancient country was actually less than that of the Song Kingdom. Why is this so? That's right. The war is about to begin. It is not safe to put treasures in the treasury. They may become spoils of war for the enemy. Many treasures are directly distributed to low-level cultivators, or awarded to certain cultivators in advance, or stored in some secret vaults, or carried with them. In short, the treasury has become empty. Xuanji frowned slightly, and after just a rough analysis for a moment, he came up with the corresponding answer. Damn it. Xuanji's figure flashed and disappeared. When he left, he saw the scene of the capital being breached. Then, he saw Yuan Ming fleeing. Xuanji also crushed a large teleportation talisman and followed him. One in front and one behind, following like a shadow. But Xuanji urged the long sword. The long sword was shaking. The sword light condensed into a stream and turned into a destructive sword light to chop down. Please die, fellow Taoist. The moment the words came, the moment the long sword chopped down, the moment the destruction came. No. Yuan Ming roared, urging the skills, and talismans appeared one after another, blocking in front of him. However, it was useless. With a crisp sound, the talismans shattered one after another, and the sword light was like snow, directly chopping down, and Yuan Ming's body was split in two. With the body shattered, the moment when the soul flew out to escape, it shattered directly, and turned into ashes scattered on the ground. The lord of the ancient country of Holy Light died on the spot. His cultivation was very low, but he had many treasures on him, so it was difficult to kill him. However, he had been severely injured at the previous moment. He was also attacked by Xuanji. Under the attack without martial ethics, he was finally turned into ashes, and died on the spot. Is this the ring? Xuanji waved his hand and the ring fell on his palm. When he was about to open the ring, he felt inexplicably uneasy and a little scared. After carefully examining the ring, he found that there were special runes on the ring, which required special means to open. Once the opening method was wrong, the ring would explode, which was comparable to the self-detonation of the incarnation, enough to seriously injure, or even kill a powerful incarnation. When he opened the ring with a special method, he saw many treasures inside. These treasures were few in number, but each one was exquisite. I'm rich. Xuanji smiled with joy in his eyes. Sure enough, killing people and setting fires will bring you a golden bout, while repairing bridges and roads will leave you no bones. Why does a certain saint advocate the theory of human nature being evil? because only when the weak learn to be evil can they avoid the oppression of the strong and have the hope of rising. Only the weak can break the class shackles, break the oppression of the advanced class, have a chance to rise, and have a chance to become the best. If you are a weak person, you start by paying attention to benevolence, morality, courtesy, integrity, and shame, and have a noble character, and disdain to do bad things. Then you are destined to end up as a cow or a horse, and you may end up as a cow or a horse for the rest of your life. If you are a little less lucky, you will be buried under the bridge and road repair. Therefore, when you are weak, you must learn to become bad, because only by becoming bad can you avoid the oppression of the superiors and survive, instead of becoming a skeleton. This is even more true in the world of immortal cultivation. Many upper level immortal cultivators like the lower level cultivators below, who are all noble in character and work hard to farm instead of killing people for treasures. But if the lower level person really can't figure out the truth of the matter, but in order to cater to the superior, he turns himself into a person of noble character, and he may be pitted to death by the superior. In the workplace, leaders like to pit honest people the most. Alas, back then, I was too honest, and had a good character. Xuanji savored and reflected on himself. He urged the flames to burn everything, completely changing the atmosphere of the battlefield. After perfectly hiding his own aura, he disappeared. At this moment, the outcome of the battle has been decided. Under the internal and external siege, the capital of the ancient kingdom of Holy Light was breached, and many strong men were slaughtered, with only a few strong men escaping. The ancient kingdom of Holy Light was destroyed, and countless strong men rushed to divide up the legacy. When a whale falls, all things come to life. When this giant fell, the remaining population, monks, spiritual veins, mines, spiritual fields, spiritual medicines, etc. were all divided up by the strong. The big forces above ate meat, and the small forces below drank soup, and they ate happily with each other. Even the Song Kingdom took this opportunity to expand some territory. By the way, 7 or 8 Yuanying monks were killed and given to the ancient kingdom of Dajin as gifts. The ancient kingdom of Dajin did not break its promise, but directly gave the corresponding bounty. It was good for each other, but the only bad thing was the ancient kingdom of Shengguang. Xuanji collected these treasures, and said to the outside world that he would go into seclusion, and then left quietly. Back to the Purple Mansion realm, the clone flashed and entered the Kinglian cave heaven. The clone flashed and merged into the main body. Xuanji consumed the information from the main body and nodded slightly, saying, "Not bad, not bad, a good harvest. Not only did I get some information about the Fiu world, but also some rare treasures. Especially the world stone, which can upgrade the cave heaven world. I just didn't expect that there would be a world stone in the treasury of the Song Kingdom." Xuanji was slightly surprised. The ancient kingdom of Shengguang, which was larger than the Song Kingdom, did not have a world stone. It can be seen that the Song Kingdom was so lucky to get a world stone. But now, everything is cheap for him. Thinking of this, he directly pressed the world stone on the Danshan position, and the world stone melted, and began to merge into the 33 caves. Click, click. With a clear sound, the 33 caves began to expand. The area was expanding, the height was rising, the earth became thicker, and the world environment became more suitable for mortals to survive. As the world expanded, the boundary wall of the cave was like glass, gradually breaking. After the shattering, it slowly expanded, constantly evolving and changing, and deriving new boundary walls. The area of the cave was expanding, slowly expanding, and the diameter changed from 100 miles to 150 miles. It seemed that it had only expanded by a mere 50 miles, but it was improved by 3.5 times as a whole. After all, the so-called cave world presents this irregular sphere as a whole. A slight expansion is a huge improvement. As the cave world was improving, the 33 caves were superimposed on each other and turned into a formation surrounding each other. Many caves were no longer doing their own thing, but were perfectly integrated into a whole, presenting a virtuous cycle. Chapter 625, Longzuan's Enlightenment, and Refining the Void. The cave is changing, and the laws inside are gradually becoming perfect. A trace of Xuanhuang Qi is derived from the surroundings of the cave, which falls directly on the ground, reinforcing the earth. the earth becomes thicker and can grow some top-level spiritual medicines. At the same time, the cave world has become more stable. Originally, the confrontation between the Yuan and cultivators would break the cave world and severely damage the cave world, but now the cave world has become solid and can withstand the confrontation between the Shenhua cultivators without being damaged. With the evolution of the cave, Xuanji entered the enlightenment in a trance. Immersed in the ocean of the avenue, he was unaware of the passage of time. On his body, runes flashed one after another, and the runes were changing, like dragons and snakes dancing. The runes are constantly combining and evolving into different talismans, which may be swords, halberds, bows, and crossbows, or weapons. There is also the pure yang sun rising, the bright moon flashing, the heavenly palace fluctuating, the gods reigning, the white tiger pouncing, and the black tortoise soaring. There is also sword energy rising, the sword energy soaring into the sky, and the sword soaring into the sky. There are also fish changing, sometimes turning into a blue dragon, sometimes into a unicorn, sometimes into a white tiger, and sometimes into a golden crow, presenting different forms. There are also hundreds of insects walking, fleas, ants, dragonflies, etc., which seem weak, but they evolve into terrifying Taoist images. There are also plants withering and flourishing. Spring and autumn are changing. The years are rotating. All things are rising and falling. All things are in reincarnation, and the world is deriving and evolving. There are also 33 heavens evolving, as if they are about to transform into a brand new fairyland, reigning over the universe. Different visions were rising, different runes were changing, constantly combining, and constantly disassembling, deriving, and changing from each other, turning into endless mysteries. Immersed in the years, 30 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, the 33 heavenly treasures were warning, and Xuanji woke up from enlightenment. Looking at himself again, he looked dull, his mana was drying up, his blood was withering, his arms seemed dry, and his blood was withering, as if the oil had run out. The soul was also fading, like a light in the night, constantly swaying and changing, as if it would go out at any time. Ahem, I almost entered the Dao of transformation, and I almost perished. Xuanji coughed and operated the skills. Suddenly, the spiritual energy around him was like a tide, and entered his dry body. The dry body became round again, and the skin was white, like a beautiful jade. The soul also returned to its original appearance, and the body was gradually returning to normal. Recalling everything just now, he secretly said that he was lucky. Just now, he was deeply immersed in enlightenment, and could not extricate himself, and he almost became a Daoist. Fortunately, the 30 days treasure left a setting to wake him up at the critical moment and avoid the danger of becoming a Daoist. Counting the time with his fingers, Xuanji frowned slightly. 30 years have passed, but in my perception, only 3 seconds have passed. The stronger the cultivation, the longer the lifespan, and the weaker the perception of time. The life of a mortal is only 100 years. But a high-level cultivator can spend 100 years in seclusion or enlightenment. But, at this moment, Xuanji activated the 9 transformations of fish and dragon, the 9-colored divine sword, the pure yang true fire, the flea divine form, the ant king divine form, the dragonfly divine form, the 33 days divine will, the divine fist of creation, etc., and the power of each major magical power increased by a large margin. He once thought that the moment when a certain supreme magical power is perfected in cultivation is the ultimate of this magical power, but now it seems that he is narrow-minded. The perfection of supernatural powers is not the end of supernatural power cultivation, but just the beginning, and it is the beginning of a new stage, the boundless Tao. The boundless Tao. The more you know, the more you feel ignorant. Practicing Tao is like drawing a circle. The bigger the circle, the bigger the world outside the circle. With this sudden enlightenment, the power of these supernatural powers has increased by 1 level compared to the past. When the supernatural powers are improved, the cultivation is also improved. On the basis of the 2nd level of refining emptiness, it has made another progress, and entered the peak of the 2nd level of refining emptiness. It only takes some time to polish it, and it can enter the 3rd level of refining emptiness. It originally took 500 years of hard practice, but with the sudden enlightenment, it only took 30 years. It is better to have a sudden enlightenment than to practice for 1,000 years. The expansion of the cave heaven has such benefits. Xuanji pondered the 33 days of the cave heaven, recalling the many benefits it brought. It's a pity that the world stone is gone. If you want to expand the world, you can only absorb the energy in the void and the power of the sun and the moon in the universe. It is very difficult for the cave to continue to expand. To enter the state of unity, you must at least expand the diameter of the cave to 1,000 kilometers. Many cultivators, when they enter the state of refining the void, have a diameter of only 10 kilometers or 20 kilometers. Next, in the long years, you must continue to expand the volume of the cave world, constantly transform the world, and improve the foundation of the world. When the diameter reaches 1,000 kilometers, there is a possibility of impacting the unity. It seems easy, but it is actually very difficult. The diameter is 100 kilometers, and it is expanded to 1,000 kilometers. It seems that the diameter is only expanded 10 times, but in fact the volume is increased by 1,000 times. The expansion of the cave world, the later it is, the longer it takes. Xuanji estimated that, if he continued to inhale and exhale spiritual energy and continuously transform the energy of the void, it would take at least 1 million years to expand the cave world to a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. Can he live for 1 million years? The lifespan of a cultivator who crosses the tribulation is only 100,000 years. If you take the elixir, you can live for 200,000 years. Some immortal species, such as azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, etc., have a longer lifespan, but as long as they have not become immortals, their lifespan will not exceed 1 million years. This means that it is very difficult to achieve the state of harmony. If there is no great opportunity, the genius of the 9th level will be stuck in the realm of refining emptiness, and it will be difficult to enter the state of harmony. Or in other words, only my disciples Aokuan can rely on enduring time to enter the state of harmony. Xuanji suddenly thought of his disciple. The immortal body is known for its long lifespan. The lifespan of the foundation is 1,200 years. The lifespan of the purple mansion is 4,000 years. The lifespan of the golden elixir is 10,000 years. The lifespan of the primordial infant is 20,000 years. And the lifespan of the spirit is 50,000 years. After entering the realm of refining emptiness, the lifespan is the same as that of heaven and earth, and the lifespan is endless until the destruction of the universe. As long as the cultivator does not become an immortal, there is a limit to his lifespan, and he may die of old age. But the immortal body, as long as it enters the realm of refining emptiness, can obtain a long lifespan of the same lifespan as that of heaven and earth. Of course, the immortal body also has its shortcomings. Longevity does not mean immortality. If you encounter a strong enemy and are killed, no matter how long your life is, it will be useless. Open the Xiangang order and start investigating. World Stone, the price is 10,000 Xiangang. Looking at the price above, Xuanji was stunned. He opened the Xiangang order again, and there was a number, 5,327, on it. Over the years, the clone has sneaked into the Daofiu realm, constantly killing and gaining Xiangang, but now it can only buy half a world stone. The price is a bit outrageous. Muttering in his heart, decisively give up some unreasonable ideas. Just when Xuanji was complaining in his heart, the void was making a sound. Above the sky, the calamity clouds were surging, and the black clouds were pressing into the city to destroy it. The destructive calamity energy was constantly condensing. The more it condensed, the more it became, and it turned into a monstrous calamity cloud that gathered above the void. At this moment, about 1,000 miles away from the Lu family, there were cultivators who were transcending the calamity and attacking the refining void. A distance of 500 miles was too close for Xuanji, almost under his nose. The breath was still a little familiar. This was someone familiar. When Long Xuan reaches a certain level, she will be able to achieve the Dao and achieve the state of refining the void, Xuanji said in his heart. He left here and observed from a distance while his figure flashed. At the same time, his own aura was also released, shocking certain existences in the void. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the calamity clouds in the sky condensed to the extreme, and sent down destructive lightning, and the sky fire descended. The sky thunder was bombarding, and there was also nightmare wind. Many calamities were mixed together, continuous, bombarding and killing. Roar roar. At this moment, Long Xuan's body changed and turned into a real dragon. Her body was white like jade, with exquisite scales on it. The horns on her head were jade colored, and her claws were beautiful. The whole thing looked elegant and luxurious, as if gathering the beauty of the heavens. It was the most suitable to take a look, which was very exciting. The real dragon was flashing, shuttling through the calamity clouds, and the sky calamity bombarded and killed. On her real dragon body, there were scars, scales scattered on the ground, and dragon blood scattered in the void. In the calamity, she was injured. The injuries on her body seemed to stimulate her. Long Xuan became crazy. The rationality in her eyes was dissipating, and the madness of the beast was awakening. The body of the 99-foot-long real dragon was changing, shrinking continuously, and becoming more than 10 feet long. At the same time, a white halo rose above the body, surrounded by many runes, and the sound of Tao was ringing, resisting wave after wave of calamities. The calamity seemed to be stimulated, and the power of the calamity was increasing. The deep imprint in the calamity was activated, and the ancient mark engraved in the calamity was activated. A green light was flashing, and endless wood energy rose up. Many wood runes combined together and turned into a green dragon. Another Zhengjin energy was condensing into a white tiger. Another Lihuo energy was condensing, turning into a red bird. Another Netherworld energy was condensing, turning into a black tortoise. The 4 sacred beasts descended, as if the ancient sacred beasts were resurrected. Against the backdrop of the heavenly tribulation, they attacked and killed. It seemed that the brand of summoning the 4 sacred beasts consumed too much energy of the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, the thunder in the tribulation cloud was much scarcer. Boom boom boom. The azure dragon roared, the white tiger pounced, the vermilion bird spread its wings, and the black tortoise swung its tail. The 4 sacred beasts each displayed their innate magical powers, evolving into a big killing move to attack and kill. Killing moves one after another, annihilating everything. In just the first round, Long Xuan's body was injured, and bloody wounds appeared on the body of the real dragon. The terrifying tribulation eroded it, and the wounds were deep enough to see the bones, and the breath also became weak. Just with a dragon roar, Long Xuan began to use the ancient secret technique in her blood. The white halo flashed on her body, and her body recovered in an instant. The real dragon body was wandering, with an uncertain walking trajectory, dodging the attacks of the 4 sacred beasts. The 4 sacred beasts pounced again, and Long Xuan mainly dodged, occasionally gathering strength to counterattack. Boom boom boom. In the battle, Long Xuan's body was blown up again. But by concentrating her blood and ki, her body recovered again, and with the help of a momentary opportunity, she avoided the siege of the 4 sacred beasts. The battle continued, and Lu Xuanji's expression was also nervous. The 33 heavenly treasures in his hand were flashing, as if ready to attack at any time. The 33 heavenly treasures, after reaching the 7th grade, have supreme fortune and the ability to steal the sky, which can help Long Xuan avoid the catastrophe and survive perfectly. However, under such tricks to survive the catastrophe, Long Xuan's foundation must be unstable, and it will be more difficult to make further progress in the future. Looking at the confrontation in the heavenly tribulation, Lu Xuanji's nervous mood also relaxed. Boom boom boom. At this moment, Long Xuan was blown up again. But Lu Xuanji didn't worry at all. Once you get used to it, it will be natural. After reaching the state of transformation, the body has strong blood and ki, and the magic power is strong. After being blown up, you can reorganize your body and fight again. As long as you don't exceed a certain limit, you will be safe and worry-free. The 4 sacred beasts were ancient and powerful, far beyond what Long Xuan could resist. Fortunately, what evolved from the heavenly tribulation was only a brand, which was not as powerful as the original body, and was also far inferior in terms of agility and changes in moves. This was also the fundamental reason why Long Xuan could persist until now. Boom boom boom. The heavenly tribulation continued, but after only an hour, it began to dissipate. The 4 sacred brands also dissipated. The heavenly tribulation was over. Buzz buzz. At this moment, Colorful energy fell from the void and entered Long Xuan's body. Long Xuan's injured body began to heal. The wound was healing quickly, and the origin became more and more vigorous. The body was changing, and Long Xuan turned into a human form, but at this moment she was wearing a green palace dress, with a jade hairpin on her head. She had a beautiful face, bright eyes, soft cheeks, and a graceful body, exuding a trace of holy and noble aura. Once upon a time, Long Xuan was a half-dragon, with half-human blood and half-dragon blood in her body. Her blood was impure, which led to the exhaustion of her potential after she became a spirit. But after experiencing the transformation of the heavenly tribulation, her blood was upgraded again, and she was still a half-dragon, but the human blood and dragon blood in her body were completely integrated together, achieving a new sublimation and transformation. Not only did she have the powerful talents, powerful combat effectiveness, and strong physique of the dragon race, but she also had the tolerance and cultivation speed of the human race. The two races were perfectly integrated together, and they walked out of their own path. Xuana, congratulations on entering the realm of refining emptiness. Xuanji said. Thank you, Master. If it weren't for your help, I might not have been able to get to this point. Long Xuan felt. For her to get to where she is now, the Master paid a great price. Yuan Shen pill, Wengsu pill, Dragon blood pill, etc. Without the Master's efforts, she would not have been able to get to this point. Xuanji was about to say something, but he felt an inexplicable danger and a terrifying malice. The 33rd heaven treasure was activated, and it instantly wrapped around Long Xuan, sealing her breath. At this moment, a huge divine thought scanned down in the void, as if looking for something, and finally flashed by. The divine thought kept scanning, searching the sky and the earth, and the entire East Wilderness area was under its divine thought perception, as if looking for something. Divine thoughts are invisible, and ordinary cultivators cannot sense them at all. Only those who have reached the realm of refining emptiness can sense them. Wherever the divine thought goes, it sees through everything, and all secrets are no longer secrets. After searching back and forth many times, the divine thought finally disappeared. The divine thought disappeared, but Xuanji still held his breath and concentrated, without a trace of relaxation, and his whole body was tense. The 33rd heaven treasure was running, turning into a stream of light, and entering Long Xuan's body, sealing most of the ki, and Long Xuan was like a mortal. Long Xuan was also surprised, with her eyes flashing. After an unknown amount of time, Xuanji finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Let's go." He pulled Long Xuan away and disappeared, and the next moment he entered the Kinglian Cave Heaven. Kinglian Cave Heaven, which was jointly opened by Xuanji and Kinglian, contains supreme rebellion, and can isolate the secrets of heaven, and can avoid the calculations of most cultivators. When they arrived at Kinglian Cave Heaven, the two of them flashed and entered a palace. As they activated the secret method, the formation in the palace was activated. The formation was flashing and changing, and it surrounded them in an instant, and the secrets of heaven were in further chaos. Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief. Long Xuan asked, "Husband, what was that just now?" Xuanji said, "I don't know. It could be a strong man from the dragon clan, looking for you. It could also be an enemy of the dragon clan, looking for you. In short, that strong man is very powerful. If you contact him rashly, there are unpredictable risks. It's better to stay away from him." Long Xuan nodded and said, "My blood is evolving into the blood of a true dragon, so it has attracted the attention of some strong men." Xuanji said, "That's right." Long Xuan nodded, slightly worried. The joy brought by advancing to the refining void was also diluted a lot. The dragon clan is the race with the most blood in the world. Many monsters, humans, demons, gods and other larger races have dragon blood. The dragon blood is very thin in most creatures. Many of them look like dragons, but they are actually mixed blood dragons. Pure-blooded true dragons are rare in number, and have high qualifications, with infinite possibilities. This time, Long Xuan entered the realm of refining emptiness. She not only improved her cultivation, but also evolved her blood. On the surface, she was still a half-dragon, still a mixed blood dragon, but the concentration of her blood was comparable to that of a pure blood dragon. The strong blood aura also attracted the attention of some giants. If the master had not taken action in time to cover up some of her aura, she might have been completely exposed and taken away by some giants. If she was lucky, she was taken away by some powerful dragons who could give her all kinds of help and many resources. But if she was unlucky, she was taken away by some powerful people who hated the dragon clan, and her tendons and skin were directly pulled out, and her end was miserable. Even if you join the dragon clan, you will encounter intrigues and various calculations, and you may be robbed. Long Xuan said, "Master, these things are a bit troublesome." "Yes, this is a big trouble. I guess that big guy is a powerful head AO. Xuanji said, "You are now being watched by some powerful head AO. If it is an enemy or a friend, it is okay, but if it is an enemy, it will be very dangerous. By the way, the Eastern Wasteland is not safe. It's better to leave." "No, it's not safe to leave in a hurry. It's best to hide in the cave for a while." Fortunately, we opened up the cave in advance. The cave is a lawless place, which can avoid the calculations of the strong. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.